Chapter 647. The words that Yi Futian said to Yin Qingwu shook the entire Holy Ji Palace to its core in no time. Him being granted entrance to the Sage Hall and his status as the #1 in the law rank contributed to the hype surrounding him. Even though those ranked high in the law rank gave their opinions on the matter, no one had expected Yi Futian's long-awaited comment to be so overbearing and imposing. He likened him to the Lord of the Skies, and he made it clear that he did not bother proving anything to the ones who doubted him. All that meant that the very reason he did not bother replying was simply because he had never bothered himself with the opinions of those who doubted him, right from the very beginning. The rock did not, after all, bothered itself with what eagles thought about it. The words that Yi Futian said to Yin Qingwu shook the entire Holy Ji Palace to its core in no time. Him being granted entrance to the Sage Hall and his status as the #1 in the law rank contributed to the hype surrounding him. Even though those ranked high in the law rank gave their opinions on the matter, no one had expected Yi Futian's long-awaited comment to be so overbearing and imposing. He likened him to the Lord of the Skies, and he made it clear that he did not bother proving anything to the ones who doubted him. All that meant that the very reason he did not bother replying was simply because he had never bothered himself with the opinions of those who doubted him, right from the very beginning. The rock did not, after all, bothered itself with what eagles thought about it. His comment was seen as an insult to countless mighty ones in the Holy Ji Palace, as everyone who had doubted him was looked down on, including those who ranked high on the law rank. It was as if Yi Futian was saying, "I'll never consider you worthy of fighting me." There were also quite a lot who defended Yi Futian. Many students of the same batch as he even began to look up to him. Such was the bearing of the one ranked first on the law rank. Yi Futian, after all, dared to provoke all of his seniors back in the sparring sessions about 3 years ago. More than 2 years had passed since, and he had gone on a trip to Alchemy City, bringing with him a group of students and practically went mopping the place with the best Alchemy City had to offer. He became the champion of law rank as soon as he returned. Legends were usually made in such ways. Yi Futian had always had such potential, and many wondered how many great achievements awaited him in the future. Many made their way to the Battle Sage Palace and were able to tell, thanks to what Yi Futian had said that day, there would definitely be people who were eager to fight him. Many of those who ranked high on the law rank were students who entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 or even 9 years ago. Those people were equally as prideful, and they were not going to tolerate a latecomer stealing their thunder with such insolent words. In a nutshell, there would definitely be someone who was eager to see for themselves what the #1 on the law rank was made of. As many expected, the masses beneath the Battle Sage Palace grew as more and more people gathered there. The majority, however, simply watched what was about to happen silently from below. Yi Futian took note of the fact that more people showed up at his door. As such, he simply stayed where he was and made no attempt to leave. He did not bother with the growing numbers outside and went on to keep chatting with Hua Jieyu and Phoenix. Even Long Linger came to the Battle Sage Palace after catching wind of what happened. Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Suke, Yi Wuchen, Zurei Qianqiu, and many others gathered around as well. Seems to me that something interesting is about to happen. Suke lied on the ground at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and said, "Qianqiu, do you have any wine with you?" "No," Zui Qianqiu answered casually. "Qianqiu, be generous, will you? How can there be no wine at a time and place like this?" Suke added with a smile. Zui Qianqiu would not have had a drunkard's name if he was ever seen to not have wine with him. There is a price to pay for such a show, you know? Yi Futian glanced at Su Quebec. That guy sure knows how to have a good time. Don't look at me this time. You were all the rage back in that battle in Alchemy City, while we were simply coolies tagging along. Just look whose name is the first place on the law rank, eh? I'm not doing any work for anyone right now, Suke said lethargically. He felt himself being taken advantage of back in Alchemy City, and he felt he needed some form of compensation for that. You're not really thinking that I need to get someone with your abilities, are you? Yi Futian asked with a sarcastic smirk. Suke was startled and speechless. He felt like beating someone up, looking at Yi Futian being all smug and pompous. You think I'm just going to fall for that, eh? Suke turned around and smirked, then continued to lay on the ground. Some who are ranked high on the law rank have come. Many scanned the crowd beneath the battle sage palace and found several said mighty ones. There is Zhou Hao. Many turned their eyes to a corner somewhere. Zhou Hao, who was ranked 10th on the law rank, ranked 9th before all the ruckus. As Futian went on to rank 1st on law rank, all of a sudden, his place had to be pushed one rank. That was the first one of the top 10 on the law rank to appear other than Futian. Someone from Daozong Palace is coming. The crowd turned to the other direction. Many from Daozong Palace showed up one after another, among them being personal students of Sage Daozong, Xiang Zhiqin and Yun Feng. The one in the middle of the group was one who ranked 5th on law rank, Lian Yuqing. Many were surprised to see Lian Yuqing showing up, as no one had expected it. Futian had provoked Lian Yuqing in the sparring sessions 2 years ago. He went on a battle of skills in the art of Guqin with Lian Yuqing and won. His playing resonated with the Guqin Valley, and he acquired the lineage of Lu Guangxing, the 9-fingered Guqin devil. It was said that Lian Yuqing disputed Futian's rank on the law rank openly, demanding to know since when had the law rank become such a mess. However, Futian's overbearing reply that day meant Lian Yuqing too became one of those he looked down on. There was another person who ranked high on law rank from Daozong Palace, Yun Shueisha. However, she was rather close with Futian, and there were some who recalled Futian flirting with Yun Shueisheng when he first entered the Holy Ji Palace, so much so that he ended up being marked for death by her. No one knew why she ended up forgiving Futian eventually, and some went on to speculate if it was due to Futian being handsome. By Zhe, Zhuge, many looked in another direction. The students of Holy Sage Pavilion arrived as well. They seemed to be searching for someone, but Shiman Hanjiang was nowhere to be seen. It was surprising for many that the former number 1 who had had his prestigious place taken did not show up. Bai Zhe and Zhuge looked up at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and saw Futian sitting there enjoying himself, chatting with those around him, as if he did not notice the crowd gathering beneath. Zhuge felt a tinge of pain in his chest seeing Hua Jieyu at Futian's side. The very reason he clashed with Futian back when he entered the Holy Ji Palace was due to Hua Jieyu. He felt that Hua Jieyu, as someone who had awakened her talents as divine spiritual sorcerer, should have belonged to him instead of a nobody. 3 years had passed since, and Futian was now ranked 1st on the law rank, well known all over the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge himself, however, was still a nobody in the Holy Ji Palace. Compared to those around him, his prowess was hardly worth mentioning. Bai Zhe had proposed the idea of having Hua Jieyu train in the Holy Sage Pavilion and had a thing for her. She was, after all, a beauty like none other. No one would have even objected if Hua Jieyu was said to be the most beautiful of all the ladies in the Holy Ji Palace. However, Bai Zhe's attachment to Hua Jieyu was nothing compared to the resentment he felt towards Futian. Before entering the Holy Ji Palace, all attention was on him. As the second son of White Cloud City and the younger brother of Bai Luli, he was the very center of attention, and Futian came to become his nightmare. Futian's words that day provoked an untold number of people, and they wanted to see for themselves what actually enabled the one who ranked 1st on law rank to say what he said. Be quick to state your business, if you do have any business with me. If nothing else, I'll be leaving soon. A calm voice was heard from the Battle Sage Palace, and the words stunned everyone within earshot. That fellow really thinks little of the mighty ones in the Holy Ji Palace. However, many kept their hopes up nonetheless. Having studied in the Holy Ji Palace for about 3 years, Futian had made quite a reputation for himself, and that was furthered by the fact that he took the most prestigious spot among the students for himself. In actual fact, however, Futian seemed to have never fought any truly spectacular battles within the walls of the Holy Ji Palace, especially against the top-notch figures of the place. The fuss he kicked up in the sparring session back then was hardly considered battling. Lian Yuqing had, of course, been more powerful than Futian back then, and the battle was simply a battle of skills in the art of Guqin. Is he, the one who made a stunning name for himself in the whole of Holy Ji Palace, going to finally stand at the ultimate battlefield and face his toughest challenge? Who will be the first person to face him? Futian killed the one who ranked 1st on alchemy rank in an instant and defeated the number 1 figure in Alchemy City. It would have probably been very difficult to get Futian to move. Even those with a place on law rank would have to have a very high rank before they were deemed capable of such a feat, Rumor has it that you likened yourself to the rock just a while ago and took all who doubted you to be eagles. A voice was heard, and everyone turned their eyes. The one who spoke was none other than Zhou Hao, who ranked 10th on law rank. The one who spoke was also the very person who took Yi Futian's former rank on the law rank. Yes, I did. Yi Futian remained sitting on the ground and glanced at Zhou Hao below. The slender young man exuded an air of sharpness about him, making it seem like he was about to shoot for the skies. Well then, it seems like I'll be one of those eagles you speak of, and this eagle is very interested to see how high you, the rock, are capable of flying, Zhou Hao said looking at Yi Futian. Your name? Yi Futian said plainly. Many looked astonished at the two words uttered. Yi Futian did not even bother knowing someone ranked 10th on law rank. Actually, Yi Futian knew very little people in the Holy Ji Palace. He had been busy training in the past 3 years, and with the exception of that sparring session where he got to see many around him, he seldom interacted with any of the palace's students. As such, the number of people he knew was very limited. Zhou Hao looked just as astonished. He did not expect all that Yi Futian did not even know his name, a renowned figure ranked 10th on the Holy Ji Palace's law rank. It was a humiliation like no other. Yet he simply smirked and said, Zhou Hao. Yi Futian recalled something, as it seemed that the one who ranked before him was someone named Zhou Hao. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Hao leaped into the air, bursting in dazzling brilliance. Everyone who ranked in the top 10 on the law rank, with the exception of Yi Futian, were all top-notch nobles. Zhou Hao was no exception. Right. Yi Futian nodded lightly but did not move. Yi Futian instead turned his eyes sideways and shouted, Yu Shang. Yu Shang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood and walked to the edge of Battle Sage Palace. Many froze in place as that scene unfolded before them, staring at the figures above them with startled looks. It seemed that everything was in place for a battle to begin, and everyone waited for Yi Futian to make a move. However, the man called for Yu Shang instead. Is he trying to joke with us? Is Yu Shang going to be the one to fight instead? Zhou Hao's face was ashen beyond belief. He did not mind that Yi Futian did not know his name, but at that very moment, he truly felt insulted. Zhou Hao was still one who ranked 10th on the law rank. Yi Futian might not have known him, but he could have at least given him the respect he deserved. You really want to do it like this? Zhou Hao glanced at Yu Shang and asked, before turning his eyes back on Yi Futian. His voice was cold. After this battle, you will be out of the top 10, Yi Futian said plainly after he spared a glance at Zhou Hao beneath him. Chapter 648. Since there were people who doubted his place as number 1 on the law rank, Yi Futian saw fit to have Yu Shang make it as one of the top 10 before he did anything. Since there were people who doubted his place as number 1 on the law rank, Yi Futian saw fit to have Yu Shang make it as one of the top 10 before he did anything. After that battle, Yu Shang would have a high ranking on the law rank. Zhou Hao, who was currently ranked 10th, would be kicked out of the top 10 as a result. Zhou Hao stared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. What Yi Futian was more than just arrogant. The man deemed himself to reign supreme above all, and cared nothing about the one who ranked 10th on the law rank. Yi Futian's arrogance was so astounding that he did not even see a need for himself to fight, having Yu Shang do it instead. This is truly arrogance like none other. Voom! Blinding golden lights glittered, and an old clock of incredible size appeared right behind Zhou Hao. The workings of the clock were crisp, exuding frighteningly appalling might like none other. A pair of incredibly bright golden wings appeared behind him, which looked like the wings of a divine eagle. Zhou Hao possessed 2 life spirits, the skyscraping clock and the golden flame eagle. He specialized in spiritual elemental powers and had developed abilities in many elements, such as metal, fire, wind, and so on. He trained in martial arts as well, making him a tough opponent. The one who ranked 10th on the law rank was no ordinary folk. Anyone who was capable of making into the Holy Ji Palace was an elite existing at a ratio of 1 in 1,000. Those ranked high on the law rank were especially so. All of them who were able to make it that high were nothing short of being geniuses. Many more arrived after hearing Yi Futian's metaphor. Yu Shang stepped forward. His stout body stood tall in the air, bringing incredible pressure to bear on everyone around him. Yu Shang looked like a god of war simply standing where he was alone. Many seemed to have seen the shadow of Sage Dozhan just by looking at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng resembled Sage Dozhan more than Yi Futian, as he was a natural-born warrior. It remained a question, however, if he proved adequate to fight Zhou Hao. Coldness was seen in Zhou Hao's eyes. He waved his hands, conjuring shadows of golden old clocks. His life spirit, the skyscraping clock, continued to grow in size, reaching the heavens and filling the air with terrifying spiritual will. Everything within the vicinity seemed to be covered in a very terrifying pressure. Zhou Hao, as one who ranked 10th on the law rank, knew well of the weakness of ones who devoted their time to train their bodies. Spiritual will attacks were the most effective against people like that, and he specialized in such attacks. His spiritual will melded with the space. The skyscraping clock shone in dazzling golden colors as it descended upon them in a crazed manner. Shadows of countless golden old clocks appeared, heading for Yu Sheng. At that very moment, even those far away and on the clock covered their ears and shut their senses off. Anyone who was of meager training backed away to any far corner. The formless spiritual will invaded minds and trembled within. The shockwave from such an attack was able to make them feel like they were being shaken to their core, and it was anyone's guess what it felt like the one being targeted by the attack. Countless shadows of golden old clocks continued descending, all of which were imbued with two types of incredibly violent offensive powers. Yu Sheng took one step forward. Streaks of light permeated through his body and the 7-star acupoints opened. His body seemed to be filled with powers of unparalleled violent nature. Furthermore, the 7-star acupoints activated his spiritual will powers, filling him with violent power all over his body. The giant old clock took the form of incredibly fearsome offensive power in Yu Sheng's mind, attempting to snuff out his willpower. However, the shadow of a devil was seen standing within, protecting his will, and remained unfazed in the face of the onslaught of spiritual will powers. However, Yu Sheng still felt uneasy about it all, and knew he needed to get rid of his opponent quickly. Some body he has developed. Many looked at Yu Sheng's body taking on the attacks from the shadows of the old clocks and found it unbelievable that none of those attacks managed to make him budge. Yu Sheng was clad in dark golden armor. 5 acupoints were opened, making his physical body unbelievably strong. Spell, wing cutting, Zhou Hao uttered coldly. Pairs of golden wings manifested near Yu Sheng's body in an instant, whipping up terrifying tornadoes and turning into all-destroying blades that cut Yu Sheng's body up. Golden gashes were cut in the air as the blades went about. Many were shocked at the thought of what would happen to Yu Sheng if he was subject to such attacks. Yu Sheng glanced at the wings cutting the space around him about and shouted. An incredibly huge body of the devil appeared in an instant. The stout being was the Dozhan body he coalesced from his powers. He took one furious step on the air, and the incredibly huge Dozhan body trembled. Dark golden light screens manifested around his body in an instant. When the extremely sharp golden wings zipped through the air, sharp, high-pitched noises were heard. While cuts were obviously dealt in the air, none of them were able to make it to Yu Sheng's body. Zhou Hao remained undeterred. He lashed out with his lands and whipped up even more terrifying golden storms. Other than the dazzling skyscraping clock, a shadow of the divine eagle appeared as well. The endless golden storms turned into a pair of wings, cutting up the air and bringing frightening might to bear between them. Yu Sheng looked up at the terrifying wings. The hands of the huge devil was seen clapping in the middle. When the wings cut down on Yu Sheng, his extraordinarily powerful arms closed, stopping the wings and pinning them right there. Fearsome light burst and devastating powers were unleashed. Zhou Hao's body turned into a bolt of lightning as he moved forward. More and more golden old clocks and golden wings went for Yu Sheng's gigantic body. Yu Sheng took a step forward. The huge devil's hands clenched into 2 fists, whipping up terrifying power as he launched a punch in the air. Hundreds of thousands of flashes of the fist were conjured in that one punch. It was as if the devil itself had launched the attack. It tore many of the old clocks apart in the air. The Dozhan body was an offensive tactic of extreme potency, imbued with incredible damage potential. Yi Futian's own meteor punch was something derived from this. Yu Sheng's abilities were different from Yi Futian's, as his punch was even simpler and more direct, yet it packed untold amount of force nonetheless. Voom! The wings of the Dojan body took to resemble the wings of the devil as they slashed forward. Yusheng took one step in the air, heading for Zhou Hao as he turned into a true god of war. Boom! The earth and heavens shook as a powerful surge of martial arts will burst. Yusheng made it before Zhou Hao. An illusion welled up in Zhou Hao's mind. The incoming shadow of the devil seemed to demand every living thing to submit to it and live only to revere it. Zhou Hao's body backed away, yet dark golden devil halberd was seen raining down from the heavens, cutting through the air and preventing his escape. The huge devil threw yet another punch. Hundreds of thousands of fists were infused with that one attack, and terrifying flowing lights were conjured in the air, toppling everything before it. Zhou Hao was eventually able to feel the fearsome pressure behind the attack. The skyscraping clock lashed out but was quickly thrown off with a loud clang by the punch, as if it was to be split apart. Zhou Hao spat up blood as he whipped out with his wings to slash at Yusheng. The arms of the devil moved forward without care, killing anything that stood in their way. When the incredibly sharp wings cut down on it, gashes appeared on the arms. However, the arms moved forward without a care. Zhou Hao wanted to retreat, but Yusheng continued to move another step forward, bringing the might of his devil to bear as the fist went down on Zhou Hao. The punch covered Zhou Hao as he was sent flying. Boom! A grunt was heard as Zhou Hao's body was sent flying far away. Many followed the scene with their eyes and saw Zhou Hao's body looking smaller and smaller before he hit the ground. Zhou Hao was unable to even steady himself afterward. It was anyone's guess how many bones that one punch ended up breaking. Many turned to look at Yusheng, who was still standing in the air. They were shaken to their cores. They never knew Yusheng to be that terrifying before. As Futian said before, Zhou Hao was no longer among the top 10 after the battle. Yusheng made it as one of the top-ranked figures on the law rank. Anyone else feeling displeased? Yusheng scanned everyone below coldly as he said with an imposing voice. Many of the proud sons and daughters of the Holy Ji Palace doubted Futian's place as number 1 on the law rank. Yusheng thought that the only way to deal with such disputes was to simply beat them into submission. Zhou Hao, who previously ranked 10th on the law rank, did not get Futian to move. He suffered a crushing defeat at Yusheng's hands instead. It was anyone's guess how many dared make a move after what happened. It now seemed that only the top 5 on the law rank were deemed capable of fighting Futian. Futian remained sitting where he was, watching his friend fight. Suke was seen lying, drinking with Zue Qianqiu and Wuchen. He said to the other two, "I'm getting bored. Shall we head back to Sword Palace?" "I'm thinking of leaving too." Zue Qianqiu nodded in agreement. He found what happened too ugly to behold. Are those two trying to bag the first and second place of the law rank for themselves? They were able to tolerate one insane genius, but two proved a little too much for them to stomach. Bai Zhe, Zhu Gexing, and the others looked unwell after seeing what happened. Bai Zhe had been crushed by Yusheng in that sparring session more than 2 years ago. Now, Yusheng proved powerful enough to defeat the one who ranked 10th on the law rank, and he did so as a grade 3 noble. That one battle would probably make him one of the top 3 on the law rank. 2 students of the Battle Sage Palace, in the same batch, would be taking 2 of the 3 places in the top 3. The Holy Sage Pavilion, the main institution out of all 6, never felt so weak in their batch. Another figure walked out in the resulting silence. Many looked rather elated seeing that figure make a move. So one of the top 5 is finally making a move? It was Lin Yuqing. He already ranked 5th on the law rank when Futian first entered the Holy Ji Palace. Furthermore, many in the Holy Ji Palace knew well of the feud between Lin Yuqing and Futian. "You wish to fight?" Yusheng looked down at Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing spared a glance at Yusheng before moving his gaze past him, looking at Futian at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and saying, "During the sparring session 2 years ago, you bested me with the Yukio song. But your plane was too low back then. Now, you are number 1 on the law rank, and I'd like to see what the Yukio song is truly capable of once again. This time, however, it won't just be the battle of skills, but a true battle using musical spells." Many were able to tell what Lin Yuqing's words meant. He was never able to let go of the fact that he lost to Futian back in that sparring session all those years ago. That defeat remained a thorn at his side. What he truly wanted right there and then was a true battle using the Guqin with Yi Futian. Chapter 649. Yi Futian gazed at Lien Yuqing. When he'd entered the law rank 3 years ago, Lien Yuqing had been extremely proud and arrogant. When he'd defeated Yun Feng, he'd injured him with musical sorcery. This was the beginning of their conflict. At the end of the year battle, Yi Futian had invited him to listen to Yukio and defeated him with musical sorcery. Yi Futian gazed at Lien Yuqing. When he'd entered the law rank 3 years ago, Lien Yuqing had been extremely proud and arrogant. When he'd defeated Yun Feng, he'd injured him with musical sorcery. This was the beginning of their conflict. At the end of the year battle, Yi Futian had invited him to listen to Yukio and defeated him with musical sorcery. That day, he'd seen Lien Yuqing follow him into the Guqin Valley. He'd wanted to enter Lu Guangxing's relic, but had been powerless. He'd felt Lien Yuqing's sadness that day. It was obviously uncomfortable for a pride to be passed over by Yi Futian. Lien Yuqing seemed to have been cultivating in private for the past 2 years. However, after Yi Futian returned from Alchemy City and became first on the law rank, Lien Yuqing jumped out again. Jieyu had said unhappily that Lien Yuqing had declared before Sage Daozong that the law rank was so casual now. Their rivalry had already been created. Clearly, Lien Yuqing hadn't moved on from it yet. Chuckling, Yi Futian said, "Then I'll make it easy for you." Everyone's eyes flashed at Yi Futian's words. Would they see another incredible musical sorcery battle? It would be different from 2 years ago. Now, Yi Futian was first on the law rank while Lien Yuqing was 5th. The musical battle between them would be a top fight between musical sorcery nobles of the palace. Yukio. Many people still thought about Yukio, one of the top musical pieces. It was filled with emperor's intent. Seeing that Yi Futian agreed to the battle, Lien Yuqing smiled faintly. "In that case," he said, "let me experience Yukio again." Yi Futian stood up. Yu Shang retreated to the edge of the Battle Sage Pavilion, standing quietly behind Yi Futian. There, Yi Futian looked down at Lien Yuqing. "Yukio?" Smiling, he said, "Back then, I was a grade 8 noble. To prove myself in a battle of musical sorcery, I played Yukio. Now, you are no longer qualified to hear it." Everyone had been hoping to hear this musical piece. When Yi Futian said that, everyone's eyes froze in his direction, staring at the figure in the air with shock. What a slap to the face. They gazed at Lien Yuqing. As expected, Lien Yuqing's expression was very ugly at the moment. Yi Futian had humiliated him publicly. However, this seemed to be how Yi Futian was. Just as he had said, he never had to prove anything to those who doubted him. Now, he was first on the law rank. Even if Lien Yuqing challenged him, he still arrogantly said that Lien Yuqing didn't deserve to hear Yukio. "I will hear it," Lien Yuqing said. Then his Guqin spirit appeared. He sat cross-legged on the ground and gradually rose up to hover in the air. His entire temperament changed. Yi Futian didn't move. He sat down on the edge of the Battle Sage Pavilion. His Guqin spirit appeared. He seemed to be playing on the edge of a cliff. Seeing this, many people felt that it made a great picture. This was especially because Yi Futian's temperament was extraordinary. His handsome figure made many people sigh in awe. He was such an attractive person and also had unparalleled talent. No wonder he was surrounded by beauties. When Xiang Zhiqin saw Yi Futian, she thought of how Hua Jieyu had said she'd understand one day when she'd suspected that Hua Jieyu had misjudged Yi Futian. Now, she seemed to understand. "After Yukio from the battle 2 years ago, I've learned a new song," Lien Yuqing said. As soon as he spoke, his white fingers started strumming the instrument strings. When the music rang out, the people didn't hear a lovely song. Instead, the song made them feel depressed and heavy. The sunlight was shining down and the sky was clear. The weather was great, but when they heard the song, an artistic conception was born. Darkness enveloped the world. Black clouds swept in, covering the sky. The repressive song suppressed the entire place. Many disciples of the Daozong Pavilion looked at Lien Yuqing. Was this the musical piece that their senior brother played? Lien Yuqing often played in the Daozong Pavilion, but they'd never heard this song before. They hadn't even heard this style before. In the past, Lien Yuqing played songs that made people feel comfortable like bathing in the spring breeze. Even his musical sorcery had light and bright rhythms. However, this song was clearly different from the past. It was a dark style. Was this because of the battle 2 years ago? At the same time that he played, Yi Futian's fingers also strummed the strings. A bright and clear sound came out. It felt powerful and fanatic to the people. It immediately brought them into Yi Futian's artistic conception. That conception was wildness. At that moment, he sat high up in the sky. Everyone in the world had to worship him. Black clouds covered the sky. Darkness enveloped the world. All the spiritual qi in the world was suppressed. Yi Futian's music was also about to be suppressed. In that dark world, there seemed to be only one song. Many long black spears seemed to appear in the artistic conception. The power of dark thunder ravaged the sky above Yi Futian's head. The swirling black clouds transformed into dark dragons. It was like the end of the world. Everything was being destroyed. Such repressive music. This dark artistic conception was created for destruction. Many of the disciples closed off their senses. Even still, they were still affected by it. They felt the artistic conception and could almost feel the suppressed anger within Lien Yuqing. It seemed to have melded into the music. Had the battle from 2 years ago really affected him this much? Yi Futian also felt how terrifying Lien Yuqing's music was. The song went into the mood immediately. It was muffled and repressive as if it could squash him directly. The song also made one feel agitated and annoyed. It could affect their minds, making them unable to focus on playing and destroying their artistic conceptions. Yi Futian guarded his mind and continued to play without being affected. Spiritual qi screamed around him, and the wild artistic conception continued. The air around him seemed to freeze, blocking the invasive attacks. He continued playing. His fingers sped up, and the artistic conception grew stronger. It created the hallucination that Yi Futian was surrounded by an invisible force field. He was majestic and divine. People couldn't help but worship him. His musical sorcery was extremely penetrative and influential. When the artistic conception entered one's mind, they couldn't even dare to think about going against Yi Futian. It was very strange. The nine-fingered Guqin devil. Some powerful nobles stared at Yi Futian. The nine-fingered Guqin devil Lu Guangxing's music was known for being wild. It could steal one's mind and trick one's hearts. It was a terrifying song. The song they heard now might be from the nine-fingered Guqin devil, Lu Guangxing, someone from the last generation's Baron Sky ranking. The two continued sitting quietly and playing. The two artistic conceptions grew stronger. The defensive power around Yi Futian seemed to get ravaged and destroyed. Lien Yuqing's song was highly destructive. It could even break apart spiritual qi and spiritual will. It made Yi Futian feel that Lien Yuqing had purposely composed this song after the battle to target Yukio. Yukio was known to counter all spells, but Lien Yuqing's current song was just as destructive. It was repressive and made one agitated and unable to control oneself. Faced with this kind of song, one couldn't play a powerful song according to one's thoughts if one's will wasn't strong enough. "I can't take it," an observer said. He felt as if his spiritual will was about to be destroyed. He wanted to free himself. What kind of song is it? Even Suke felt very uncomfortable. He guarded his mind, but he still had the urge to pull out his sword and kill someone. Suke was a grade 2 noble and was very talented. Even he couldn't stand the current situation. More and more people left the space. Even Lien Yuqing's expression changed. Yi Futian continued playing. A horrible spiritual windstorm seemed to gather in the air around him. It grew stronger and stronger. The white-clothed figure at the abyss side seemed to be bathed in endless light. He allowed the destructive power to go wild in his mind while he remained unmoving. The artistic conception of his song grew stronger until the attacking power seemed to meld into his own song. In addition, some of the weaker people no longer looked at Yi Futian with reverence. Instead, they were a bit lost. In their eyes, Yi Futian was like a god. They felt like their minds had been infected and they'd melded into his song's will. Lien Yuqing wanted to destroy. However, Yi Futian wanted to control. Many of the pavilion's prides were in pain. This musical sorcery battle was completely different from 2 years ago. On the battleground, Lien Yuqing seemed to still have the advantage. In reality, Yi Futian's artistic conception kept enlarging and strengthening. The light he was bathed in grew brighter too. The vast world harmonized with Yi Futian's song. Lien Yuqing's expression grew more and more uncomfortable. Of course, he felt that Yi Futian's cultivation and spiritual power was weaker than him, which was why he'd been using defense. But as time passed, his song kept strengthening while Lien Yuqing's song was getting attacked. This was the essence and artistic conception of musical sorcery. This was not all. Lien Yuqing also felt that something even more frightening was happening. His spiritual power was getting affected. It was gradually being invaded by Yi Futian's artistic conception. I don't believe this. Lien Yuqing cried out within. He played wildly. As if he'd given up on himself, he submerged himself completely into the song and started attacking Yi Futian as crazily as he could. His music penetrated everything and ravaged Yi Futian's spiritual will. Then it gradually grew lost. He felt his own will get corroded as he continuously lost himself. Time passed bit by bit. Lien Yuqing continued to play. Other than music, there was no other sound in the vast space. Even Lien Yuqing's movements seemed less spirited than before. It was not only him. Even the people who were listening on the sides seemed lost. Only those with higher cultivations could still see the current situation clearly. They felt a shocking spiritual windstorm wrap around the entire space. Yi Futian sat at the edge of the abyss. He was still handsome as he played the guqin quietly. But in many people's eyes, he was no longer a disciple of the pavilion. He was like a god. "Snap the string," Yi Futian said quietly as he played with his head lowered. As soon as he spoke, Lien Yuqing yanked his finger back. There was a crisp sound of an instrument string snapping. He grunted and blood trickled out of his mouth. However, he seemed not to feel anything at all. It was as if Yi Futian's words had been an order. "From now on, do not touch a guqin before me." "You don't deserve to," Yi Futian said indifferently, raising his head. As soon as he spoke, his fingers shook powerfully. Music echoed and the artistic conception scattered. Chapter 650. As the music disappeared gradually, the people came back to themselves. They took a deep breath. What had happened had been like a dream. As the music disappeared gradually, the people came back to themselves. They took a deep breath. What had happened had been like a dream. Looking up, they gazed at Yi Futian. That figure in white looked very graceful with his clothes fluttering in the wind. His bright eyes looked down at Lien Yuqing. He said that he wouldn't allow Lien Yuqing to play music before him again. Lien Yuqing's life spirit was a little bit wounded at this time, but he was more hurt mentally. In order to resist Yi Futian's ukiyo, Lien Yuqing created the dark music. But Yi Futian had never played the ukiyo during the whole battle. Did he no longer qualify to hear the ukiyo now? What worse was that he'd lost himself, and his mental will had been controlled by Yi Futian. He couldn't forget what had happened just now. Every time he thought about it, he was in pain. It was impossible for him to forget this battle. At that time, would he have knelt if Yi Futian had ordered him to? With his mental will being controlled by Yi Futian, he had to do everything Yi Futian ordered. Lien Yuqing knew Yi Futian's music's power. Then why did he still risk it? His level was higher than Yi Futian's. Then why was he defeated? Why? Lien Yuqing whispered. Anger flashed in his eyes. He was asking both Yi Futian and himself. He was 5th place on the law rank. In the battle 2 years, he'd been defeated by Ukiyo. He thought that it was just because of Ukiyo, which was one of the top 10 famous songs, so he devoted himself to cultivation again in order to challenge it. This time, however, Yi Futian, who was just a grade 3 noble, defeated him again without playing the Ukiyo. Again, he was defeated in such a pathetic way. Others couldn't understand this kind of pain. You're proficient in musical sorcery, but you gave up on the essence of music. In order to defeat me, you ignored the artistic conception and adopted some dishonest methods. You rushed too much. Yi Futian looked at Lien Yuqing and said slowly, your level is higher. It shouldn't be so easy for me to defeat you. With your cultivation, you shouldn't be controlled by me so easily either. You should at least be able to escape from it, but you didn't. You should know the reason why you failed. Lien Yuqing knew the reason. Yi Futian had played the artistic conception to the extreme so that his music could resonate with the world. Even the mental power of people around him could be turned into a part of the song. Even Lien Yuqing's musical intent and mental power were controlled, which made him lose himself. If he hadn't been so anxious to defeat Yi Futian wouldn't have seized such an opportunity to make him lose himself. Therefore, he didn't only lose to his musical sorcery. This was why Yi Futian said that Lien Yuqing no longer qualified to play before him. Lien Yuqing looked despondent. His pride was totally gone. This battle had become an everlasting stain in his life. Watchers seemingly knew that Lien Yuqing shouldn't be defeated so easily. Yi Futian was strong, but he didn't even play the Yukio. This meant that Lien Yuqing, 5th on law rank, hadn't even fought against Yi Futian in his strongest state but was still defeated so horribly. You have been in the Holy Ji Palace for only 3 years. You don't fight much, but whenever you do, you always destroy your enemy's faith. What you said not long ago was also so arrogant. You are too cruel. A voice from afar reminded people of Yi Futian's battles since entering the Holy Ji Palace. The voice seemed to be right. Everyone that doubted Yi Futian, from Bai Zhe, Yunfeng to Lien Yuqing and Shimin Gu, the number 1 of latest pavilion battle, was always beaten miserably, their faiths destroyed in the end. After fighting with Yi Futian, top talents like Bai Zhe and Yunfeng were all badly hurt. As a result, their cultivation wasn't outstanding anymore. And now, it seemed that Lien Yuqing was going to repeat the same play. Countless eyes fell on the coming figure. Their hearts all pounded. Was he finally here? It was Shimin Hanjiang. He'd been the first place on law rank before Yi Futian and was now second place. Looking up at the approaching figure, Yi Futian said calmly, "Then why am I like that?" Bai Zhe had invited Hua Jieyu to cultivate with him in the Holy Ji Palace, right before Yi Futian's eyes. Yunfeng had drawn Hua Jieyu. Seeing Yi Futian defeat Yunfeng, Lien Yuqing still dared to challenge Yi Futian and hurt him. Shimin Gu had flirted with Long Linger. No matter the reason, you shouldn't destroy their whole life. But you seemingly enjoy it very much, Shimin Hanjiang continued. Yi Futian laughed. He knew this kind of quarrel was meaningless. So he just responded calmly, "I haven't entered the sage plane, so I don't know the sage's thinking pattern. Since I am not a sage, I don't know why I should say thanks to those who hurt me. I just treat people the same way they treat me. You are not me. You don't know what happened between me and the others. What right do you have to tell me what to do?" Yi Futian smiled sarcastically and continued, "If you are so noble, why did you come?" Obviously, Shimin Hanjiang still couldn't let it go, or he wouldn't have come. "Then, how do you explain your arrogance over the palace's disciples?" Shimin Hanjiang asked again. As a grade 3 noble, Yi Futian managed to gain the first place on the law rank. In the alchemy city, he defeated the city's first talent, Di Gang. Can anyone else in the palace do that? Doesn't he deserve first place? At this moment, lazy laughter was heard. Lying over there, Suke said slowly, "Is it so hard to admit another's excellence?" "Suke, you are the successor of Tingxua House. You are also a grade 2 noble. You can be a top talent among your generation in the barren state. Where's your pride?" Looking at Suke, Shimin Hanjiang sneered. He was taunting Suke for being Yi Futian's follower. Of course, talents should have pride. But when meeting a truly excellent person, they should also learn to appreciate and follow them. As for those who just can't admit others' strengths, won't they feel more ashamed after being defeated? Many people looked up at Suke and the ones behind Yi Futian. People like Yushang and Phoenix were all top talents of the palace, but they still chose to follow Yi Futian. It was said that even many other disciples at their level would also come to learn from Yi Futian. This might be out of admiration toward an excellent person. People are so strange. They envy those who are not much stronger than them but are more extraordinary. Maybe only when their enemy becomes extremely strong would they show their respect. But then it'll be too late. Zue Qianqiu also lay beside Suke, drinking. They looked very relaxed. In the crowd below, Xiang Zhiqin and Yunfeng had the same feeling too. That figure in white had become so strong that they had to show their respect. The palace's disciples also began to exclaim. With his talent, Yi Futian was going to be the strongest existence on the barren sky list. No one would doubt that now. Shimin Hanjiang. Yi Futian looked down at Shimin Hanjiang and said, "If you came here just to attack my character, you can go now. I am myself. I don't need you to teach me. You don't have the qualification either. After Yi Futian spoke, the two stared at each other. Their forces seemed to collide. Yi Futian was right. Now he was first place. Shimin Hanjiang was only second place. Shimin Hanjiang didn't have the right to condemn Yi Futian. Go ahead. Shimin Hanjiang didn't argue further but directly announced a battle. A cold storm suddenly rolled over. Everyone felt the chill. The previous number one declared war to the present number one. Who would be the winner? This war between the two top nobles of the Holy Ji Palace was going to pan out. Yi Futian stepped out. The wind blew through his dark hair. He looked at Shimin Hanjiang and said, "In the Alchemy City, I'd experienced a top noble's strength. It won't be too hard this time. You just try your best." When fighting with D Gang in Alchemy City, Yi Futian took the opportunity to break into the next plane. He had made great progress at that time. He knew what a top noble's level was like. Though he couldn't tell whether Shimin Hanjiang was stronger than D Gang, there wouldn't be too big of a gap between the two. At least, there was no doubt that Shimin Hanjiang would be weaker. Yi Futian didn't have to slowly test him. Both had won first place on the law rank. They knew that normal means couldn't help them defeat the other. "Good," said Shimin Hanjiang. Suddenly an extreme coldness appeared, and the vast sky seemed to start snowing. Many people got chilled. They could feel that coldness penetrating their bones and souls. Their bodies seemed paralyzed, and their brains almost stopped thinking. But this artistic conception was only aimed at Yi Futian, not them. It was hard to imagine how strong the mental pressure was that Yi Futian was facing. Yi Futian felt like he was in an icy world. Coldness kept invading his body while his body was burning. An enormous golden rock appeared. It grew larger and larger, and finally turned into a real divine rock with golden wings. Yi Futian reached out his palms, and endless golden spirit gathered into a long staff. Beams of horrible light projected from his body, as well as from the golden rock. At this moment, Yi Futian seemingly owned endless power. However, a dreadful icy storm rolled over at this time. This storm seemed to be going to freeze everything. The wind brought by this storm blew like sharp swords. Strong power from the absolute territory appeared around Yi Futian, protecting his body with starry light. But then with a sharp colliding sound, that protection zone was shattered. The extreme coldness continued penetrating his body. "Sage's intent," Yi Futian whispered. The space around him was totally frozen. His body was freezing bit by bit too. In the end, his body might be torn to pieces. Even if he had endless power, Yi Futian couldn't release it. Rustles sounded in his life palace. Yi Futian's brilliant body seemed to turn into a furnace. A horrible flaming power extended to every part of his body. Then the golden rock flapped its wings, flying up. Yi Futian twirled his long staff. A fantastic rhythm was contained in his moves. He seemed able to control the whole world. His staff technique was like a martial arts form. Martial intent appeared in that long staff and helped him gather a horrible martial intent storm. That storm became stronger and stronger, seemingly able to break everything. Disciples from the palace all looked up. The golden rock dancing in the icy world was such a beautiful scene. Chapter 651. The golden rock wings had a golden current flowing around them, cutting through the snow in the sky. A majestic martial arts aura surrounded Yi Futian, causing the force to be unable to suppress him. The golden rock wings had a golden current flowing around them, cutting through the snow in the sky. A majestic martial arts aura surrounded Yi Futian, causing the force to be unable to suppress him. Everyone could feel clearly how strong Yi Futian was. However, at that moment, Shimin Hanjiang stepped forward. With just one step, the snow in the sky appeared to emit an icy glow. The falling snowflakes became as sharp as knives and turned into razor-sharp sword will, descending upon Yi Futian's body like silver rays of light. An even more horrifying storm rushed towards Yi Futian's body, each snowflake turning into a killing blade that was utterly cold, attempting to drown his body within the storm. Yi Futian's golden rock body became even more dazzling and his wings suddenly shook, cutting through the air and colliding with the killing blades. As he took a step forward, the polearm in his arm struck out. A single strike had the might to match the heavens, and the air vibrated violently, shattering the countless blades. Shimin Hanjiang continued to move forward, and even stronger while being released from him. Yi Futian felt that it was hard to even move, but his movements did not stop and he continued to wave the polearm. The second strike swept through the air, and an imposing force tore through the air towards Shimin Hanjiang. Shimin Hanjiang looked at the strong attack technique, then covered it with ice. The sword in his hand swung forward, splitting the icy area into two, and Yi Futian's attack with it. At that moment, Yi Futian's body became exceedingly brilliant, and the third and fourth rod strikes continued to thrust downwards. The strikes were of the highest caliber, and the surrounding area was crushed. Shimin Hanjiang could feel the force, and his body transformed into a ray of light, disappearing in the air. He actually weaved and bobbed through the array of rod strikes because he could affect the flow of spiritual qi in the air, thereby affecting the speed of the other party's strikes and find its weakest points. Releasing his life spirit, Shimin Hanjiang came closer to Yi Futian. Similarly, the golden rock wings flapped and Yi Futian got closer to him. The both of them appeared to have absolute confidence in their abilities. When Yi Futian's fifth rod strike struck down, Shimin Hanjiang's life spirit projected an image, and the entire area turned into an ice world, affecting Yi Futian's every move. Shimin Hanjiang continued to not dodge, facing Yi Futian's strike head-on. The entire sky of rumbling shadows were all coated by a layer of ice, and Shimin Hanjiang's body appeared like a ray of light in front of one of the rod shadows and passed through it, swinging his sword towards Yi Futian's throat. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as though his entire body was about to stop moving. Not only did Shimin Hanjiang have the power of frost and exceptional swordsmanship, but he also had the ability to move at light speed. His sword did not have any specialty, but it was able to find the enemy's weakest point to pierce under his frost and tint. His battles were often decided in one slash. Coupled with his ice power, this made him exceptionally terrifying. As he saw Shimin Hanjiang's ice-cold frost blade reaching, Yi Futian emotionlessly looked at him and said, "Sky freezing technique." The spell cast and the air appeared to have frozen. Shimin Hanjiang could feel the area around him solidifying. Not only that, but there was a horrifying martial arts will that was applying its pressure in the surrounding area. He released countless sword wills, attempting to cut through everything, but at that moment, the rock wings sliced the ice world apart and an immeasurable gravity crushed down upon him. At that moment, Shimin Hanjiang felt as though the weight of the entire world was crashing down with Yi Futian's rod strike. Shimin Hanjiang broke through Yi Futian's spell, but he could feel that his ice will was unable to stop the rod's power as their surroundings were grounded to powder. He could actually feel a semblance of sage plane power within. At that moment, Shimin Hanjiang understood that Yi Futian's rod technique had already reached that level, the same level as him. As his sword slashed out, brilliant sword rays flooded the heavens. However, under the rod strike, they were all shattered. The crowd then heard a dull thud, and in the next moment, Shimin Hanjiang's body fell from the sky, and with a giant crash, slammed heavily onto the foot of the Battle Sage Palace and created a huge pit. The huge crash caused many people to shudder and look appallingly at the figure in the ground. Shimin Hanjiang and Yi Futian, 2 firsts in the admission examination, 2 firsts on the law rank. Yi Futian had entered 1 generation later than Shimin Hanjiang. However, he had defeated him in a one-on-one battle and obtained first on the law rank in a dominant fashion. Yi Futian was the undisputed first on the law rank, be it by potential or battle ability. Even if he was only a grade 3 noble, he was still unrivaled in the noble plane. After today's battle, Yi Futian would be the undisputed first in the noble plane in the palace. Nobody would ever dare to question him again. Those who had scorned him and those who had questioned him would all shut up after today. To the Holy Ji Palace's disciples, it was the beginning of a new era, Yi Futian's era. Before him, even Hua Fan had not been this outstanding. It was probably only by Luli's era that could match Yi Futian's. If that was so, who among the 2 generations was more outstanding? Perhaps he would really have the ability to challenge Bai Luli's position in the future. Watching the figure in the air, many people had mixed feelings. Perhaps the Holy Ji Palace was about to welcome its golden generation. Bai Luli, Hua Fan, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng. Every one of them was all incredibly outstanding. Bai Zhe, Zhu Gexing, Shimin Gu, and the other Sage Palace disciples were speechless. This was probably the first time the Sage Palace had been defeated so convincingly. This was also the first time that the Battle Sage Palace had broken the Sage Palace's streak and had its own era. Looking at the figures beside Yi Futian, he would lead his generation forward. Shimin Hanjiang stood up with difficulty and looked at Yi Futian in the air with a bad taste in his mouth. To Shimin Hanjiang, although he had exceptional potential, he had never been like Bai Luli and Yi Futian. In his year, he had much difficulty obtaining first in the admission examination. After he had entered the palace, there were a few strong competitors in his year, and many people had doubted him, claiming that he would not be able to rise to the top of the law rank, but he had done it. However, not long after, Yi Futian shot up through the ranks and knocked him off his pedestal, using him as a stepping stone, gathering the attention of the entire palace and becoming the symbol of his generation. Moreover, Shimin Hanjiang could predict that Yi Futian would be the first on the law rank for a long time. He had defeated him as a grade 3 noble, so in the time before he stepped into the sage plane, nobody would be able to challenge his position. Shimin Hanjiang did not say anything and turned around and left. He also understood that after today's battle, unless he entered the sage plane, he would forever be suppressed by Yi Futian. It has ended, many people thought in their hearts. The battle for the law rank had finally ended, but many people felt that it was insufficient and could not bear to leave. Yi Futian, someone called out at that moment. Yi Futian turned and looked at the person. The person who had spoken was the 8th on the law rank. He looked towards Yi Futian and asked, Digang and Shimin Hanjiang, who is stronger? The Holy Ji Palace was a holy ground for cultivation in the barren state where geniuses gathered from all around. However, it did not mean that the Holy Ji Palace's disciples were always the strongest in the state. There were people like Digang, Huang Jioga, and many others who were also very strong. In a direct confrontation, Digang is stronger, Yi Futian replied. He was not belittling Shimin Hanjiang, but simply telling the truth. Many people were surprised. If Shimin Hanjiang was first on the law rank, they would be inferior to the alchemy city's Digang. However, now that Yi Futian had reached the top, there were probably no noble plane cultivators in the barren state that could defeat him. Moreover, this was at the current moment. If he broke through to a grade 2 or even grade 1 noble, there would be no question. He would be invincible among the noble plane in the barren state. The crowd started to leave gradually. Today's storm had arisen because of Yi Futian's arrogant words, but he had proven that he had the right to say those words. Some of those who were on good terms with Yi Futian did not leave, but continued standing by his side. Suke smiled and said, "Should we celebrate?" Yi Futian glared at him and laughed, saying, "I was originally the first on the law rank. What is there to celebrate? Moreover, I'm not really interested in being first." "You're now first, so whatever you say is correct," Suke said with a fake smile. Yi Futian's words made him really want to beat him up, saying he was not interested after getting first. Of course, this feeling is actually quite refreshing. Yi Futian rubbed his brow, then smiled brightly. At least, the people who doubted him in the Holy Ji Palace would shut up. Nobody would gossip about him when he and Jieyu walked on the road. There would only be envy. As he thought about it, he felt delighted. It seemed that he was also a Philistin. "I really want to hit someone," Zue Chincho said. "Then do it." Suke smiled and looked at him. "But what do I do if I can't defeat him?" Zue Chincho lamented. "Then just drink," came the reply. Hua Jieyu held Yi Futian's hand, and both smiled at each other. Yi Futian had used 3 years to finally prove himself, reaching first on the law rank in a dominant fashion. From now on, the entire barren state would know his name and nobody would ever question his potential again. She felt happy for him too. Not long after, in the law battle area, many people gathered before the law rank, wanting to see the newly updated law rank. As expected, an elder from the palace came to renew the law rank soon. Yi Futian's first place ranking was impossible to challenge. Following that, they saw the name on the second of the law rank. Although many people had their guesses, they were still astonished when they saw the law rank renewed. Yu Shang was second on the law rank behind Yi Futian. Shimin Hanjiang had fallen from the first on the law rank to the third. Many people took a deep breath. These two prodigies had entered the palace only 3 years ago and were now ranked first and second on the law rank. This was like a miracle. Their generation had created two heroes who stood side by side. Due to Yushang flying through the ranks, many people even failed to realize that Lin Yuqing's position on the law rank had fallen yet again. Chapter 652. In the blink of an eye, a couple of months had passed. After Futian and Shimin Hanjiang's battle, the palace had regained its usual composure. The law rank been updated, and nobody questioned the first and second placing. In the blink of an eye, a couple of months had passed. After Futian and Shimin Hanjiang's battle, the palace had regained its usual composure. The law rank been updated, and nobody questioned the first and second placing. Gradually, everyone started to treat it normally. Futian had become the symbol of the disciples of his generation, admired by many. The majority of those in the same batch as Futian all respected him. They had all seen how Futian had secured his position at the top of the Holy Ji Palace with just a few battles. On top of that, the disciples who had just entered the palace also admired him after hearing Futian's stories. This senior of theirs was like a legendary figure writing his own story, charting his own growth. The name mentioned the most in the palace was Futian's name. However, Futian did not care that much. He continued to cultivate in silence, and everyone understood that Futian's top priority was his cultivation. He had reached the top of the law rank too quickly, obtaining first on the law rank when he was a grade 3 noble, so he still needed a fair amount of cultivation before he could enter the Sage Hall. Apart from his cultivation, there were often disciples from the same batch who visited Futian to consult him on cultivation matters. If he had the time, Futian would give them some pointers. This caused the bolder new disciples to also go to him for pointers, causing Futian to be unable to relax in his free time. Many new disciples who had been taught by Futian felt that they had learned a lot, causing them to admire Futian's strength even more. This caused Futian's reputation in the palace to reach another high, far surpassing the previous first on the law rank, Shimin Hanjiang. At that moment, in the Battle Sage Palace at Futian's cultivation area, there were two beautiful young ladies bidding goodbye to Futian, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yi. If the chance arises, we will come and learn from Brother Yi again." "Sure." Futian smiled and nodded. "Brother, if we come and drop by next time, you can't complain that we are talkative." The other lady also smiled brilliantly and said. Futian nodded again. The two of them then smiled and left. When they left the Battle Sage Palace, one of the girls smiled and said, "Brother Yi not only has exceptional potential, but he is handsome and also so approachable." "Yup, indeed. He's not like the rumors at all." It's hard to imagine that Brother Yi would say such arrogant words at the Battle Sage Palace. The other girl recalled the rumors circulating around the palace about Futian and replied. Back then, Futian had ignored all the people who doubted him in the palace and never looked them in the eye. When he's arrogant, he's unparalleled, but usually he's amiable and refined. The girl beside her had a look of infatuation and said, "Little Yin, I feel like I'm in love." The girl beside gave her a look of disgust and said scornfully, "You're the daughter from an elite clan. How can you be this starry-eyed? What kind of person are you? Brother Yi is mine. Why don't you die?" Their gleeful banter continued as they moved further and further, but in reality, they both knew that Futian and Hua Jieyu were a perfect match. Moreover, beside Brother Yi, there were other alluring beauties like Phoenix, Yun Shuishang, and a few others. On the other end, Futian let out a sigh. He was a little troubled. Because he had the habit of giving the palace's disciples pointers, there were a few disciples in the same batch as him that looked for him for help. However, after the news spread, more and more people started to visit him for guidance. He was the most well-known person in the palace, after all. "What are you sighing about?" Beside him, Yishaoshi asked. Futian looked at Yishaoshi and said, "Being handsome is also troublesome. It's a feeling that seventh brother will never understand." The fatty's face turned black and he glared at Futian and said, "I'm breaking off our relations." Futian shrugged his shoulders. Trying to scare him? "The next time Jieyu comes, I need to have a good chat with her. Little brother seems to be teaching more and more little sisters." Yishaoshi stared at Futian. "Ah?" Futian looked speechlessly at Yishaoshi and retorted, Fatty, have a conscience. Did I say anything wrong? There are a few little sisters that have come quite often. Am I right? The fatty grinned and looked at Futian. Brother, we're all brothers. There's always room for discussion. Which little sister do you like? I'll introduce you. Futian smiled and said, hugging Xiaoshi by the shoulder in an intimate manner. Xiaoshi's eyeballs rolled in their sockets and he replied, you can introduce them to me one by one. It's good to have more interaction. Futian looked at Xiaoshi in dismay. This was the fatty's true self. How shameless. I didn't expect that brother was this kind of person, he said grudgingly. I learned it from someone. Xiaoshi looked disdainfully at Futian. This bastard, showing off in front of him all the time. If it wasn't because he couldn't defeat him, he would have beat him up a long time ago. It looks like I need to reconsider our relationship, Futian sighed and said. Xiaoshi gave him a look of contempt. Futian. At that moment, a voice sounded out. Futian and Xiaoshi turned around and saw Hua Jieyu running towards them. Xiaoshi had an interesting look on his face. Speak of the devil. However, he soon realized that Hua Jieyu's expression was off, and his expression changed to one of concern. What happened? Futian naturally realized that Hua Jieyu's expression was off and asked, there's trouble. Hua Jieyu walked over to Futian with a glum expression. Futian's heart sank. Jieyu had never behaved like this before. For her to be this worried, there was evidently huge trouble. Could it be the Eastern Barren Territory? Second sister is in trouble, Hua Jieyu replied. Second sister. Futian and Xiaoshi were both stunned for a second. Jieyu, what happened? Futian saw that Jieyu was extremely worried and flustered. I heard news from the Sage Palace. A few days ago, the Sage Palace's elders and the White Cloud City's experts went to the Zhuge family for Bai Luli to propose marriage to the Zhuge family. Both parties had a happy discussion, and it is very likely that the marriage will go through. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing are both planning to head to the Zhuge family. The news was spread by them, perhaps intentionally, Hua Jieyu said. Although she had never officially joined the cottage, she was often at the cottage and was later brought to the Zhuge family by Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue treated her like a younger sister and gave the best to her. That was why, to her, Zhuge Mingyue was not only Futian's sister, but she was also her own sister. She also knew that the cottage had a tacit couple, Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu. She had been by Zhuge Mingyue's side for quite some time, so she naturally knew some of Zhuge Mingyue's secrets. Now, such a piece of news had spread, she wondered how Zhuge Mingyue was feeling. Have they not given up on what happened back then? Futian's expression immediately became extremely grim, his tone full of displeasure. It was rumored that second sister had run away and was taken in by their master to the cottage to escape her marriage. That would mean that when second sister was younger, the Zhuge family had already suggested marriage to the White Cloud City, but it was terminated due to her leaving home. Now, the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli was a legendary figure who was 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, while sister had similarly entered the Sage Plane. Their marriage should be theirs to decide. So why were the elders bringing up and interfering in such an old matter? Why is the palace interfering in this matter? Futian was furious and puzzled. The Holy Ji Palace was a holy land for cultivation and disregarded happenings in the outside world. Otherwise, the palace had disciples from all major clans. If a clan broke into a war, how would the palace handle it? Why would the palace interfere with Bai Luli and his sister's matters? He did not understand. I don't know. Hua Jieyu shook her head, equally puzzled as to why the palace would take a stance. Even if Bai Luli was an elite genius and acknowledged as the successor of the Holy Ji Palace, the palace should not have to go to the extent of interfering with Bai Luli's path companion. It's too quick, Futian suddenly said. Hua Jieyu and Xiaoshi looked at him with confused expressions. At the start of the year, during the admission examination, sister watched the battles while chatting with me. At that time, I could already feel that she had matters troubling her. I tried to hint to her that I would grow stronger quickly, but it still happened too quickly, Futian said. Now, he had already proven himself as the first on the law rank, invincible in the noble plane, and had obtained the right to enter the Sage Hall. However, he had evidently not surpassed Bai Luli's position in the palace. If he was given just one more year, he could definitely do it. However, everything had progressed too quickly. Perhaps sister had already predicted it at the start of the year, which was why she was troubled. There has been no news of third brother. I wonder where he has gone. Ishaoshire was also worried. In the cottage, big brother, second sister, and third brother were like their elders and the cottage's faith. Now that something like this had happened, how could they not worry? Back then, third brother challenged by Luli and failed. He's definitely trying to improve his cultivation. However, Bai Luli is cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, so third brother would have to take unconventional means to surpass him. He must have gone to an extremely dangerous place, Hua Jieyu guessed. Yi Futian nodded. Bai Luli was renowned in the barren state. His reputation would definitely be deserved. Even Di Gang and Shimin Hanjiang, elite geniuses in the barren state, had Bai Luli as their target. Prepare to head to the Zhuge family, Yi Futian said, leaving the area. Where are you going? Ishaoshire asked. I'm going to find Master and ask him why the palace has interfered in this matter, Yi Futian replied, walking in the direction of the Battle Sage Palace's Battle Sage Hall. Futian. Outside the ancient hall, Yi Futian met Sage Jingang and his brother Do Kuan. Uncle Master, brother. Yi Futian called out to them, I have a favor to ask of Master. Regarding your sister? Sage Jingang asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stunned. He did not expect that Sage Jingang would guess it. Yes, Yi Futian nodded and replied. Futian, don't interfere in this matter, Sage Jingang said. Yi Futian's expression froze. Evidently, his uncle master also knew what was happening. Chapter 653. Yi Futian looked at Sage Jingang and asked, Uncle Master, why is the palace taking part in Thid? Yi Futian looked at Sage Jingang and asked, Uncle Master, why is the palace taking part in Thid? Sage Jingang knew a little about Zhuge Mingyue. After all, the entire Holy Ji Palace knew about the handsome scholar from the Eastern Barren Territory who had challenged Bai Luli and knew that the scholar had come for Zhuge Mingyue. Yi Futian was Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglio's little brother. Although he could also be considered Bai Luli's little brother, his stance was with Zhuge Mingyue. It has already been many years. The barren state needs a saint. Sage Jingang explained, all this is to support Bai Luli. You should know that Bai Luli is the successor of the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Wanxiang has also estimated his potential to be a saint. Moreover, this is only because this is the limit to which Sage Wanxiang can estimate. That's why the Holy Ji Palace has placed its hopes on him. What does that have to do with my sister? Yi Futian's expression was grim. Uncle Master, even if the Zhuge family has something that can help with cultivation, the palace's disciples should be upright. If they want it, they should use legitimate methods to get it. How can they use marriage as a tool? What is my sister? A sacrifice? The Holy Ji Palace is a holy land for cultivation in the barren state. How can they step in? Moreover, since Bai Luli already has the potential to become a saint, why do they need to do this? Sage Jingang stared at Yi Futian. It seemed like this fellow really cared. Futian, on the Saint Road, it is not as easy as you expect. The Holy Ji Palace has had countless geniuses, and the Barren Sky ranking has had many experts, but the entire generation has not produced a single saint. Sage Jingang's voice was still calm as he advised him, moreover, the divine path is more dangerous than you can imagine. Even if you have the potential of a saint, it is still the same. You have come from the Eastern Barren Territory and are good friends with Long Linger. Have you ever heard about her uncle? Long Yitian. It was rumored that he had died outside when he was young. Yi Futian nodded and replied. Long Yitian was a talent of 100 years in the Barren State's Eastern Territory and one of the top-ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. Moreover, with his age, his achievements would be even greater in the future. However, he died on the divine path. Sage Jingang continued, not only him, but every generation of geniuses in the barren state also has had its fair share of people dying on the divine path. I still can't accept it. Yi Futian replied, no matter how hard the divine path is, it can be cleared with one's own strength. Futian. At that moment, a figure walked out from the palace. It was Sage Dozhan. Master, Yi Futian shouted. You're right. The palace is indeed in the wrong. Sage Dozhan said, The divine path is difficult. If one attempts to conquer the divine path, they should have the heart to do so. If that is so, why are they still doing this? Yi Futian did not understand. The palace has a secret that has never been announced. Now, I shall tell it to you. In the 3 years that you have been in the palace, have you ever heard about the palace lord? Sage Dojan asked him. There have been claims that the palace lord is cultivating in seclusion, Yi Futian replied. Wrong. Sage Dojan shook his head and continued. The palace lord is severely injured and his life is at risk, but very little people know about this matter. Now, you are the first on the law rank and will enter the Sage Hall in the future, so I will tell you this. The palace owner is the first on the Barren Sky ranking, but he similarly met with obstacles on the divine path and nearly died. Now, the palace is actually run by the assistant palace lord, Lu Chan. Yi Futian's expression hardened. The Holy Ji Palace's palace lord, the first on the Barren Sky ranking, was actually severely injured with his life at risk. This matter was extremely shocking. Just like your uncle master said, countless influential figures in the Barren state have met with difficulties on the divine path. The other people in the palace, including me, might end up walking the palace lord's path, but the palace needs hope. This hope is by Luli. That is why, even though we may know that we are wrong, the palace continues to do so. Sage Dojan continued, not only does the palace know this, but the White Cloud City knows it. The Zhuge family leader knows it as well. The land is huge, and there is far more than just the Barren state. You may not have come into contact with it yet, but now, if the Barren state does not produce a saint, it may be impossible to maintain the situation as it is. Sage Dojan's voice was serious and sounded exceptionally dignified. The Wanxiang Palace had once predicted his life. He would meet a calamity, but he did not think of it. When his cultivation reached his current level, his state of mind had already reached a level where he had insight into all the world's happenings. Now, he only had 3 obsessions. One was to break through to the saint level, however, there was little hope for this. The second was for the Barren state to have a saint in the current generation and not be restricted by others. Third was an obsession that he did not have previously. Now, he hoped that his disciples, Yi Futian and Yushang, could one day reach that level as well. The Barren state has its threats as well? Yi Futian heard Sage Dojan's words and thought. He looked towards his master and said, if Bai Luli is unable to do it, I will. Sage Dojan and Sage Jingang stared at Yi Futian. His brilliant star-like eyes were filled with determination and confidence. This law rank first that had once looked down on the entire palace's geniuses had already demonstrated his unparalleled potential. Sage Dojan also had the hope that he would compete with Bai Luli in the future to see who was more outstanding. You were born 10 years too late, Sage Dojan replied. If you were in the same generation as Bai Luli, we would be able to see who is more exceptional. Of course, if you were in Bai Luli's position, the palace would do our best to support you to join the Zhuge family. Since you have the will of the Kuanpeng, you would do well to cultivate now. When the time is right, enter the Sage Hall to cultivate and step into the Sage Plane. Then, you will be able to have a say in the palace. Even though Yi Futian had exceptional potential and was the first among the palace's noble plane disciples, when considering the entire Holy Ji Palace, he was still unable to influence its decisions. For noble plane cultivators, their only goal was to cultivate. I want to go to the Zhuge family, Yi Futian looked at Sage Dojan and said. If he was in the palace's shoes, perhaps he could understand their decision, but in his own shoes, he could not. This involved second sister and third brother. His second sister would definitely want to be with his third brother. This was his obsession. When he was 18, the white-robed scholar had personally descended upon the Kangi kingdom and invited and brought him to the Eastern Barren Territory's cottage. From then, their fates were already intertwined. Sage Dojan heard Yi Futian's words and stared at him. He could feel the determination in Yi Futian's expression. He then said, since your obsession is that strong, go. Thank you, master. Yi Futian bowed slightly and took his leave. Watching the leaving figure, Sage Dojan sighed and said, it's good to be young. Sage Jingang had a bitter smile as he shook his head, saying, brother, if you let him go like this, isn't it going to create trouble? Cultivation is about training the mind. If I make him stay and not allow him to leave, it will cause a rift in his state of mind. Since he wants to try it, let's just let him, Sage Dojan replied. When they were young and wild, there were some things they needed to do. Whether he could make it or not would just be part of Yi Futian's experience. Yi Futian was the first on the law rank. Lu Chan had invited all 6 palaces to discuss this and permit Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall. This was why he was not worried that Yi Futian would be injured. In the Holy Ji Palace, any disciple that had the right to enter the Sage Hall represented the future of the barren state. With regards to this point, the Sage Palace naturally understood. When Yi Futian returned to his residence, Hua Jieyu and Yi Shaoshi were there waiting for him. Seeing Yi Futian return, Yi Shaoshi asked him, "How was it?" "Let's go to the Zhuge family. We'll talk along the way," Yi Futian replied, and took out his flying boat ritual implement. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yi Shaoshi, and Yu Sheng stepped onto the flying boat and flew through the air. He did not bring anyone else. This was his second sister's matter and had nothing to do with the others. In the northern region of the barren state that was bordering the central region, there was a city with an illustrious history, Xuanwu City. The Zhuge family was located in Xuanwu City. Although Xuanwu City had many clans, the Zhuge family was the #1 clan in Xuanwu City and had stood tall for thousands of years. It had absolute authority in the ancient Xuanwu City. The Zhuge family was located on the Crouching Dragon Mountain. The entire Crouching Dragon Mountain had only one family. The surface of the mountain was littered with cloud stairwells and ancient halls, just like a palace that went up, level by level. If one stood in the middle of the city and raised their head, they could feel a solemn aura from it. At the moment, the Zhuge family was extremely crowded with guests. A short time ago, the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City experts had all come over to the Zhuge family, causing a commotion in Xuanwu City. All the clans and sects had come over to visit, creating a spectacular event. The White Cloud City and Zhuge family's joint marriage was definitely an event that made the barren state shake. The joint marriage should have been set many years ago, but because of Zhuge Mingyue's willfulness, she left the house in objection. However, much time had passed, and the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli was already a genius whose name resounded across the entire barren state. Zhuge Mingyue was also beautiful and had exceptional potential, so everyone supported this marriage and felt that it was a match made in heaven. However, many of the barren state clan's daughters would be sad after this. At that moment, outside the Zhuge family, there was a flying boat that flew in like a ray of light, heading towards the core of the Zhuge family on the Crouching Dragon Mountain. Who is it? The Crouching Dragon Mountain had droves of experts. A guard raised his head, looked in the air, and saw a flying boat landing. When the guard saw one of the beautiful figures walking down from the flying boat, he bowed slightly and said, "Miss Jieyu is back. I'll inform the young lady." Hua Jieyu had spent a few years in the Zhuge family, so she could naturally enter whenever she liked. "No need. I'll go myself," Hua Jieyu said calmly. The guard nodded and naturally did not stop her. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian's group walked in, walking deeper inside. The guard looked at the figures behind him and asked, "Yi Shaoshi is the young lady's 7th brother. Who are the other 2? The person beside him glared at him and said nonchalantly, walking beside Miss Jieyu, "Who else do you think it could be?" A flash appeared in the first person's eyes. A name appeared in his brain. One of the most influential figures in the Holy Ji Palace presently, the #1 noble in the palace, Yi Futian. Chapter 654. In the vast wilderness of the westernmost region of the barren state, there were still some small towns with small populations. At the moment, there were a group of youths walking on the road in one of these towns. The wind blew above them, prompting many to look up at the sky. A silhouette was seen flashing by at a frightening speed, moving like a bolt of lightning. In the vast wilderness of the westernmost region of the barren state, there were still some small towns with small populations. At the moment, there were a group of youths walking on the road in one of these towns. The wind blew above them, prompting many to look up at the sky. A silhouette was seen flashing by at a frightening speed, moving like a bolt of lightning. "What is that?" One of those young people stopped and asked, as they felt a terrifying gust of wind blew by. "Seems like a person. That was some uncommon speed. What plane is required for one to be capable of doing that? Anyone saw who that was?" I saw nothing but a blurred shadow. Seems like some handsome scholar dressed in white. The group chattered away in curiosity. A group of people descended right outside the town in the same amount of time for an incense to finish burning. They stood right above the arch outside the town, dressed in luxurious clothing. All of them had incredibly sharp eyes. It was as if they were going to pierce whatever they were looking at far away. Everyone who passed felt a shudder. The aura emanating from those people was so terrifying that even just a small glance was capable of making people tremble in their core. There were few mighty ones to be found in such remote places, and anyone of noble plane was seen as the most fearsome there was. The weakest among the group outside the town was far stronger than the strongest of the locals. "Where is this place?" An exceptional-looking young man standing in the middle of the group asked everyone around him. "We are now outside your state, within the borders of the barren state," a mighty one beside him said. "That fellow sure knows how to run." The young man's eyes sparkled with a tinge of murderous intent as he said coldly, "But anyone who dares take something from me, I'll make sure to get them even if I have to follow them to hell." There seems to have been no one who has become a saint in the barren state over the past few years, no? Indeed. The one beside him nodded. "Keep searching," the young man said coldly. The ones who followed him continued their search. They had chased their target all the way from Yu State into the barren state. The Zhuge family's estate on Crouching Dragon Mountain was vast and extremely grand. Many saw Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the rest of the party along the way. They naturally all knew Hua Jieyu. However, despite having spent years in the Zhuge family, Hua Jieyu was not all that familiar with the members of the family. She spent almost all of her time with Zhuge Mingyue when she was not training, keeping interactions with the rest of the family to a minimum. Many young, talented ones from the Zhuge family wanted to win her heart, but Zhuge Mingyue stopped all of their advances without mercy, giving them no chance at all. The news of Hua Jieyu's return spread quickly among the members of the family. Many came to know that Hua Jieyu was about to return, along with the one who ranked first on law rank, Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu took Yi Futian and the rest of the party to the Moon Tower, where Zhuge Mingyue lived, but they were not able to see her. They knew from the servant girl that she went to meet the head of the family. So, they headed right for the palace where the head of the Zhuge family lived. Yi Futian was able to feel the deep-seated power of a millennium-old clan along the way. The place looked like a small city in itself, and there were so many mighty ones among the members of the clan that they were seen everywhere. However, Yi Futian was not in the mood to explore such thoughts. They moved upward and came right outside the palace where Zhuge Qingfeng lived. They were servant girls standing guard outside. Hua Jieyu went up and asked, "Is Ms. Mingyue in the Wind residence? Please wait here. I will inform them of your arrival." The servant bowed as she said. The Wind residence was the palace where Zhuge Qingfeng lived, and as such, it was not a place where people were allowed to come and go as they pleased. Only the sons and daughters of the lord of the place were allowed direct entry. Understood. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu waited there. The servant girl returned moments later and informed Hua Jieyu with a smile. "Ms. Mingyue would like you to wait for her in the Moon Tower. She will attend to you shortly." Hua Jieyu's expression turned rather peculiar. Her second sister definitely knew why she had come all the way from the Holy Ji Palace. If things were how they used to be, Zhuge Mingyue would come to greet her personally. However, Zhuge Mingyue was apparently occupied with some matters in the Wind residence. Yi Futian, without a doubt, was able to sense something was amiss and frowned in response. "Let's wait for her at her place then," Hua Jieyu said gently to Yi Futian. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. There was nothing else to be done about it. He had come all the way to see his second sister, wanting to know what second sister thought. The group turned around and left, heading for Moon Tower. Everyone was discussing the wedding of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue along the way. Those voices were heard right from the very moment they arrived at the estate. It was as if the entire clan was talking about this and nothing else. The chatter was not limited to the estate, as even all of Xuanwu City was seen discussing the matter in a frenzied manner. The news had spread all across the barren state. A group of people was seen walking towards them from the opposite direction. The group was chatting among themselves but halted their steps as soon as they saw Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the rest of the party. Things went silent abruptly as the other group laid eyes on Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian scanned the group before him. He hardly knew anyone among them, But there were several familiar faces: Bai Zhe of White Cloud City, Zhuge Xing, Zhuge Ping, and the rest from the Zhuge family. Everyone else he did not know was probably a member of either the Zhuge family or White Cloud City. "Jieyu, you are back," Zhuge Xing looked at Hua Jieyu and said as if he was welcoming her home. Everyone from the Zhuge family knew that Zhuge Xing had thoughts for Hua Jieyu before, and thus they did not feel anything peculiar about his attitude. They even wished that the two would end up together someday, and had never expected to have simply nurtured a divine spiritual sorcerer of heavenly grace and looks for Yi Futian instead. Many of the Zhuge family felt very displeased at that turn of events. Furthermore, when the Holy Ji Palace was doing their recruitment drive 3 years ago, several from the Zhuge family clashed with Yi Futian, with Zhuge Xing being one of them. All who fought Yi Futian suffered a crushing defeat. That, coupled with the matter with Hua Jieyu, made Yi Futian a thorn in the sides of many of the younger generation of the clan. After all, many of them yearned for someone like Hua Jieyu at one point or another. Bai Zhe glared at the person before him. They had been the ones to leak the news from the Holy Ji Palace. It was rather unexpected for Yi Futian to become restless and come all the way to the Zhuge family's estate. Where they stood at the moment was not the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zhe was curious as to what Yi Futian could accomplish coming all the way there, with the wedding of his brother, Bai Luli, and Zhuge Mingyue underway. Hua Jieyu did not bother addressing Zhuge Xing. When Zhuge Xing made impertinent remarks back in the law battles, she already told Zhuge Xing to stay away from her. "Yi Futian, what are you doing here in the Zhuge family's estate?" Zhuge Ping, who was standing beside Zhuge Xing, asked. He was eliminated from the competition by the hands of Yi Futian back in the law battles, forfeiting his right to enter the Holy Ji Palace altogether. "And who would you be?" Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Ping and asked plainly. "You." Zhuge Ping's expression was cold. Is he really ignoring me? I seem to recall something now. There was one boisterous fellow back in the law battles with little to show despite having quite a big mouth. How are you doing now with your training? Yi Futian asked with a smirk. Zhuge Ping's face turned ashen, and he grunted. He had nothing to retort with. Yi Futian was, after all, the number one on law rank. Everyone from the Zhuge family glared at Yi Futian. The champion of the law rank was indeed as insolent as the rumors described. Even being inside the grounds of the Zhuge family, he had no qualms of insulting their members in front of everyone. "Please, what are you all doing?" Bai Zhe said with a bright smile. "My brother's wedding with the second daughter of the Zhuge family will be held soon. Since Yi Futian is the little brother of the second sister, he has, of course, here to congratulate her. There is no need to be so serious." "Idiot." Yi Futian glanced at Bai Zhe, giving him no face. Bai Zhe's smile was literally frozen in place as he went to stare at Yi Futian with cold eyes. "Not smiling now, are you?" Yi Futian smirked sarcastically. He had no time nor the mood to play along with Bai Zhe. His objective was a simple one. He was not about to let his second sister marry Bai Luli. "Your brother Bai Luli is no match for my second sister." "I object to the wedding," Yi Futian said coldly. Many looked startled at Yi Futian's words. Bai Luli was the top genius in the Holy Ji Palace and a figure ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. Even though Yi Futian became the number one on the law rank and permitted entry to the Sage Hall, he was just another top-notch genius after Bai Luli. He seemed to have no right to say what he just said. Yi Futian was free to dispute Bai Zhe, but there was simply no woman who deemed Bai Luli to be beneath them. Even the members of the Zhuge family acknowledged that much. As such, everyone looked forward to the wedding. Bai Zhe looked at Yi Futian coldly. My brother having no right to marry her? If it were not for certain reasons, he might have even thought that it was Zhuge Mingyue who was a poor choice for his brother. The wedding doesn't seem like one you can object to, Zhuge Xing said coldly. Furthermore, Bai Luli is ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. He would be a perfect couple with Mingyue. Everyone in the Zhuge family and the Xuanwu looks forward to it. Indeed, the second daughter of the Zhuge family is exceptional in both looks and training. But Bai Luli is your senior studying under the Holy Ji Palace and a mighty one like no other. How can you be insolent? Some members of the Zhuge family said smugly. Yi Futian had taken Hua Jieyu away from them, and they were not going to tolerate him getting in the way of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's wedding. Just because his older brother wants to get his hands on yet another proud daughter from the Zhuge family? That is just hilarious. You are probably be the only one in all of the barren state talking like this. My brother, not fit to marry Ms. Mingyue, Baizé said sarcastically. That is a given, Yi Futian replied with utmost seriousness. Regardless of how excellent and exceptional Bai Luli was, and even if he came to rank first on the Barren Sky ranking, there was still only one person who deserved his second sister, and that was his third brother. No one else was fit to marry her. There were no other reasons for it. The only reason that mattered was that his second sister had his third brother. You're funny indeed, Baizé said sarcastically. I'm not being funny, Yi Futian glared at Baizé, but it's not like I expect a self-righteous guy like you to ever understand something like that. Well, I'm probably wasting too much time talking to an idiot here. Let's go. Yi Futian began walking away. Baizé was practically in a rage with his fists clenched tight. Yi Futian never ceased humiliating him. It was as if he was nothing in the eyes of Yi Futian. The group saw Yi Futian's party leave. The eyes of Baizé and Zhuge Xing were extremely cold. However, given Yi Futian's current status, they knew that they were no match for him. Chapter 655. The surroundings of the Moon Tower were incredibly beautiful. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu waited there, and there were servants attending to them. However, Yi Futian was rather irritated at the moment. He had never been so irritated even about the matter between his fourth brother and Yu Shi from before. He thought that perhaps his second sister and third probably mattered more to him. Even when he first stepped foot into the cottage, his seniors told him that second sister belonged with third brother. It was something that had been etched into his mind ever since. The surroundings of the Moon Tower were incredibly beautiful. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu waited there, and there were servants attending to them. However, Yi Futian was rather irritated at the moment. He had never been so irritated even about the matter between his fourth brother and Yu Shi from before. He thought that perhaps his second sister and third probably mattered more to him. Even when he first stepped foot into the cottage, his seniors told him that second sister belonged with third brother. It was something that had been etched into his mind ever since. Ms. Mingyue has returned. A voice was heard from outside Moon Tower. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu turned their eyes outside, seeing two beautiful silhouettes walking in. Zhuge Mingyue was poised as she had always been. Her beaming smile calmed the hearts of anyone who looked at her, giving no hint that something was amiss. Beitang Xinger, who was following right behind her, however, looked incredibly distressed and was in a bad mood. You're here, Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile. She hardly seemed surprised to see Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Second sister. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Shaoshi went up to her. What? Zhuge Mingyue halted her steps as soon as she saw their reactions, glancing at them before saying, I've only been away for several months. Do you all miss me that much? Second sister, you know why we're here, don't you? Yi Futian felt rather speechless at her nonchalant manner. Zhuge Mingyue walked forward. Yi Futian and the rest of the party made way for her. Zhuge Mingyue sat on a chair and said with a smile, So you know? Yeah. Yi Futian and his party nodded. What do you think? Zhuge Minji smiled at Yi Futian and said, I agreed to it. Her tone was calm like a breeze, displaying exceptional tranquility. In contrast, Yi Futian and the rest shouted in response, and their faces changed. Beitang Xinger lowered her head somewhat. She had just been with her second sister at the head of the family's palace, and it was a given that she knew what happened. Second sister, while the Holy Ji Palace is preparing for the wedding, the status of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State and their relations with the Zhuge family means that if the Zhuge family were to object, there is little the Holy Ji Palace can do about it. Is the family putting pressure on you? Yi Futian added. But if you insist on the matter, what can the Zhuge family do about it? His second sister left the family at a young age due to the matter back then. It was unthinkable that she was not doing the same now. Yi Futian knew well what his second sister was like. But why should I? Zhuge Mingyue kept smiling. Bai Luli ranked 10th on the law rank, someone deemed the most extraordinary person to have appeared in this generation in all of the Barren State, and is also one who possesses the potential for sainthood. Why should I object to marrying someone like that? But, third brother. Yi Futian felt puzzled. He isn't fretting about this. Why should you? Zhuge Mingyue chuckled and said, How can he not fret about this? If he indeed was upset about this, how come he never showed up in the past 5, 6 years? Where is he now? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Yi Futian was utterly stunned. Second sister, that? Second sister, third brother must have been held back by something, Hua Jieyu said as she took a seat beside Zhuge Mingyue, holding her arm as she did. Definitely. Yi Futian nodded. Third brother fought by Luli back then for you, but he lost. Third brother must have been traveling to hone his skills. He knew it wasn't easy to beat Bai Luli. He might have been caught up in something, or was just someplace far away. Did I say anything about wanting him to beat Bai Luli? Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. Seeing Zhuge Mingyue's bright, beautiful eyes, he came to realize that perhaps his third brother had been wrong. He never showed up for the past 5 or 6 years. He vanished right after that one battle. He knew nothing. Zhuge Mingyue continued, I have said yes to father. The Zhuge family will be making the announcement about my engagement soon, and I'd like to see if he will bother showing up. Yi Futian looked at his second sister, then turned to look at Hua Jieyu. He came to realize something with a shudder. He came to realize that he might have been wrong all this time. She knew well what his second sister was like. She had a unique personality and knew what she loved and hated. She had shown her extreme stubbornness by running away from home all those years back. She liked his third brother, and there was no way she would have cared if his third brother ended up defeating Bai Luli. She would not have cared at all, so long as third brother bothered showing up at the Zhuge family. However, his third brother was also prideful and stubborn, as well as an extremist who needed to see reason in everything he did. Third brother wanted to protect second sister, and it was a given that he did not want her to suffer any indignation. As such, he challenged Bai Luli. He wanted to defeat Bai Luli not because he wanted to prove his strength, but to show the Zhuge family and the world that he was capable of protecting second sister. He did not want second sister to carry the family's burden. As such, third brother went away for years without bothering to show up even once. Two individuals with distinct personalities and a strong sense of self came to like each other. But Yi Futian wanted to say something, but he was not able to find the words. But what? Zhuge Mingyue smiled and added, that idiot knows nothing. And since he knows nothing, I'll show him the way. I've agreed to it with the clan. I will be wed to Bai Luli in a month, and a banquet will be held for guests from all over Barren State. Second sister, what if third brother really got held back by something? Yi Futian asked in frustration. Something that took him 5 or 6 years. Was he really thinking of never showing up if he couldn't beat Bai Luli? Zhuge Mingyue said. She had waited for 5 to 6 years. She was not asking much of him. She only needed him to show up. However, that idiot never understood things so simple. Yi Futian was rendered completely speechless. 5 or 6 years was indeed too long of a time to wait. Just where the hell was third brother now? Second sister. Just what if third brother never shows up in the end? Yi Futian felt his voice trembling as he asked. If third brother does not show up, is second sister really going to get engaged to Bai Luli? If things turn out like that, your second sister will have to be generous and sacrifice herself for a bit to have a saint appear in the barren state then. Yi Futian frowned at Zhuge Mingyue's words and felt rather irked. It was not his second sister herself that had him feeling irked, but that one line she had just uttered. Sacrificing herself to have a saint appear in the barren state. The Holy Ji Palace, the Zhuge family, White Cloud City, and many others in the barren state have had high hopes for something like that happening. While his second sister looked nonchalant about it all, having both the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City showing up at the family's door to propose, and with reasons from her own family, it was obvious that his second sister was under tremendous pressure. Having a saint appear in barren state or not, what does it have to do with my second sister? Yi Futian thought. I'm still not going to agree to this, Yi Futian said as he looked at his second sister. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at him, thinking that his little brother had indeed grown up. She stood up and looked at Yi Futian, before rubbing and patting his head for a bit, saying with a smile, It seems like our little brother is getting more and more assertive. But just leave the matter between your second sister here and that idiot to us, okay? But second sister. Hua Jieyu walked up too. Zhuge Mingyue held her hand and put it on Yi Futian's before saying gently, Sometimes, I really admire both of you. At the very least, Our little brother is not some slowpoke like some idiot out there. He might be thick-skinned, but he sure is amusing. Yi Futian held Hua Jieyu's hand and said to his second sister, "Well then, I guess I'll just stay here." "Very well, you can stay here for as long as you like. I haven't talked to you guys for quite a while after all. One gets rather nostalgic when one gets old, and I'm really starting to miss the cottage," Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said. "Our second sister here still looks like a fairy. What is this getting old you were talking about?" Yi Futian asked, looking at Zhuge Mingyue. He was exaggerating. Zhuge Mingyue's looks and bearing had always been exceptional. Furthermore, cultivators possessed very long lifespans, especially those who made it to the sage plane. As such, there was hardly any hint of age on Zhuge Mingyue, and she actually looked more stunning now than she had back in the cottage. "If only that idiot was as good with words as you are, little brother," Zhuge Mingyue said with a bright smile. She turning around and said, "Xinger, have someone down there prepare some drinks and food. We haven't sat down and chatted for a very long time." "Will do." Beitang Xinger nodded. "Well, too bad fifth brother isn't here." Zhuge Mingyue thought of Luo Fan, and she missed the dishes her fifth brother whipped up, despite him being rather insufferable all the time. The moon tower exuded a tranquil beauty under the moonlit night sky. They sat around and ate away. However, every single one of them seemed to be troubled by something. While they were indeed chatting with each other, they kept getting spaced out every so often. "Second sister, have some more?" Yi Futian put more food into Zhuge Mingyue's bowl. Zhuge Mingyue said in response, "Go look after Jieyu instead. I'm fine. I hear Futian talk about things back in the cottage all the time, and it's always something about third brother putting more food in your bowl while you never batted an eye at him. Come to think of it, that would be rather amusing," Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at the duo who seemed like they were finishing each other's sentences. She put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm done and will be going for a walk. You guys go on." She stood up and left. Hua Jieyu looked rather dejected seeing Zhuge Mingyue leave. She turned around and asked Yi Futian, "Did I say something wrong?" "I don't think so," Yi Futian said with a smile. "It seems like our second sister misses third brother. Just leave her alone for now." "Right." Hua Jieyu nodded. "Sister Xinger, just what the hell is going on?" Yi Futian asked Beitang Xinger. "Second sister here might not be saying anything, but she indeed misses third brother very much. But then again, you know what third brother is like. How long would it actually take if he insists on beating Bai Luli?" Beitang Xinger continued, "Bai Luli is a chosen one in the Holy Ji Palace. You know better than I do what his talents are like. Just like second sister said, is third brother really not going to show up until the day he defeats Bai Luli? Second sister is indeed under a lot of pressure with this matter. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City came, and everyone wanted Bai Luli to end up with second sister. Even all the forces in Xuanwu City thought so. It seems to the world, at least, that it would be perfect to have White Cloud City and the Zhuge family being allied through marriage. The Holy Ji Palace is behind this as well, trying to bring forth a saint with the two allied forces. Beitang Xinger then added, "But really, what does that have to do with second sister? Just why do they need to put all that pressure on her? What second sister is doing is not just trying to force third brother to show up, but she is also forcing herself by putting her fate on the line." Chapter 656. Yi Futian was rendered speechless hearing what Beitang Xinger just said. His second sister was indeed putting her own fate on the line. Yi Futian was rendered speechless hearing what Beitang Xinger just said. His second sister was indeed putting her own fate on the line. "Sister Xinger, if third brother really ends up not showing, is second sister really just going to get engaged to Bai Luli?" Yi Futian asked. "If third brother doesn't show, what reason would second sister have to refuse?" Beitang Xinger sighed. There was a 1,000-year-old tree in the Moon Tower's forests. Zhuge Mingyue sat on top of it, looking at the bright moon in the air with her beautiful eyes. "Back in the days when we were in the cottage," he once said, while standing on a tree, he would come to the Zhuge family. But where is now? The moon was high in the air. The sky got darker as the hours passed. There was no joy of reunion in the Moon Tower, only faint sorrow. Servant girls escorted Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu to their quarters after dinner. However, Hua Jieyu ended up coming to Yi Futian's room regardless. What's wrong? Yi Futian touched the hair on her forehead after seeing sadness in Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes. He then said, "Everything will be fine. I want to spend the night in your place," Hua Jieyu said gently. Huh? Yi Futian blinked his eyes in puzzlement. "If you're unwilling, I'll just leave." Hua Jieyu looked at him and said, "How would I do such a thing?" Yi Futian said as he took her hand. "No naughty attempts," Hua Jieyu added. "Well, I'm an honest person." Yi Futian then asked, "What are the naughty attempts you were talking about?" Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian and walked to the side of his bed. She then took off her outer garments and shoes before burying herself under the sheets. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Happiness could not have come in a more surprising manner. It seemed that Jieyu knew that he was in a rather bad mood and had come to console him. What a girlfriend indeed. Yi Futian burrowed himself between the sheets as fast as he could. Hua Jieyu had her back facing him, and he went to hold her from behind. He felt warmth welling up in his heart as he cuddled her soft body. Hua Jieyu turned around gently to bury herself between Yi Futian's arms. Yi Futian seemed to have felt what Hua Jieyu was feeling at the moment. He went to circle one of his arms around her neck, while the other remained circled around her body, holding her close. "Jieyu, what happened?" Yi Futian asked gently. "I'm feeling rather sad." Hua Jieyu's voice sounded rather dejected. Having experienced matters with fourth brother and second sister in such quick succession, she felt rather puzzled as to why she was feeling especially down that day. Second sister was like an older biological sister to her. She was able to relate to what second sister was going through, but she felt frustrated about it nonetheless. "It's okay. Everything will turn out fine." Yi Futian did not try to do anything dirty. He just continued to hold his girl close. "Will we get separated because of something happening in the future?" Hua Jieyu asked gently. "That's not going to happen. Do you still feel like running away from me?" Yi Futian consoled her. "But I have a bad feeling about things," Hua Jieyu said. "Don't think too much about it. You're just in a bad mood, that's all. Don't forget that prophecy from Minister Zhua. You are my empress." Yi Futian kissed Hua Jieyu's forehead. Hua Jieyu's dark eyes looked at Yi Futian and she said, "If you feel like doing anything, I'm all up for it." She blushed after saying the line, burying her head into Yi Futian's chest, feeling her cheeks red hot. "Idiot," Yi Futian said, caressing her hair. "I'm not going to do anything. I just want to hold my girl and keep her from having bad thoughts about things." "Sleep." "Yeah," Hua Jieyu answered gently. She fell asleep soon in Yi Futian's arms with a tranquil smile on her face. "This feels good." The news of Bai Luli from White Cloud City and Zhuge Mingyue from Zhuge family getting engaged in a month shook all of Xuanwu City the very next day, and the news continued to spread like wildfire throughout the barren state. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City had been staying in Xuanwu City for quite a while. Both sides were very eager to establish an alliance through marriage. However, due to some unknown obstacles or just rumors having such an effect on things, both sides had yet to truly reach an agreement. Everyone looked forward to it. The news meant that the two top forces in the barren state would be entering an alliance through marriage. The city lord of White Cloud City, ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, and Zhuge Qingfeng, head of the Zhuge family and ranked 6th on Barren Sky ranking, both studied in the Holy Ji Palace. Both figures had been exceptionally mighty ones back in the day, and both of them shared amicable relations. Both of them were also extremely renowned throughout all of the barren state. At the moment, both of them were going to get together again, and it was given that the news attracted the attention of the world as countless people were looking forward to the wedding. All three forces, the Holy Ji Palace, White Cloud City, the Zhuge family, were into this. The event could turn out to be the grandest engagement ever held throughout all of the barren state. Forces throughout Xuanwu City came to Crouching Dragon Mountain to congratulate the Zhuge family as the news spread. The family's estate was in an uproar right from the early hours of the morning. That itself foreshadowed that the Zhuge family would become the focus of the entire barren state for months to come. Yi Futian woke up early and exercised for a bit by doing some martial arts techniques, feeling invigorated, power coursing throughout his entire body. Hua Jieyu woke up as well, watching Yi Futian practice silently from behind. Her face was in a tranquil smile. She had thought at times, If only they were able to spend their days living a quiet life, that would be beautiful. Yi Futian finished his routine. He turned around, saw Hua Jieyu watching him silently, and said to her gently, "You're up?" "Yeah." Hua Jieyu nodded with a smile. "I'd love to see you still asleep tomorrow morning," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu blinked and glared at Yi Futian. "Don't think too much about it." Yi Futian's face pretty much collapsed at the comment. Happiness can't last long. What a bummer. Should have done more last night, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. No use regretting. Hua Jieyu smiled. Both of them had the matter with second sister lingering in their minds throughout the night, but they nonetheless felt at ease about the whole deal. There was simply no use fretting over the matter. You two sure seem to be having quite a time. Zhuge Mingyue smiled as she walked in their direction. Second sister, both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu yelled. Yi Futian then added, "We were just talking about the Zhuge family, and we realized we have yet to pay a proper visit to your father. When do you think it is most suitable for us to do so?" The pressure on second sister's shoulders came from the Holy Ji Palace, White Cloud City, and the Zhuge family. The truth was, however, that other than her own attitude about the whole thing, it was the attitude of the Zhuge family being of the utmost importance. As such, Yi Futian deemed it necessary to pay a visit to the legendary figure ranked on the Baron Sky ranking, Zhuge Qingfeng. Yi Futian needed to know what he thought about the whole thing. Yi Futian also hoped that his third brother would come to the estate within a month from now. If he ended up not showing, he needed to prepare for the worst to come. There are many who will be coming from Xuanwu City to pay their respects. The family will arrange a banquet to welcome the influx of guests. Many of them will go pay a visit to my father in the meantime, and you are welcome to join, Zhuge Mingyue said. Very well. Yi Futian nodded without saying much. It seemed like his second sister still resented her father somewhat. Given the relationship between Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue, she would have arranged for another time for the visit otherwise. Her father, Zhuge Qingfeng, was, after all, a senior in the Holy Ji Palace. Getting them properly introduced to each other would do Yi Futian no harm at least. Of course, there was also the possibility that his second sister did not want to get involved much. Zhuge Mingyue knew what Yi Futian was like, and she knew he would not just let go of the matter so easily. "Ms. Mingyue," a servant girl came said. Zhuge Mingyue turned to address her. "What is the matter?" Yu Shi, daughter of the city lord of Alchemy City, arrived with Shui Yi and Luo Fan, the servant girl reported. Both Shui Yi and Luo Fan visited the Zhuge family estate before, and many knew of them to be Zhuge Mingyue's juniors. "The seniors are here." Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Zhuge Mingyue said, "Send them in." Understood. The servant girl left. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, "You're getting really worked up about things here. Second sister, you saw it back in Alchemy City yourself. Before fourth brother went to offer his life spirit, he reminded me to keep tabs on the matter between you and third brother. You know what fourth and fifth brother thought about it, didn't you?" Yi Futian asked with a bitter smile. Zhuge Mingyue naturally knew what he meant. A group of people arrived shortly after. Other than Shui Yi and Luo Fan, Yu Shi, who was now Shui Ye's wife, arrived with a huge belly. As she was the daughter of the city lord, pregnant and out on a trip, it was a given to have mighty ones from Alchemy City serve as her escort. As such, the entourage was rather huge. Second sister, Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and the rest walked towards Zhuge Mingyue. They departed from Alchemy City as soon as possible after catching wind of what happened. Zhuge Mingyue ignored both of them outright. Her eyes were on Yu Shi as she dragged her aside and said, "Yu Shi, just what are you doing messing around with those two? Come, sit down." Second sister, you went to Alchemy City showing concern for us, didn't you? Shui Yi and I can't just sit around doing nothing. We got here as soon as we heard the news, Yu Shi said gently. Zhuge Mingyue glared at Shui Yi. It's bad enough that you mess around. Yu Shi is pregnant for goodness sake. Taking her somewhere so far while she is in such a state. Are you trying to ask for a beating? Shui Yi was rendered speechless. He was just about to ask about the matter with her, and totally did not expect to get berated himself. Second sister, we're concerned for you and so is our sister-in-law. She insisted on coming here with him, Luo Fan explained. Did I ask you to speak? Zhuge Mingyue looked at Luo Fan. Luofan shut up right there and then. Yi Futian looked at what transpired with a beaming smile. Good days, just like how it was back in the cottage. If Big Brother and Third Brother show up, we'll have a proper reunion. Big Brother is in the Eastern Baron territory now. He'd probably rush here if he knew what happened, Yi Futian said. Such was the students of the cottage. If anything happened to one of them, all the others would rush to that person's aid as soon as they found out. I'll deal with this myself. It's bad enough that you came messing around here. Nobody is going to inform Big Brother about anything, you hear? Zhuge Mingyue said with all seriousness. Things were different now. Yi Futian ranked first on the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace, and he was the champion of all in the noble plain. He was also the son of Starry School. Shui Yi was the son-in-law of the city lord of Alchemy City. If they had wanted to get someone to send word to the Eastern Baron territory, they could have done so easily. Furthermore, there were sages right beside Shui Yi as they spoke. Chapter 657. Everyone in Moon Tower chatted away. Shui Yi and the rest knew what their second sister was like, and they had no words to say about her. What they hoped for at the moment was that their third brother was not too far away, that he was still near enough to catch wind of the news and come to the Zhuge family estate. There was still hope so long as he showed up before the day of the engagement. Everyone in Moon Tower chatted away. Shui Yi and the rest knew what their second sister was like, and they had no words to say about her. What they hoped for at the moment was that their third brother was not too far away, that he was still near enough to catch wind of the news and come to the Zhuge family estate. There was still hope so long as he showed up before the day of the engagement. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, many mighty ones from Xuanwu City and young students paid their visits to the Zhuge family, and the estate bustled with noise and excitement. The Zhuge family threw a banquet to welcome guests from all over the place. Someone came to inform Zhuge Mingyue and the rest of the cottage group, and they got moving. At the place where the banquet was held, things were indeed bustling. Many young proud sons and daughters arrived, but there were still quite a number of seats not taken at the front. Zhuge Mingyue's arrival attracted attention from all present guests. Congratulations, Ms. Mingyue. Many rose and cupped their hands to pay their respects to Zhuge Mingyue, and she was seen with a faint smile throughout the whole process. That smile she wore was different from the one she wore before Yi Futian and the rest of the group. At the moment, it was one that made people feel distant. It was one put up solely for the sake of formalities. Are father and the rest not here yet? Zhuge Mingyue asked a servant girl beside her. The clan leader was discussing some important matters with some senior figures in the Wind residence. He should be here shortly. Right. Zhuge Mingyue nodded. Wait for me here. I'll go have a look. Will do. Yi Futian and the rest of the gang nodded. They found themselves seats while Zhuge Mingyue left the place. Many cast their gaze at Yi Futian's party. The other guests were able to tell that they were some exceptional people and some of great renown. Yi Futian ranked first on the law rank, while Yu Sheng ranked second. Hua Jieyu was a divine, spiritual sorcerer. Many discussed who would have ended up being the one to win her heart in the Zhuge family. Even Shui Yi and the rest were no ordinary folk. Many were able to guess their identities. They were the juniors of Zhuge Mingyue, Shui Yi, and Luofan, who caused quite an uproar in Alchemy City several months ago. There was also Yu Shi, daughter of the city lord of Alchemy City. They were quite surprised to find her pregnant so soon. Yu Chi's daughter and son-in-law. Those were people whose statuses were not far behind Zhuge Mingyue's. Other than that, there was also Bai Zhe, the second son of White Cloud City, at the banquet. Some students and disciples of clans and forces in Xuanwu City smiled and cupped their hands at Yi Futian and his party. The top two figures of the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace were definitely renowned figures in their own right. Furthermore, the weight of the current top two far surpassed Shimin Hanjiang. It was said that Yi Futian was still currently a grade 3 noble and had very amicable relations with Zhuge Mingyue. People like that were deemed worthy of being friends with. However, no one was seen deliberately trying to be overly close and friendly with them, for they knew that they were not on good terms with Bai Zhe. Worse still, both parties resented each other very much, and the same could be said for Zhuge Xing. It was thought that many of the younger generations of the Zhuge family did not like them. We finally get to see Ms. Mingyue in person, and she's definitely as exceptional as she is rumored to be. It was said that Ms. Mingyue possessed an incredibly high talent in cultivation. Being able to see Ms. Mingyue becoming a couple with Bai Luli is indeed something envious to many, someone from one of the clans in Xuanwu City said with a smile. Indeed, the ceremony to be held in a month will probably be the grandest event to be held in the barren state in recent years. We won't see another couple so perfectly matched for one another in years to come. I've heard that Bai Luli possesses the potential to become a saint. He, after all, got to be ranked 10th on the barren sky ranking at such a young age. The rumors are probably true, and we'll probably be seeing the hope of a saint emerging from the barren state in him. Well, if that is the case, wouldn't there be a saint emerging from White Cloud City, and a son-in-law who is a saint for the Zhuge family then? Someone joked. Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue became the talk of everyone present, and things looked incredibly lively. Regardless of birth, looks, or talents, Ms. Mingyue definitely has it all. Bai Luli seems like the only one for her in the entire barren state. The youths of the Zhuge family liked the marriage alliance very much. There was no one who was ignorant of Bai Luli's talents. He would soon become the Zhuge family's son-in-law, marking the alliance between White Cloud City and the Zhuge family. That, coupled with the Holy Ji Palace's relations with both forces, would have put them at the pinnacle of the barren state's social hierarchy. There was no one they could be dissatisfied with such a marriage alliance. Everyone looked forward to it. Indeed, many said in agreement. Indeed, my ass, Luo Fan, who was drinking, cursed under his breath and slammed his cup on the table. He was in a very foul mood. He had not wanted to say much, but the chatter around him was practically stoking the fires of his suppressed rage. The only one suitable for his second sister was his third brother. Bai Luli had no place in all of this. Many turned their eyes at Luo Fan. It was obvious that this junior of Zhuge Mingyue felt rather displeased with the matter. The people of the Zhuge family frowned. While Yi Futian's party consisted of people of great renown, they were on the grounds of the Zhuge family, and it was not their place to be so insolent in front of anyone. The marriage alliance was bound to happen, regardless of what they thought about it. Fifth brother, drink up, Yi Futian, who was right beside Luo Fan, said. Their cups touched, and Luo Fan gulped down everything in one go. His mood could not have been any fouler, yet second sister explicitly told them to stay out of these matters. Bai Zhe was also drinking in silence. Yusheng spared a glance at him, wanting to see how long he would be able to hold it in. Sounds were heard from quite a distance away, and many turned their eyes to where the sounds came from. Many figures were seen arriving, and all of them were great figures from all corners of the world. There were several who exuded imposing bearing. The middle-aged man at the center wore a simple robe, yet the humble appearance was unable to conceal his tremendously exceptional bearing. The man was the clan leader of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingfeng. Yi Futian recognized a figure at Zhuge Qingfeng's left. It was a great figure from the Holy Sage Pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace. There was another right behind him, and that person was none other than Bai Luli. Zhuge Qinyang and Zhuge Mingyue followed right behind their father. There was yet another great figure at Zhuge Qingfeng's right, the biological younger brother of the city lord of White Cloud City, Bai Luli's uncle, Bai Yin. He too was a very powerful figure. The city lord himself had returned to White Cloud City to prepare for the event to be held a month later. Bai Luli was to return to the Holy Ji Palace later as well, and the matter would have been settled for the time being. All of them would leave right after the banquet. Everyone else in that group were leaders of Xuanwu City clans. They came to the front of the banquet, leaving themselves quite a distance away from the younger generation. The younger generation rose in response, paying their respects by cupping their hands before them. Young people truly are invigorating. Zhuge Qingfeng walked to his seat smiling, then said, "Please take your seats." Everyone then sat down. Zhuge Qingfeng scanned his guests at the banquet, finding Yi Futian, Shui Yi, and the rest of the party. He then addressed them, "So, Jieyu has returned. It is quite unexpected to see Shui Yi bringing Yu Qi's daughter here. It's really something indeed. Mingyue, I assume the one right beside Jieyu would be Yi Futian?" Shui Yi and Luo Fan had visited the Zhuge family before, and as such, Zhuge Qingfeng knew them. Indeed. Zhuge Mingyue nodded. Yi Futian and the rest of his gang stood and bowed. "I, Yi Futian, am here today to pay my respects, Uncle Zhuge." Zhuge Xing and everyone glanced at Yi Futian. That fellow sure knows how to get familiar with people. Calling some elder he met for the first time uncle and whatnot. You and Jiu are a couple, little brother of Mingyue, and you are from the Holy Ji Palace. It seems fitting that you address me as your uncle. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded with a smile. No one felt anything weird about it, as Yi Futian's identity and talents meant that he was not actually trying to reach for places out of his league by calling Zhuge Qingfeng his uncle. Thank you, uncle, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded and asked the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace beside him. I heard that that kid became the champion of the law rank as a grade 3 noble, and that he was granted entry to the Sage Hall. Is that true? The mighty one from the Holy Sage Pavilion right beside him was named Zhu Song, a sage who enjoyed an esteemed status in the Holy Sage Pavilion. His face was a stern one, even when he smiled. As such, it was not hard to tell that he was one who was both very hard on himself and others. Indeed, when that kid first came to the Battle Sage Palace to train, he was like Sage Dojan himself. Vastly superior combat capacity and all. The eldest brother summoned all 6 lords to discuss the matter and granted him permission to enter the Sage Hall. Everyone has high expectations for him, Zhu Song said as he nodded. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. So the very reason I was permitted entry to the Sage Hall was due to the assistant palace lord summoning all 6 of the lords and discussing the matter. The elder of the Holy Sage Pavilion was indeed different from the likes of Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing in that he did not discriminate against those from other palaces or pavilions. Shimin Hanjiang would not have been granted entry to the Sage Hall otherwise. Despite this, he still held the opinion that the Holy Sage Pavilion made the wrong decision with his second sister's case. I look forward to the growth of this generation. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said, "Have a seat." Yi Futian and the rest sat down. Many great figures turned their eyes at Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Some elders smiled and said, "The more I look at them, the more I find them to be an ideal couple." Indeed, it has been quite a while since we've seen a couple so perfectly matched for each other in the barren state. Someone from the side said in agreement. Many opened their mouths to talk about the matter. The banquet that day was held to greet the mighty ones from Xuanwu City to congratulate them, and it was only natural that the topic of the day was Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Many in the barren state are looking forward to the wedding between my brother and Ms. Mingyue. However, someone in the Zhuge family claimed that my brother was ill-suited for Ms. Mingyue, Bai Zhe said plainly. Many frowned. Some elder from the Zhuge family asked, "Everyone from the Zhuge family is satisfied with the arrangement. Who dared speak such insolent words?" Yi Futian saw Bai Zhe glaring at him from the corner of his eye. Zhu Song glanced at Bai Zhe. While it is true that this little brother of Bai Luli has exceptional talents, his temperament is nowhere near that of Bai Luli's. He has little hope of achieving great things. But then again, if Yi Futian did say such words, he was indeed being a little too stubborn. It is natural for the one who ranked first on the law rank to have great pride. However, everyone from the Zhuge family looks forward to the event. What he said was indeed hard on the ears, Zhuge Xing said in agreement. Bai Luli and Ms. Mingyue are practically a couple match made in heaven. It is unthinkable to see someone displeased about it. The Holy Ji Palace places a lot of importance on this person, yet he seems to be jealous of Bai Luli. Bai Zhe's words lit up the resentment of many. Many of the younger generation from the Zhuge family came forward to chastise Yi Futian. The air turned rather awkward as there was no hint of the joy and harmony found before. Bai Zhe lowered his head and continued drinking. Looking at the ruckus, he kicked up with a cold, smug look on his face. Despite Yi Futian's current prestigious status in the Holy Ji Palace, Bai Zhe still deemed Yi Futian unfit to doubt his brother and intended to teach him a lesson. Yi Futian glanced at Bai Zhe with plain eyes and wore a sarcastic smirk on his face. If he is so hell-bent on being humiliated, I guess I'll just have to oblige him. Chapter 658. Zhuge Qingfeng, Zhu Song, and others turned at their eyes at Yi Futian. However, that was rather expected, as they knew Yi Futian did not like Bai Luli all that much. Zhuge Qingfeng, Zhu Song, and others turned at their eyes at Yi Futian. However, that was rather expected, as they knew Yi Futian did not like Bai Luli all that much. Yi Futian, did you really say such words? Zhu Song asked Yi Futian. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. As the one who ranks first on the law rank of the current generation, the Holy Ji Palace has great hopes for you. Your plane is still low, and you know little of the outside world. By Luli, Huafan, and you were 3 champions of the law rank of 3 different generations, and you will all train in the Sage Hall, shouldering and creating your own era in the future. Bai Luli is several years older than you, and as such, he can be said to be your elder brother. While you both have not been on good terms, he would not fuss about such matters. You should put your energy on your training from here on out and cast your personal opinions aside, Zhu Song said to Yi Futian. Sage Zhu Song could not have spoken better. Bai Luli is now ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking at such a young age. How is he not fit? You're both geniuses, and you shouldn't be holding grudges like that, someone from the side added with a smile. I beg your pardon. Yi Futian stood, bowing to Sage Zhu Song and said, My training is still lacking and there are certain matters which I do not quite understand. I would like you and Uncle Zhuge to give me some guidance on the matter. Feel free to sit and speak, Zhuge Qingfeng said with a nod. He knew Yi Futian was displeased about the matter, but there was hardly anything that could not be uttered at this point. While there were some kinks to be ironed out in the marriage arrangement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue, it was undeniable that from various perspectives, they were still a match made in heaven. Thank you, uncle. Yi Futian sat down and elaborated, I do not know Bai Luli well, and as such, I do not have much of an impression of him. However, I do know that he is not as inept as his younger brother. I'm displeased because of the matter between my second sister and third brother. Bai Zhe glared at Yi Futian coldly. That bastard sure remembers to take jabs at me while he is talking about other stuff. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Luli and asked, What do you think about my second sister? Bai Luli's expression composed as he returned Yi Futian's gaze before looking at Zhuge Mingyue. He said casually, Mingyue has exceptional looks and extraordinary talent. Her personality also proves to have more grace than mine. I have no complaints and I like her very much. You have good eyes, but my second sister doesn't like you, Yi Futian said boldly. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Even Zhuge Mingyue glared at Yi Futian. That kid really isn't going to just let things slide. However, she did nothing to stop him. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, and the rest sitting in the same place. Why do you all think they make a good match? My brother hails from White Cloud City and is training in the Holy Ji Palace. Ms. Mingyue hails from the Zhuge family, possessing extraordinary looks and talents. Why would they not make a good match? Bai Zhe retorted. Bai Luli ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. His father knows the Zhuge family leader well, and everyone in the Barren State is looking forward to them tying the knot. If that doesn't make a good match, what would? Please, you're being too reserved. Yi Futian continued, Allow me to elaborate why you all deem them to be a match made in heaven. White Cloud City and the Zhuge family make perfect allies as both are formidable forces. Furthermore, Bai Luli has his desires, and the marriage not only fulfill his desires, but also gets him a beautiful wife. At the same time, while the people of the Zhuge family think that having Ms. Mingyue marry someone ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking is a bit of a sacrifice, it still gives them an exceptional son-in-law. As such, they are also satisfied with the arrangement. So, there you have it, the match made in heaven that you speak of. Everyone was practically staring at Yi Futian. While his words were rather explicit, they made sense. What he said was indeed the core of the arrangement. Everyone thinks the marriage alliance is a heavenly arrangement, as everyone weighs nothing but benefits and interests. What both sides have to gain from this. You are all thinking what White Cloud City gets out of this, what Zhuge family gets out of that. But who among you have spared any thought for what my second sister thinks? Yi Futian continued as he scanned the people he was addressing. My second sister fell in love with my third brother back in the Eastern Barren Territory. He even challenged Bai Luli. While he ended up losing the battle, his intentions were clear. Why are you all so eager to overlook that? If you all know this yet deliberately ignore such a matter, what is this marriage alliance for? Yi Futian smirked. Gains, nothing else, and they are calling it a match made in heaven. I do not know why one such marriage alliance sounds so beautiful to all of you. Please, elders, I ask for your guidance on the matter, Yi Futian said as he bowed. Shui Yi and Luofan looked at the people around them. What their little brother had said was indeed what they intended to express, but they knew fully well they sorely lacked their little brother's eloquence. I never pushed for this to happen. If Mingyue is unwilling, then the arrangement can be stopped, Bai Luli said, looking at Futian. Is that so? Futian smirked and said, if that indeed is all right, if this all can be stopped with my second sister saying no to it all, would you all just leave silently? The weight of the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City was obvious. It was obvious what the Zhuge family went through when both forces joined hands to propose such this matter. All pressure would have fallen on Zhuge Mingyue. You have gone a little too far. Elders from the Zhuge family turned their eyes at Futian. One of them said, while you're Mingyue's junior and a student of the Holy Ji Palace, don't you think what you said is a little too narrow-sighted? Mingyue is the treasure of our family, and how could we not be happy for her? But at the same time, isn't Bai Luli the best suitor there is for her? What you have just said was simply from the standpoint of your third brother. The one who said so was Zhuge Xing's father and Zhuge Mingyue's uncle. My father has put this aptly. While Futian's words sounded reasonable, they were shallow. He and his third brother were simply thinking about nothing but taking Ms. Mingyue away for their selfish gains. Ridiculous indeed, Zhuge Xing said. Bai Luli ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking and possesses the potential for sainthood. Is there anyone who is more suitable than he is? Is your third brother suitable for her? The youths of the Zhuge family rose in an uproar. Futian's words before were seen as a slight towards them, accusing them of selling Zhuge Mingyue for their family's benefit. Many more in the banquet rose to criticize Futian, making him look like some witch on a burning stake. Ridiculous. Bai Zhe smirked sarcastically. He liked what he was seeing. Futian was not only offending the Zhuge family, but also the Holy Ji Palace at the very moment. There was no way Bai Zhe would not have liked what was happening. Zhuge Qingfeng watched what transpired in silence. Futian saw everyone pointing fingers at him. He, however, seemed unfazed, lowering his head to drink a cup of wine. When he raised his head again, his eyes looked as sharp as knives before he said coldly, I beg your pardon for my bold words, but is every single member of the renowned clans here a bunch of good-for-nothing idiots? The banquet turned utterly silent as Futian's words came out of his mouth. The youths of the Zhuge family all looked at Futian with cold eyes. What insolence! While you're indeed a student of the Holy Ji Palace, it'd be best you take back what you just said, someone from the Zhuge family said coldly. As a member of the Zhuge family, you wish to increase the influence of your family through a marriage alliance instead of through your own hard work and training. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Futian continued his sarcastic jabs, and furthermore, you actually put it in such a way that made it seem my second sister would benefit the most from this. Just because the Zhuge family might actually have a saint as their son-in-law, you all wish to kneel and lick boots? Where is the bearing and pride that you should have as a member of such an esteemed family? Can't you train yourself to be strong enough to make the Zhuge family greater? If you see no way of achieving further greatness but to rely on such an arrangement, would I be wrong to call you a good-for-nothing? Futian, are you insulting the entire Zhuge family? Bai Zhe's voice was cold, as if he was ready to pick a fight. Bai Zhe, are you actually thick-skinned enough to talk to me here? Futian said to Bai Zhe with cold eyes. You. Bai Zhe's face went pale. During the law battles, you practically had eyes at the top of your head. Your pride was second to none, yet you proved to be utterly helpless. I crushed you without even having to use my full power. In the sparring sessions later, one move was all it took from Yushang to put you down. Were you not embarrassed enough of yourself after all that? Futian elaborated coldly. You asked for it, and you got it. I only wished to drink in silence today, yet you insisted on provoking me and kicking up a fuss. Do you really think no one knows what is going on inside your head? You know yourself that you are weak, so weak that you don't have what it takes to fight me straight up, and so you resort to such underhanded tactics. Futian glared at Bai Zhe as he blasted away. If some nobody like you wasn't born in a high place in White Cloud City, you would be little more than a piece of filth. And now, you dare go about talking like you own the place, just because your brother is somebody. Do you know that you're little more than a clown in the eyes of others? Shut up, Bai Zhe said coldly. Oh, you're getting angry now? Why did you insist on getting yourself embarrassed in the first place? Yi Futian continued, you're all smiles and feeling good about yourself when the wedding is mentioned. You talked as if it was my second sister who went sucking up to your brother to set up this arrangement. Don't tell me you never thought it to be such. Think about it. Who was the one who made the proposal in the first place? If your brother was such an exceptional figure, why would he have needed to borrow the Zhuge family's power? Yi Futian enough, Sage Zhu from Holy Sage Pavilion said. Yi Futian stood up. He bowed to Sage Zhu and said, Sir, I have talked about this with my teacher before. I know that the Holy Ji Palace is not doing this for its own benefit, but so that there will be a saint to emerge from the barren state. But I still do not think this is the right way to do so. Bai Luli possesses the potential to become a saint. Why would he need to borrow external powers to achieve that? If he is the hope of the Holy Ji Palace and one everyone has high hopes for, he should have enough confidence and pride to be able to accomplish the feat with his own power. If he is a figure expected by many to achieve great things, he should have the confidence and resilience to do so himself. Why resort to such trivial measures? Yi Futian said as he looked at Sage Zhu. It has been years since the barren state last saw a saint emerge. It is not as simple as you think it, Sage Zhu said to Yi Futian. He began to sound rather serious, indicating that he rather irritated. There has not been a saint in barren state for many years, but our generation from the Holy Ji Palace will make it happen. If Bai Luli can't do it, then I will. There is no need to resort to such tricks. Yi Futian looked straight into Sage Zhu eyes as he spoke. An air of extraordinary excellence exuded from him. It was the air of absolute pride and confidence in oneself. It was due precisely to such confidence and pride that he mocked the members of the Zhuge family as a bunch of good-for-nothing idiots. Sage Zhu gazed at Yi Futian and said, If you have such confidence, I'm willing to believe you. But what you should be doing now is focusing on your training. When you become a grade 1 noble and step foot into Sage Hall, breaking into the Sage Plane, then you will know that the wedding to be held between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue is not for selfish gains, but for the barren state as whole. You should be open to the matter, not trying to ruin this arrangement because of the relationship between you and your third brother. It was apparent that Yi Futian's words were unable to convince Sage Zhu. The wedding must go on. Everyone agreed to it. There were no loops to jump over, everything was in place, and no attempts to ruin it would be tolerated. Yi Futian looked at Sage Zhu. He knew he was unable to convince the sage, but he said, I stick to my viewpoint. I'm not a saint nor a sage, and I don't have the bearing of a saint or a sage. If I can ignore those who are closest to me, I have no place talking about greater love for the barren state. As such, I'm only a common folk. Whatever the elders think about this, it doesn't change the fact that I care about my second sister and third brother. As such, I object to this wedding, and I will continue to object to it. Chapter 659. The banquet was unusually quiet. Many turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian as he made his speech. His eyes were adamant and stubborn. The banquet was unusually quiet. Many turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian as he made his speech. His eyes were adamant and stubborn. Zhuge Mingyue also turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian. While she never wanted Yi Futian to get himself involved in all of this, she felt warm inside, thinking that her little brother had indeed grown up, rising up to protect her and all. However, the wedding was not as simple as Yi Futian thought it to be. During the day of the proposal, Lu Chan, who ranked third on the Barren Sky ranking, and the City Lord of Alchemy City himself, who ranked fourth, made it up Crouching Dragon Mountain, bringing with them a letter from the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Her father, Zhuge Qingfeng, studied in the Holy Ji Palace, and the Palace Lord himself ranked first on the Barren Sky ranking. He was also Zhuge Qingfeng's teacher. She knew well what it meant, and there was no mistaking it when her father spoke about the matter. It was something the entire Holy Ji Palace had decided. Before a grand endeavor like having a saint emerge from the barren state, sacrifice by having her marry someone she had no liking for was seen to be a small price. Furthermore, the man she was to marry was Bai Luli. It was the dream of countless girls from renowned clans, and as Yi Futian put it, everyone from White Cloud City and even the Zhuge family thought it was her who benefited from all of this. As such, she was deemed to have no right to think about anything. The Holy Ji Palace had its own stance and will in the matter. Her little brother, however, chose to side with her over the Holy Ji Palace. But there simply was nothing he could do to turn the tide of things. I object as well, Shui Yi, who was sitting right beside Luo Fan, spoke and made his stance clear as well. While he was among the younger generation, he was still Yu Qi's son-in-law, which gave him weight to speak on the matter. Are you done being insolent? Zhuge Xing's father said coldly, there are many here who are your seniors, and that includes your uncle. They are not going to make a bigger mess out of things by arguing with you. But since when did the wedding between Bai Luli and Mingyue need approval from a young one like you? The youth of the Zhuge family glared at Yi Futian with angry eyes. Yi Futian insulted all of them in one shot before calling all of the members of renowned clans to be good-for-nothing idiots. Yi Futian was being too bold while inside the Zhuge family estate. Yi Futian, Sage Zhu Song said to Yi Futian, return to the Holy Ji Palace. Go into the Sage Hall and break into Sage Plain as soon as possible. Everyone present caught what that meant. Sage Zhu Song was being very stern with those words, and he meant for Yi Futian to leave the estate, forbidding from interfering with this matter further. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was, of course, not something Yi Futian would be able to change on his own, even if he was a rare genius from the Holy Ji Palace, the one who ranked first on the law rank and the champion among all nobles. The current will of the entire Holy Ji Palace was unanimous, and it had only one goal, to help in the endeavor of having a saint emerge in the barren state. And Bai Luli was the chosen one to undertake such a great endeavor. Sir, I beg your forgiveness, but I'm unable to do so. Yi Futian bowed and said, I will now excuse myself. He then bowed to Zhuge Qingfeng and left the banquet. Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and the others rose and left with him. Zhu Song frowned hard, and he was rather displeased. Geniuses were known to have incredibly strong egos and sense of self. Yi Futian was, no doubt, one such genius, whose talents might have even eclipsed those of Hua Fan and might have even neared that of Bai Luli. However, Yi Futian was simply too young, and no one had time to wait for him to come to the right age. Zhu Song was unable to say that Yi Futian was wrong about anything, as he was simply thinking from his second sister's standpoint. Such people always proved to be a headache as they were incredibly stubborn. Such was the boldness of the young. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said. He behaved casually in the face of all that ruckus and obviously did not mind Yi Futian's insolence. He was even able to dissolve the awkwardness of the banquet at the moment with just one line. The members of clans and forces of Xuanwu City present felt impressed. Such was the bearing of a top-notch figure, one which they would have had a hard time catching up to. Bai Zhe remained gloomy throughout. He held his head low as he drank, thinking that he had once again suffered Yi Futian's insult. Worse still, he was unable to say anything to retort. He knew well that as the second son of White Cloud City, he was seen as a dashing young man before he entered the Holy Ji Palace, and many had high hopes for him. Now, everyone's attitude towards him changed, and all that is because of Yi Futian. The truth, however, was due to more than just Yi Futian alone. The existence of both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng overshadowed everyone who was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, regardless of how exceptional they were before. Bai Zhe, however, was the one who was suppressed and humiliated worst. The banquet went on. It was all joy and harmony without Yi Futian and his party. The liveliness of the event seemed to be a statement saying that with the exception of Yi Futian and a few others, everyone looked forward to the wedding, eager to witness an epic-making moment. Yi Futian and his party returned to Moon Tower. He never stopped frowning. He knew well that while he had vented his frustration and made his point back there, even that those words came from the champion of the law rank, what he did hardly mattered in such a place. Just like the elders of the Zhuge family put it, it was inconsequential whether he agreed to the wedding or not. Who would have paid any attention to what I said indeed? Despite knowing fully well that his words would have changed nothing, he deemed it necessary to vent them. Furthermore, he felt compelled to make his stance clear, in order to see how adamant the others were on the matter. His second sister was putting her fate on the line. Even if third brother shows up, so what? Is that really going to change anything? What great figures throughout Barren State had decided, and the very will of the Holy Ji Palace was not something anyone could change. He knew nothing about what could happen next. I can't believe we've just gotten through that matter with fourth brother, only to be compelled to deal with something similar happening to second sister. While I knew somehow that was going to happen, I still had a really bad feeling about things, Luo Fan said as he sulked. Worse still, what he felt this time was way worse than what he felt with the last ordeal. Those big shots want to create a saint, and they go about sacrificing second sister's happiness for it. Who gave them the right to do so? This all happened a little too quickly, Yi Futian sighed and said. He trained very hard and came to become #1 in the law rank. However, his plane was still too low when compared to the entire Baron state. What had transpired so far made him feel rather ill-prepared. Yeah, the difficulty we're dealing with here is far greater than what happened between fourth brother and his wife. Luo Fan was soon at a loss for words. What they had to tackle before was the city lord of Alchemy City. But this time, it was the will of the Holy Ji Palace, White Cloud City, and the Zhuge family. Worse still, their shared will was probably very, very solid. Unlike the case with Yu Qi when Shui Yi ended up being second place on the Alchemy Conference, the city lord was still more inclined to marry Yu Qi off to Shui Yi instead. Yi Futian was thinking that since the Holy Ji Palace was into this, it became apparent that their will was immovable. They were going to get the wedding done one way or another. The strength of White Cloud City's will was a given, as Bai Luli was the young city lord of White Cloud City. The only party with any loopholes to exploit was the Zhuge family. However, Yi Futian knew nothing about what was going on inside Zhuge Qingfeng's mind. They discussed the matter for quite a bit, and yet they failed to reach a conclusion. There was only a month's time left. Zhuge Mingyue returned after a while and smiled at Yi Futian. How did it feel? Scolding everybody hard. Very fun, of course, Yi Futian smiled and said. He did not want to show any signs that he was suppressing his emotions in front of his second sister. While he was unable to see what his second sister was thinking, she was still probably the one who had it the hardest. Zhuge Mingyue gave him the eye and said, "Come with me." She turned around as soon as she finished. Yi Futian felt peculiar about the whole thing, but nonetheless followed her out and asked, "Second sister, what's the matter?" "Your uncle Zhuge wants to see you in private," Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said to Yi Futian. He felt even more puzzled at the moment. Why would Zhuge Qingfeng want to see me in private? The Wind residence was located at the core of Crouching Dragon Mountain, and that was where the clan leader, Zhuge Qingfeng, took up residence. At the moment, Zhuge Qingfeng was standing alone with his hands behind his back at a small pavilion. Hearing footsteps nearby, he turned around and said to Yi Futian, "You are here. How can I be of service, uncle?" Yi Futian asked, curious. "I just feel like chatting for a bit," Zhuge Qingfeng said casually. "Do I need to excuse myself?" Zhuge Mingyue asked gently. "Mingyue, come here." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter and said, "I guess you resent me." Zhuge Mingyue did not deny anything, but she did not leave either. She went into the pavilion instead. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and said, "I heard Mingyue and Kenyang talked about you, and so I know a thing or two. In the next generation of the Baron state, Bai Luli is probably the only one who is on par with you." "I doubt Bai Luli will no longer be able to do so," Yi Futian said casually. Zhuge Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Then he smiled at him and said, "You kid, sure know nothing about being humble?" Yi Futian did not say anything. Humility was ill-suited to the predicament before their eyes. Lu Chan, the assistant palace lord, who is also one of my elder seniors, came to pay me a visit with my senior, the city lord of White Cloud City, to make the marriage proposal. They brought a letter from my teacher, and it seemed like his days were numbered. Zhuge Qingfeng sighed. Yi Futian felt a shiver in his mind. It was truly a will of the Holy Ji Palace then, and one as solid as bedrock. Please don't resent the Holy Ji Palace. You are still young, and you have yet to make it outside of the Baron state. There is still much that you have yet to learn. Do you know what kind of a place the Baron state is? Or why the will of the Holy Ji Palace is so adamant?" Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Please tell me." Yi Futian wanted to know as well. Baron state is one of the 9 states. Emperor Xia set up orthodoxy in each of the 9 states. It was a system that lasted throughout the ages. Even when the world was unified and Emperor Xia submitted to the twin great emperors, he remained in control of such a system. Zhuge Qingfeng elaborated slowly. Yi Futian was shaken to his core. He read from ancient books that the orthodoxy was made of Renhuang, the king of man. Is this Xiaohuang, the highest existence in Renhuang Plain? Without a saint, there was no orthodoxy in barren state. While the twin great emperors ordered the establishments of academies throughout the world, if the barren state kept failing to produce a saint, the Holy Ji Palace might have ended up being penalized. Forces from other states would probably take control of the barren state, and if that happened, there would no longer be the peace we see today in the barren state. We might end up under the reign of others. Zhuge Qingfeng said, as such, the Holy Ji Palace desperately needs for a saint to emerge. And so, they picked Bai Luli. Yi Futian continued, but what does that have to do with my second sister? The saint plane is a plane beyond what is known in current systems. It isn't some plane that can be easily accessed. Even if one were to possess the potential to become a saint and wanted to become a saint, one would still need to make it to the very place where Emperor Xia set up the orthodoxy, and it would be an arduous trip. The Zhuge family had a saint among our ancestors before, passing a treasure down the line, and that one treasure would prove very useful for Bai Luli. As such, they needed to get their hands on that treasure. However, regardless of how close we are, there is no way the Zhuge family would allow such a treasure to simply be handed to an outsider. Even if I were to be fine with it, the others wouldn't have been. As such, Bai Luli needed to be the son-in-law of the Zhuge family, and furthermore, needed to be married to one of the eldest lines of the Zhuge family, which would be my second sister, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. Exactly. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. Chapter 660. Yi Futian fell silent, finally understanding why during his visit to his teacher at the Holy Ji Palace, both Sage Jinggang and his teacher had not wanted him to interfere in this matter. Yi Futian fell silent, finally understanding why during his visit to his teacher at the Holy Ji Palace, both Sage Jinggang and his teacher had not wanted him to interfere in this matter. Sage Jinggang and his teacher both knew that this entire affair was the will of the palace. Nothing would change just because of one individual's objection. Yi Futian laughed self-deprecatingly at the thought before asking, "So, uncle, how do you feel about this?" Zhuge Qingfeng replied, "This is the first time my teacher has written a letter to me to request anything. These could even be his last words. This arranged marriage came about through the will of the palace, the White Cloud City, and the Zhuge family. My peers, my seniors even, they all approve very much of this marriage. Not just them, but many powerful people in Xuanwu City are awaiting this eagerly as well." He then continued, "Just like everyone said back there at the banquet, there has not been an arranged marriage that has elicited a response as huge as this. Nor has any marriage been under the scrutiny of so many powerful people before this." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian. "So, tell me, how do you think I can feel about this?" Zhuge Qingfeng may have been an incredibly powerful man who was 6th in the Barren Sky ranking, but he too had his considerations. He could not just do as he wished. Other than the fact that his daughter Zhuge Mingyue would not be happy, all the other aspects of this arranged marriage could be said to be perfect. If Zhuge Mingyue did not already have someone she liked, then Bai Luli would have been the best partner for her. There would be no one else in all of the barren state who was as eligible as he was. "Then why are you speaking to me about this, uncle?" Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Qingfeng replied, "It's rare that someone like Bai Luli would appear in the barren state. And now, there is you and Yushang. You two may be young and of a low plane, but you have great potential and your future is bright. You are a student of the Holy Ji Palace, Mingyue's little brother, and Jieyu's beloved. I don't wish for you to become involved in this matter. I can somewhat hazard a guess at what Mingyue is thinking. If he really were to come here, Mingyue would probably give everything up for him. But under such circumstances, would that really be able to change anything?" By him, Zhuge Qingfeng was referring to Gu Donglu. "So, am I to sacrifice my older sister for the greater good?" Yi Futian chuckled. "My teacher gave me the same advice previously, but he still let me come here. And I am but a selfish person. I don't care for the greater good. I still think that you all are wrong. Even if this is the will of the entire barren state, it is still wrong. The Holy Ji Palace may have acted out of the intention to have a saint grace the land again, and not out of selfish motivations. But the same could not be said for the White Cloud City. Bai Luli was the son of the city lord of White Cloud City. It was no surprise that the family would be overjoyed at this turn of events. And what about those people from the Zhuge family? There was currently no saint within the barren state, and Bai Luli seemed the best positioned to reach the level of a saint with his potential. The Zhuge family would naturally look forward to having a saint for a son-in-law. This was an equally sweet bargain for the Zhuge family as well. So, behind all this talk about the greater good, selfish motivations were still at play. No one cared about how Yi Futian's second older sister felt, and since no one cared about her feelings, who were they to make her sacrifice herself? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and smiled. He did not get angry. Instead, he said, "I'm glad Mingyue has a little brother like you." However, the mere concept of right and wrong has never been able to stop the affairs of the world. "You should go back," Zhuge Qingfeng told Yi Futian, before falling silent. Yi Futian bowed slightly before leaving the Qingfeng quarters. Zhuge Mingyue did not leave with him. Instead, she watched his disappearing figure with a radiant smile. "You've seen him for yourself now. How do you feel?" she asked her father. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter and mused, "I do understand why you were so full of praise for him now. He really is an outstanding young man, not just in terms of ability, but also in terms of personality. I like him very much." Little brother already confessed he was a selfish person with no conception of the greater good. "Why do you still like him?" Zhuge Mingyue questioned her father further. "I too am a selfish man. The people of the Zhuge family, my older brother over at White Cloud City, all of them are selfish too." Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said, "There has never been an absolute saint in this world we live in. Even a sage would still have feelings, with their own likes and their own emotions. As such, there will always be a selfish side to everyone. He dared to fight against the will of the palace for you, without bothering to hide his selfishness. At least he's honest about it, unlike many people who mask their greed with proclamations of acting for the greater good." "Looks like you understand. After all, father," Zhuge Mingyue responded. "Even if I do, I still can't do anything about it. Sometimes I can't even be bothered to think about these things anymore." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter and advised, "Bai Luli is not a bad character either. If you really are to marry him, then you'll only be husband and wife in name. He won't force you to do anything. Don't do anything rash. You still have a long time to live." As he spoke, Zhuge Qingfeng turned to leave. Zhuge Mingyue watched as her father left the room. She didn't know he still had her interests at heart. However, the concept of being husband and wife only in name felt impossible to her. Zhuge Mingyue chuckled self-deprecatingly before staring at the sky in a daze. Her days at the cottage were so much more light-hearted. There was nothing to worry or trouble her. When Yi Futian returned, his heart felt heavier, as if an external force was pressing down upon him. Too much was riding on this arranged marriage, which made him feel helpless. Just like what Luo Fan said, the challenge he was facing here was even greater than what he had faced back at the Alchemy City. Yi Futian didn't even know where to begin untangling this mess. From Zhuge Qingfeng's attitude, Yi Futian could tell that this man, who was 6th in the Barren Sky ranking, was not unreasonable or ignorant. It was just that there were many things and responsibilities that were honestly beyond his personal control. As such, despite his position as the head of the Zhuge family, he has had to concede and compromise. Taking out the Soul Guqin, Yi Futian sat quietly at the courtyard, playing a tune. When other people heard the music, they could sense Yi Futian's emotions within. Hua Jieyu sat nearby, not disturbing Yi Futian. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, had gone off too for a solo training session. When one was unable to do anything, it seemed like training to improve one's capabilities was the only way out. The days passed, and news had spread all over the vast barren state. Xuanwu City gradually became busier as many important figures from all over the state came down to visit. This marriage marked an alliance between White Cloud City and the Zhuge family, making it especially significant. As such, the engagement banquet between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue was a bigger deal than Shui Yi and Yuxi's wedding ceremony. All the top powers of the barren state were obliged to attend, and even if they weren't happy with the arrangement, they showed up at the banquet still. This marriage was set to shift the dynamics of power within the barren state. This was the first time the Holy Ji Palace had interfered in such a matter, in a departure from their usual practices. Many influential individuals knew what this was for. This was all for Bai Luli, the incomparably powerful figure of the barren state. Crouching Dragon Mountain was equally crowded as well. Many people had come to visit in advance, awaiting the start of the engagement banquet. In a part of the mountain, an important visitor was pacing about in the house. His pacing came to a gentle halt, and his eyes flashed as he cocked his head to listen to the strains of Guqin music coming into the room. The artistic conception of the music was extraordinary and attracted one's attention instantly. Spiritual energy emanated from the visitor, and he sent it in the direction of the Guqin music. Immediately, the music became more clearly audible. As the music played, his expression turned solemn, as if it had roused feelings of awe within him. The people around the visitor did not disturb him. Instead, they waited patiently. In truth, everyone in the Zhuge family knew that there would often be sounds of Guqin playing coming from Mingyue's quarters. It was music of extraordinary artistic conception, and even the influential visitors would pay attention when the Guqin playing started, basking in the extraordinary nature of the music. After a long while, the visitor asked, "Who's playing the Guqin?" "It's Yi Futian," the member of the Zhuge family who was hosting him replied. "Is it the Yi Futian who's at the top of the law rank in the Holy Ji Palace?" the visitor asked. People from the outside world generally knew little about the happenings within the Holy Ji Palace. However, they would still pay some attention to news about who had become first in the law rank. Furthermore, Yi Futian had also raised quite the furor back at Alchemy City. Many influential guests had been there then, which was why most people in the barren state had at least heard of Yi Futian. "Yes." The other person nodded. "A formidable young man he is." The visitor nodded his head in admiration before asking further, "What piece is this?" "It's the Yukio song," came the answer. "No wonder, no wonder." The visitor mumbled before he walked away, chuckling heartily. The Yukio song was one of the 10 most famous songs written by Donghuang the Great. It contained the lofty aspirations of an emperor. Furthermore, it was rumored that this song had been written while the two emperors were still young. Back then, Donghuang the Great had already been harboring ambitions of conquering the world. What were Yi Futian's intentions in playing this song within the Zhuge household now? At that moment, Yi Futian was playing the Guqin quietly in Mingyue's quarters. Actually, he was not playing according to the true artistic conception of the Yukio song. In order to play the complete Yukio song, a person of his current state would need a boost with the will of the emperor in order to fully attain the true artistic conception of the song. But even as Yi Futian played the song for fun, his playing was still magnificent nonetheless. As the Guqin music rang out across the room, Yi Futian's spiritual energy emanated into the space as well. The image of an emperor righting the world, while raring to realize his lofty ambitions, came to his mind. At the same time, Yi Futian could sense the natural order of the world present within this artistic conception. This was a form of training for him as well. Now that Yi Futian was an upper-level noble and was able to catch hints of sage intent, he needed a clearer understanding of the power within the natural laws in order to transcend to the sage plane. As he understood the power, his spiritual energy was gradually increasing as well. Yi Futian could feel that the amount of spiritual energy he possessed was fast approaching that of a grade 2 nobles. Xuanwu City, which was at the base of Crouching Dragon Mountain, was bustling with activity. Huge numbers of people had arrived, and inns everywhere were fully booked. This was especially true for inns closer to Crouching Dragon Mountain. In a restaurant not far from Crouching Dragon Mountain, a man in white sat quietly at a table on the third-floor veranda. He ordered a few side dishes and a pot of wine. He wore a bamboo hat that covered his face. Most people in the restaurant were discussing the same topic, the engagement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. The discussions were lively, and many people were excited about this turn of events. However, the man in white and a bamboo hat did not seem to hear the discussions going on around him. He sat there quietly, and after a long while, he set down a spirit stone on the table. After lifting his head to glance in the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain, he left by himself. Chapter 661. Tomorrow was the day that Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue would get married. People from all over the barren state had already arrived at Xuanwu City. This city, which lay to the north of Zhongzhou City, had not experienced such excitement for many years. The hype surrounding the event could even rival that from the time Zhuge Qingfeng took over as the head of the Zhuge family back in the day. Tomorrow was the day that Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue would get married. People from all over the Barren State had already arrived at Xuanwu City. This city, which lay to the north of Zhongzhou City, had not experienced such excitement for many years. The hype surrounding the event could even rival that from the time Zhuge Qingfeng took over as the head of the Zhuge family back in the day. In the bamboo forest within Mingyue's quarters on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the sounds of a guqin being played could be heard. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin, and he was still playing the Yukio song as well. Right now, Yi Futian's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had entered a state of intense concentration. The worldly spiritual qi in the space seemed to have stopped moving, and everything became clearer than before. Zhuge Mingyue walked behind Yi Futian. As she looked across the space, she could sense the change in the worldly spiritual qi here. She then sat quietly on a bamboo bench in the forest. She liked listening to her youngest brother play the guqin, especially when he played the Yukio song. That song had a very deep artistic conception. The song evoked feelings of watching the world from above, painting an expansive image of that vast world through music and bringing about a sense of great heroism. Though she didn't have such lofty ambitions as a woman, hearing her youngest brother play brought her a sense of comfort. Rising to the top was something her youngest brother should do, just like in the image the song evoked. Within Yi Futian's mind, everything in his surroundings seemed to become even clearer. The various elemental spiritual qi did not even seem to be spiritual qi anymore. Instead, they were almost like actual wind, fire, lightning, among others. The elements had their own rhythm, which formed a part of the larger world. He seemed to see the shape of the wind, which blew in irregular wavy lines throughout the space. He seemed to see the color of lightning. It was almost as if he was in a different world. Right then, Yi Futian got the feeling that if he redirected his will, he would be able to change the trajectory of the wind, or the intensity of the lightning. The world he perceived right now seemed to be clearer than the one he had known. The sounds of Yi Futian's guqin playing did not stop. The worldly spiritual qi around him came surging crazily towards him, and his spiritual energy stretched out even further, seeming to project the guqin music further as well. Zhuge Mingyue, who was next to Yi Futian, lifted her head to look at him. Her eyes glittered before she broke out into a dazzling smile. More than half a year ago, Yi Futian had become an upper-level noble at Alchemy City, and now, there were signs of him breaking through to the next plane with his spiritual energy. He would soon officially become a Grade 2 noble. Over the past month, Yi Futian's spiritual energy had grown stronger through him playing the guqin every single day. Finally, the guqin playing stopped, and the worldly spiritual qi in the surroundings stopped flowing as well. Yi Futian opened his eyes to reveal an extreme calm. There was no hint of any joy at breaking through yet another plane. Tomorrow was the day his older sister would get engaged to Bai Luli, and up until now, he still didn't have any idea as to what to do. There had also been no news from third older brother, even now. What's up? Isn't breaking through to the next plane supposed to be a happy thing? Zhuge Mingyue asked, smiling. I've broken through a plane with my spiritual energy and become a Grade 2 noble, but what use is that now? Yi Futian replied, smiling bitterly at Zhuge Mingyue. Before, he would have been overjoyed at this development, considering how this breakthrough did not just result in stronger spiritual energy, but also in him obtaining greater understanding and perceiving the natural laws. He was so close to his goal, and he had gotten much stronger as well. But it wasn't enough. This turn of events had occurred too quickly, and Yi Futian was not prepared for it. Second older sister, Beitang Xinger called out, walking towards the two. Zhuge Mingyue and Yi Futian turned to look at her. What's the matter, Xinger? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Someone sent over a letter for youngest brother, Beitang Xinger replied. For someone to send a letter all the way up to the Zhuge household on Crouching Dragon Mountain, addressed to Yi Futian was interesting indeed. Let me have a look at it. A sharp glint flashed past Yi Futian's eyes, and he walked over to Beitang Xinger's side to take the letter from her. The letter was sealed, and when the person had tasked the guard with getting the letter to Yi Futian, the Zhuge family guard had not dared to open it. After all, Yi Futian was a well-known figure in the Barren State now, and everyone knew that he was the younger brother of the second young mistress. As such, the letter reached Futian easily, without much trouble. Futian opened the letter before seeing a line of elegantly scrawled words on it. But when he read the contents of the letter properly, his heart skipped a beat and he felt an immense unease. The contents of the letter were simple. The person had written, "I'm sorry. I won't be able to fulfill the promise I made to you in the past. Please live well from now on." There was a single word at the end of the line, "Gu." Futian knew that this wasn't a letter for him, but for second older sister. And the person who wrote this letter couldn't be anyone else but third older brother. He had come, but he was not preparing to ascend Crouching Dragon Mountain. Why is he doing this? Futian wondered before a thought popped into his head. What happened to third older brother? Third older brother was not a coward. People from the cottage and even the eastern region of the Barren State all knew that Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage, was a man who would refuse to back down even in the face of the toughest challenges. But now, as the engagement day of Bai Luli and Futian's second older sister approached, his third older brother had left a letter like this instead. Seeming to notice Futian's change in expression, Zhuge Mingyue asked, "Youngest brother, who is the letter from?" As she asked, she began to walk over as well. Futian's hands trembled just the slightest. He really did not want to show his second older sister the letter, but he couldn't hide it from her either. Finally, Zhuge Mingyue read the contents of this letter as well. In that instant, Futian could clearly sense a coldness emanate from her being. Zhuge Mingyue suddenly laughed. Futian did not know why she did, but it was in no way a normal laugh. "Is the person who sent the letter still around?" Zhuge Mingyue asked Beitang Xinger. "They say he still is," Beitang Xinger replied. Zhuge Mingyue did not say anything further. She put a finger to her mouth and bit through the skin before writing a single word on the letter. "All right. Older sister." Futian's heart trembled at the sight of that word written in blood. He had no idea what second older sister was thinking, nor would he be able to find out. But he could sense that this letter from third older brother had been an incredibly cruel move to her. No matter what had happened, he should not have sent a letter like this. Futian thought that his second older sister was right. Maybe third older brother really was daft. "Give this back to him," Zhuge Mingyue requested calmly before she walked away. She did not speak another word, nor did she reveal any hint of sadness. She was so calm it was frightening. Beitang Xinger was taken aback. She looked at Zhuge Mingyue before looking towards Futian. "I'll deliver this," Futian offered. Before leaving the bamboo forest with Beitang Xinger, they headed to the base of Crouching Dragon Mountain to meet the person who had delivered the letter. He was a common man with a very low level of cultivation. "I'm the Futian this letter is addressed to. Please take me to see the sender of this letter," Futian requested. "Master Yi, he said that if anyone followed me, he would not appear," the person replied. "He's even avoiding me as well," Futian wondered to himself, thinking about what could have happened for third older brother to avoid them so deliberately and only send a letter, an incredibly heartless one at that. The man delivering the letter evidently had no clue as to what was going on. He didn't even know who he was delivering the letter for, and Futian was sure that if he were to follow the man, third older brother had the ability to hide from him. After a short silence, he handed the letter over to the man and said, "Tell the owner of this letter this. She has already waited for you for close to 6 years. We don't ask anything else of you other than to come here." "Understood, young master." The man took the letter and left. Futian looked at the disappearing figure before taking a deep breath. He could only leave it to third older brother to evaluate things for himself now. Back at Mingyue's quarters, Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and the rest had been alerted, and they appeared before Futian. "Third older brother could be in some trouble," Futian said to them. If third older brother was refusing to visit the Zhuge household or see them, it was definitely not because he was afraid something would happen to him. There was only one possibility left. Third older brother was doing this out of consideration for second older sister. Whatever trouble third older brother was in could be huge if he was concerned about dragging second older sister down. Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and the rest did not say anything, not knowing what to say. This matter was already enough of a headache as it was. and third older brother had finally appeared only to send a devastatingly heartless letter. "I'll go look for second older sister," Futian said, before heading over to where Zhuge Mingyue lived. Standing outside, he called out, "Second older sister." "Youngest brother, I'm resting now," Zhuge Mingyue responded. "Second older sister, this is very important," Futian said. There was a moment of silence before Zhuge Mingyue appeared, wearing a simple white gown. There was still no hint of sadness in her expression. "Older sister, you know I have some secrets that could be related to my own background, but I must be careful about who I tell because my identity could be a serious matter," Futian began. Not many people knew about his secrets. Some of the cottage disciples knew, but even then, they didn't know the complete truth. "Can uncle be trusted?" Futian asked. From the last conversation he had with the man, while Futian didn't completely agree with everything he said, he still had a rather good impression of Zhuge Qingfeng. However, he still didn't know for sure what kind of person Zhuge Qingfeng was. Zhuge Mingyue was his daughter, so naturally, she would know him better. "What are you planning to do?" Zhuge Mingyue looked at Futian. "If this is going to put you in danger, then don't mention this ever again. But under these sorts of circumstances, if we really are to go against the wishes of all these people, wouldn't we still be in danger anyway?" Futian urged. Zhuge Mingyue stared at Futian. She chuckled. "I think he has his faults, but at least his character's fine, and he still cares about his daughter's life." Futian understood what Zhuge Mingyue meant by her words, and replied, "Thank you, older sister. Let's go then." "All right," Zhuge Mingyue replied, walking up to ruffle Futian's hair. Futian pouted silently, and the two left the place together. Chapter 662. Futian and Zhuge Mingyue had come to find Zhuge Qingfeng at his living quarters. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his two visitors. Tomorrow was the day of Mingyue's engagement. Had Futian and Zhuge Mingyue come to find him as a final attempt to change things? Futian and Zhuge Mingyue had come to find Zhuge Qingfeng at his living quarters. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his two visitors. Tomorrow was the day of Mingyue's engagement. Had Futian and Zhuge Mingyue come to find him as a final attempt to change things? "Leave us," Zhuge Mingyue ordered the attendants in the Qingfeng quarters. Zhuge Qingfeng looked to Zhuge Mingyue with some curiosity before Futian spoke. "Uncle, I'd like you to hear a song." "Is it the Ukio song?" Zhuge Qingfeng chuckled. "I've heard it many times recently. It's a song of an emperor. Its artistic conception is extraordinary." "This time will be a little different," Futian replied. "Oh." Zhuge Qingfeng's curiosity was piqued. "I'll listen to it then. Could you seal off the Qingfeng quarters?" Futian requested. Zhuge Qingfeng seemed a little confused, but he nodded obligingly anyway. A purple light shot through his eyes, and as he looked toward the sky, an endless surge of worldly spiritual chi flowed immediately, seeming to turn into countless runes that sealed off the area like a boundary. "I'm done." Zhuge Qingfeng turned to Futian. "Thank you, uncle." Futian nodded before finding a spot in the quarters to sit down. Sitting cross-legged, his aura became peaceful and tranquil, and the Soul Guqin appeared before him. Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyue sat aside, quietly watching Futian play. As the melodious strains of music started, the two listened quietly in appreciation, feeling as though they were being drawn into an image. It was an image of two young men setting out to conquer the world, unrestrained and fearless. Zhuge Qingfeng was moved by the music. It led him to think about how the two emperors had walked the earth together since their youth. He thought about the kind of friendship the two men had had, and why Emperor Yi Qing had eventually become a taboo existence. The music continued, and the feelings it evoked gradually changed as well. The notes rose and fell, becoming peaceful only to become loud and sonorous after. A magnificent image appeared in Zhuge Qingfeng's mind, and he closed his eyes to listen peacefully. Even for a man of his status and power, listening to the Ukio song was still an enjoyable experience. Zhuge Qingfeng seemed to be enchanted by the music. After a while, he felt the energy of an emperor surge towards him from within the tune. It was a proud, commanding aura, that of an emperor with a sword in his hand ruling over the divine prefecture. "That's not right." Zhuge Qingfeng suddenly felt that something was off as he immersed himself in the music. How could that energy be so strong, even stronger than before? Opening his eyes, Zhuge Qingfeng saw the handsome young man playing the guqin still. His fingers danced across the strings, and a golden glow seemed to emanate from his being. It was an extraordinary aura that seemed to turn Yi Futian into the image of a young emperor, almost like how the two emperors were in the youth. Back then, when the emperor had composed this song, he had seemed to become one with the music. This artistic conception, then, was not just the artistic conception of the song, but also of the emperor himself. A dazzling light suddenly emanated from Zhuge Qingfeng. He looked at the surroundings, only to see that the flow of worldly spiritual qi seemed to be under the music's control. The glow of spiritual qi descending around Yi Futian, bathing him in a sacred, colorful light. But Yi Futian continued playing peacefully, the artistic conception of the music growing stronger still. He seemed to be intent on revealing the artistic conception of the Ukiyo song to the fullest. This song, which was one of the top 10 within the divine prefecture, seemed to finally be performed in its fullest glory. Zhuge Mingyue smiled as she watched Yi Futian play. She was not very surprised, as if she had always thought that this was how her youngest brother should have been. The artistic conception of the song grew stronger still. Zhuge Qingfeng did not speak, nor did he interrupt Yi Futian. As he watched the young man who was sitting down cross-legged, he suddenly felt an extremely strange desire to prostrate before him. It was as if the person before him was an emperor himself, or the descendant of one. It suddenly occurred to Zhuge Qingfeng that he only knew how talented Yi Futian was, and that he had come from the eastern region of the barren state like his daughter. But he did not know where Yi Futian had appeared from, nor did he know why he had this amount of power, comparable to that of an emperor's. This was very strange indeed. Finally, the guqin music came to a stop, but Zhuge Qingfeng's thoughts continued racing. The song seemed to still be reverberating within his mind, and he could not forget the artistic conception he had just experienced. "Uncle, how did you like the song?" Yi Futian lifted his head, his clear eyes gazing at Zhuge Qingfeng as a gentle smile lifted the corners of his lips. Zhuge Qingfeng observed the young man before him seriously. Yi Futian was naturally very good-looking. In fact, it was rare to find a person as handsome as he was. His eyes were wide and clear, but one could only guess at what Yi Futian was thinking about behind his gaze. "It was perfect," Zhuge Qingfeng replied. "Thank you for your praise, uncle." Yi Futian continued, "This song came from Sky Mountain in the eastern region of the barren state. The two emperors left behind a song there, the Ukiyo song. I managed to obtain it." Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. He had known about this as well. Donghuang the Great had banned sages from the outside world from entering the eastern region of the barren state. As such, no one has managed to reach the peak of Sky Mountain. Even if they managed to get there was no way they could have figured out this song and obtained it. The song is hidden within a snowy mental world. One has to resonate with it in order to obtain the song, Yi Futian explained, and Zhuge Qingfeng listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that Yi Futian could be about to reveal a secret about the song the two emperors had left behind. "I was able to resonate with that world and had become one with the will of Sky Mountain once, killing many people whose planes were higher than mine on the mountain." Yi Futian continued, "Uncle, do you know where I am from?" "I only know you came from the cottage in the eastern region of the barren state," Zhuge Qingfeng answered. Yi Futian then said, "Before I came to the eastern region of the barren state, I lived somewhere even further away. My hometown was an island city somewhere within the vast sea, and there was little to no contact with the outside world. But something big happened there 10 years ago. I'm not sure if Uncle has heard of this before, but it is said that the last statue of Emperor Yi Qing appeared in that city, with a giant snow ape standing guard over it. Donghuang the Great sent people over to destroy it afterward." He continued slowly, "Uncle, do you know that I am friends with Yuan Zhan, who has a staff technique that I taught him? I learned this staff technique from the snow ape." "You are a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing?" Zhuge Qingfeng's heart thumped wildly at the revelation. There was no saint in the barren state, and people of the Saint Plain were basically non-existent. The bloodline of Renhuang was an even greater existence than the two, which made those related to Emperor Yi Qing practically godly. Right now, What Yi Futian was sharing with Zhuge Qingfeng was a secret about Emperor Yi Qing. But Yi Futian shook his head and said, I don't know who I am either, but I'm sure about one thing. I've said this to you before, Bai Luli's abilities cannot compare to mine. It doesn't matter if he'll be able to make it to the Saint Plane. I will definitely be able to do so. Zhuge Qingfeng stared at Yi Futian. He had to admit, he was completely taken in by Yi Futian right now. If Yi Futian was someone who possibly was related to Emperor Yi Qing, then even if the Saint Plane was but a legend as of now, Zhuge Qingfeng could believe that Yi Futian would eventually reach it one day. Furthermore, just like he had said, his abilities were definitely a cut above Bai Luli's. You've basically handed your life over to me, haven't you? Zhuge Qingfeng mused. Regardless of who Yi Futian was, Emperor Yi Qing was still a taboo figure within the divine prefecture. Should someone catch wind of the fact that Yi Futian had ties with the emperor, he could get into big trouble. Furthermore, Zhuge Qingfeng was now in a position to capture Yi Futian and turn him in. Perhaps that would bring him a huge reward. I have no enmity with you, uncle. Furthermore, why would you want to harm me, given the ties I have with second older sister? Yi Futian explained. Why is it that you agreed to this marriage, uncle? Your first reason was that your teacher wished for a saint to appear in the barren state. Secondly, it would be good if this saint had a good relationship with the Zhuge family. Well then, a saint will appear in the barren state even without this marriage, so you're not exactly going against your teacher's wishes, uncle. In any case, I too am a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Furthermore, would uncle prefer the contrived relationship between Bai Luli and second older sister, or the friendship second older sister and I share? As Yi Futian spoke, Zhuge Qingfeng watched him. Many thoughts surfaced within his mind. Yi Futian had given him a difficult issue to chew on. Yu Sheng's abilities are also stronger than Bai Luli's, Yi Futian added before he stood up and said, Uncle, I'll take my leave now. He then turned to leave. Zhuge Qingfeng was a great man. One didn't have to make things too clear to him. He would think for himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Futian had no choice, he would not have told his secret to Zhuge Qingfeng. After all, with one more person let in on the secret, there was one more source of danger to Yi Futian. But within the current situation, Zhuge Qingfeng was the only one whose will could possibly influence the outcome of everything. The other alternative was the Holy Ji Palace. But those representing the Holy Ji Palace were from the Holy Sage Pavilion, and the assistant palace lord Lu Chan was Bai Luli's teacher. He didn't know these elders from the Holy Sage Pavilion well, and thus he didn't dare to risk it. Father, with this, youngest brother has handed over his life to you. As I have, Zhuge Mingyue said to Zhuge Qingfeng before she left as well. Is your father that terrible to you? Zhuge Qingfeng wondered calmly as he watched the two leave. On the contrary, his mind was a mess. 2 generations of geniuses had appeared within the palace, which was already a handful itself, but now things had gotten even messier. Perhaps the palace had indeed been too hasty in its decision. Now that the arrow was already on the bow, there was no choice left but to fire it. Zhuge Qingfeng could already see how these talents from 2 different generations were going to face off in the near future. It made him worried. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue went to rest after returning to their quarters. Tonight, the lights of Xuanwu City would stay lit till dawn. It was set to be a sleepless night. The lightening of the night sky marked the start of the next day, and Xuanwu City grew lively. It was the day when Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue would get married. Many people had been waiting eagerly for this day, and it had finally come. It was still early morning, and the air was still chilly. A figure in white stood on a lonely mountain peak next to Crouching Dragon Mountain, gazing into the distance. From here, he could see the hustle and bustle of the activities happening on Crouching Dragon Mountain. He held a letter in his hand, which had a line of words written on it, as well as one shockingly red word written in blood. He had stood here for one night already, thinking. His teacher had once said that the world was ruled by reason, and that there was always a rule to everything in this world. But right now, he realized that his teacher had not been entirely right. When it came to things like love, there was absolutely no rhyme or reason to it at all. Chapter 663. A Crouching Dragon feast had been prepared on the Crouching Dragon Mountain, and it was absolutely grand. Today, countless people had scaled the mountain to visit, including many of the Barren State's elite factions. The White Cloud City and Zhuge family's alliance through marriage that had the Holy Ji Palace's involvement. Who in the Barren State would not give them some face? Moreover, the main character of today's engagement was the Barren State's most prominent person in the younger generation, Bai Luli. A crouching dragon feast had been prepared on the Crouching Dragon Mountain, and it was absolutely grand. Today, countless people had scaled the mountain to visit, including many of the Barren State's elite factions. The White Cloud City and Zhuge family's alliance through marriage that had the Holy Ji Palace's involvement. Who in the Barren State would not give them some face? Moreover, the main character of today's engagement was the Barren State's most prominent person in the younger generation, Bai Luli. Taishan Mountain has arrived to send its regards, someone reported loudly at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, members from the Zhuge family went forward to welcome them. Now, all the maidservants in the Crouching Dragon Mountain had been activated to welcome the guests from the peak of the mountain all the way to the bottom. It was a sight to behold. The Demon God Clan has arrived. The Vermilion Bird Sect has arrived. Mount Duantian has arrived to send its regards. The Mortal World has arrived. The Nantion House has arrived. The Sovereign Family has arrived. Voice after voice continued to sound on Crouching Dragon Mountain. The entire Barren State had been alarmed because of this. It was even grander than the triennial palace admission examination. Although the palace's admission examination was only once every 3 years, the elite influential figures would not appear during the admission examination. However, today was different. Elite figures from all over the state had arrived. The Alchemy City's Emperor family has arrived. The Sacred Fire Sect has arrived. The Alchemy City Lord Office has arrived. An even louder voice sounded out, and the elite factions from the Barren State's western region had arrived as well. The White Cloud City was one of the 2 strongest cities in the Barren State's western region, so the other factions naturally had to respect it. Moreover, the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi, who had not appeared at such events for a very long time, had come personally. His daughter and son-in-law were now in the Zhuge family, so he had come to join in the fun. This time, the elite figures from all over had come to visit. The Zhuge family members were all excited to partake in their family's glory. This was the influence of this marriage. The entire Barren State had gathered to offer their congratulations for this event that was the focus of the entire state. The Zhuge family leader Zhuge family and the older generation all welcomed them personally. Today, many influential people from their generation had arrived, including many high rankers on the Barren Sky ranking. With him being 6th on the Barren Sky ranking, he could not give face to perhaps 1 or 2 of them, but with so many of them arriving, even Zhuge Qingfeng had to put down his pride and welcome them. Congratulations, brother Zhuge. At that moment, Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Qinyang were standing there welcoming the guests, when a slim person dressed in plain black robes cupped his hands and extended his congratulations. Although he was smiling, he gave people a dangerous feeling. This was naturally related to the ability that he had cultivated. One's cultivation techniques could affect their aura, after all. This person was 9th on the Barren Sky ranking, the housemaster of the Tingxue House, Su Shang. Beside him, Su Ke stood there smiling. Brother Su, you have taken time out of your busy schedule to grace our event today. What an honor, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and replied. The Tingxue housemaster rarely ever attended any events. It's such a joyous occasion. How can I not be here? Su Shang smiled and replied. Su Ke is pleased to meet Senior. Su Ke extended his greetings as well. I've heard that nephew Su Ke has already entered the top 10 of the law rank. It looks like he's perfectly capable of taking over Brother Su in the future. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and commented. He's only in the top 10. That's not worthy of praise. Su Shang shook his head lightly. Senior, Yi Futian should be in the Zhuge family now. Where is he? Su Ke asked. He's in the Moon Tower. You can ask the maidservants to bring you there, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. Su Ke cultivated with Yi Futian in the palace, so they naturally knew each other. All right, thank you, Senior. Su Ke nodded in thanks. Su Ke. Behind him, a voice sounded. Su Ke turned around and saw the sovereign family's Huang Jiaga standing there. You're here too, Su Ke said. Yes. Huang Jiaga nodded. I also want to meet him. Let's go together. As he said that, He also stepped forward and bowed to Zhuge Qingfeng, saying, Huang Zhuge is pleased to meet Senior. Do not act like a guest during this ceremony, nephew. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and replied while taking a look at the majestic figure in yellow robes who was walking over. The sovereign family leader, 5th on the Barren Sky ranking, Huang Shi. Brother Zhuge, how have you been? Huang Shi smiled and asked. Brother Huang Shi's aura is even stronger than before, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. The two of them were longtime rivals. After all, the two of them held 5th and 6th on the Barren Sky ranking respectively and were influential figures of their time. People continued to arrive in succession. At that moment, a couple walked over with their teenage daughter. The middle-aged man had an eminent dragon aura, while the woman was dignified. Long Ao is pleased to meet Senior Zhuge. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and saluted Zhuge Qingfeng. The West Mountain Dragon clan's Long Ao, younger brother of Long Etian? Zhuge Qingfeng asked. That is correct. Long Ao nodded. You're also a figure on the Barren Sky ranking. There is no need for the formalities. Please enter. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and replied. Back then, Long Etian had risen as the shining star of the Barren State's eastern region with his exceptional combat ability and outstanding potential. If he had not died, he would have had the chance to enter the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Long Ao was his younger brother, so it would be appropriate for him to address him as senior, but Long Ao had already entered the Barren Sky ranking, albeit not completely for his combat ability. Long Ao's cultivation level had not reached the pinnacle of the Sage Plane, and there were many people stronger than him in the Barren State's eastern region, but the Barren Sky ranking combined both combat ability and potential. Evidently, Long Ao had immense potential. In the Barren State's eastern region Divine Sky City, Long Ao was the only person on the Barren Sky ranking. Senior, are my big brother Futian and sister Jiu here? The teenage girl beside smiled and asked. They're in the Moon Tower, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. Long Ao and Long Linger brought the rest and went in. Afterward, there were still people asking about Futian, causing Zhuge Qingyang to mutter. Today is the marriage between the Zhuge family and the White Cloud City, but there are many people looking for him. This is his charisma, Zhuge Qingfeng replied, as he remembered the sight he saw yesterday. Futian was still so young, but he was already leading an entire generation. Even geniuses like the sovereign families Huang Zhuge and the Tingxue house's Su Ke all seemed to admire him. On the other hand, Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing were also in the Zhuge family, but nobody had asked anything about them. At that moment, Zhuge Mingyue was no longer in the Moon Tower but was in the Wind Residence. Futian could clearly see how crowded Crouching Dragon Mountain was from the quiet Moon Tower. The voices penetrated the air and echoed throughout the all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Whenever an elite figure or faction appeared, the reporting would sound, and with each voice, Futian would feel his pressure mounting. This marriage had indeed alarmed the entire Barren State. Yesterday, he had sent back his third brother's blood letter and conveyed his message. He did not know what his third brother would decide, but if he really decided to come, what kind of pressure would he have to face? Why are you here? Futian looked at Huang Zhuge and Su Ke and asked. We heard in the palace that you had come with Yu Shang to the Zhuge family. Wuchen was worried and told us some of your matters. He asked us to bring you a message. Don't be rash, Su Ke replied. I know. Futian nodded. Wuchen naturally knew the relationship between him and his second sister and third brother. He must have been afraid that Futian would cause himself trouble by being too rash. Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's marriage has alarmed the entire Barren State. Your objection will probably be useless, Huang Zhuge also said. Although Futian was now the first on the law rank, he still had no right to interfere with this matter. Let's go, Futian replied with a heavy heart. At that moment, the guests had all made their way onto the mountain. The Crouching Dragon feast began and Futian first visited the alchemy city Lord Yuqi, then saw that Long Linger and Madame Long and involuntarily walked forward. Big brother Futian. Long Linger called out to him. Linger, why are you here? Futian asked. My father came to take a look and paid a visit to the palace as well. I asked him to bring me here. Long Linger looked at the middle-aged man behind her and Futian's gaze followed. He then bowed and said, Futian is pleased to meet uncle. Oh, Thank you for taking care of Linger all these years, Long Ao smiled and replied. Although this was his first time meeting Yi Futian, he had already heard too much from his daughter and wife. Uncle, you are too polite. I have always treated Linger like my younger sister, Yi Futian smiled and replied. This little one is too unruly. It must have been tough on you. Long Ao then asked softly, I heard that you don't approve of this marriage? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Back then, my brother headed to the land of orthodoxy to pursue the divine path. Now, the palace is attempting to pave the road for Bailuli. Their will not be doubted, Long Ao reminded him softly. I understand. Yi Futian nodded his head. Everyone already thought that the matter was decided and could not be changed. Long Ao patted his shoulder and said softly, Linger, accompany Futian for a while. Sure. Long Linger nodded. Long Ao and his wife then walked further up the Crouching Dragon Feast. Experts on the Barren Sky ranking naturally had the right to sit at the top. Yi Futian and the other younger generation figures had seats on the bottom. As for the younger generation from normal families, their seats were even further back. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces. Di Gang, Li Futu, Xiang Jian, and many of the experts from the western region had arrived. Of course, there was Yanjiu from the Sword Saint Villa, the people from the Nantian House, and the mortal world. These people's attention was all on Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian was the first on the law rank and had defeated Di Gang in Alchemy City. He had made it to the top of the Barren State's nobles, and no one could stand up to him. However, Yi Futian was not in the mood to care about them. He found a seat by himself, then sat and waited quietly. They're here. At that moment, a voice sounded and countless gazes turned towards a pair walking from afar. The White Cloud City Lord and Juga family leader both walked all the way to the top of the mountain. Many people stood up and saluted them, while Bailuli followed behind them. The group walked to the main seats on the Crouching Dragon Feast and turned around, their gazes looking at the vast crowd standing below. The Holy Ji Palace has arrived to send its congratulations. At that moment, a voice sounded from the foot of the mountain. The White Cloud City Lord Baigu and Zhuge Qingfeng both stood there, watching in the distance. Soon, they saw many figures walking towards them. The person at the front was the third on the Barren Sky ranking. Lu Chan beside him were the Tianqing Palace Lord and Sage Zhusong. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Lu Chan. The Holy Ji Palace had personally come to witness this grand event. Chapter 664. At that moment, there were countless gazes on Lu Chan apart from Yi Futian's. The Sage Palace's assistant palace lord was now the acting main palace lord for the Holy Ji Palace. His will could almost represent the Holy Ji Palace's will. Moreover, everyone knew what Lu Chan's arrival meant. This marriage would bind the three strongest factions in the Barren State together. At that moment, there were countless gazes on Lu Chan apart from Yi Futian's. The Sage Palace's assistant palace lord was now the acting main palace lord for the Holy Ji Palace. His will could almost represent the Holy Ji Palace's will. Moreover, everyone knew what Lu Chan's arrival meant. This marriage would bind the three strongest factions in the Barren State together. Even the White Cloud City Lord and Zhuge Qingfeng stood up to welcome Lu Chan. Although Lu Chan was only Bailuli's master, he was also Baigu and Zhuge Qingfeng's uncle master, so they had to abide by the seniority. To be precise, the majority of the people at the event were Lu Chan's juniors. Lu Chan walked to a location and stopped. The crowd's gaze immediately followed, and saw him turn slowly and look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was also surprised. He had not expected Lu Chan to look towards him. Sage Zhusong must have told Lu Chan about the incident that happened a month ago. You have already obtained permission to enter the Sage Hall. You should be doing your best to raise and break through your cultivation level now. Do not let irrelevant matters affect your cultivation. After today, return to the palace and cultivate in seclusion. Try to break through to the Sage Plane as soon as possible. Lu Chan continued, Yu Shang, you too. After the two of you go back, I will call for a 6 palace meeting to discuss allowing Yu Shang to enter the Sage Hall and cultivate. After he said that, Lu Chan did not wait for Yi Futian and Yu Shang's reply before turning around and continuing forward. Zhuge Qingfeng and Baigu gave him the seat of honor. Be it his Barren Sky ranking or his seniority, Lu Chan was deserving of the seat. Many people looked towards Yi Futian. They naturally understood the meaning of Lu Chan's words. Yi Futian had not behaved as he should have, but the Holy Ji Palace still valued him highly and gave their best efforts to groom him. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan's back. If the wedding between Bai Luli and second sister today did not exist, Lu Chan would be an elder worthy of respect. Although he was from the Sage Palace, his magnanimity was way beyond a normal person. However, on Bai Luli's matters, Lu Chan and his stance were on opposing ends. Moreover, they stood firmly on their sides and could not be wavered. He could not persuade Lu Chan and vice versa, so they were stuck in a deadlock. Lu Chan sat on the seat of honor and looked at the sky before declaring, "Let the feast begin." "Okay." Zhuge Qingfeng nodded, then waved his hand. Immediately, everyone took their seats and the servants and maidservants from the Zhuge family started to get busy. Today's feast was likely to be one of the grandest in the barren state. Not far away, a figure quietly arrived. It was Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue was exceptionally beautiful today. The usual plain robes that she was used to wearing had been replaced by an elaborate dress which complemented her figure perfectly. With a touch of makeup, she was ravishingly beautiful and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhuge Mingyue was originally a stunning beauty, but now she looked even more beautiful. Many people were stunned at her beauty, then looked at the handsome Bai Luli and thought, "What a perfect couple." Yi Futian looked at the ravishing beauty and felt his heartstrings tugging. At that moment, his second sister was so beautiful. She had a faint smile on her face, but there was a semblance of sadness and determination in her eyes. Would it really end up like in the letter? If his third brother did not come, Yi Futian did not know what second sister would do. Knowing her personality, would she really end up with Bai Luli? Today's engagement banquet was already third brother's final chance. Zhuge Qingfeng looked around at the crowd then said, "Today, all of you have traveled long distances to be here. Zhuge Qingfeng thanks all of you for your presence. I will skip the formalities. Please enjoy the feast and don't hold back. Many of us are old friends and have not met for many years. I did not expect that we would be reunited here today. Let's have a toast." As he said that, he raised his glass and said, "After you." The crowd all raised their glasses and finished their wine. As the wine glasses were placed down, the atmosphere started to hype up. The Vermilion Bird sect leader smiled and said, "Age is catching up to me. I did not expect that the younger generation would already be this outstanding. On today's feast, I can almost see the end of our generation and the younger generation starting to take over us." The Vermilion Bird sect was an elite faction in the Barren State's northeast region. The sect leader was an expert, 37th on the Barren Sky ranking, so he naturally had the right to represent his generation. Indeed, seeing Bai Luli makes me feel as though a new era is upon us. Today's Crouching Dragon Feast has gathered the entire Barren State. In fact, we have gathered not only to support the event, but also to witness the arrival of a new era, another expert on the Barren Sky ranking said emotionally. In reality, back when Bai Luli made it to 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, I felt as though our era was about to end. Looking at all these people from the younger generation, they might look unfamiliar now, but the Barren Sky ranking's elite figures are all definitely here, another person laughed and said. Many people looked at the younger generation. Many of the experts on the Barren Sky ranking had brought their descendants here today. There were those who had already entered the Sage Plane and experts within the Noble Plane who were rising up quickly. Who do you think among the next generation will be able to dominate the Barren State? Someone asked jestingly. Bai Luli has been proclaimed to have the potential to become a saint. If he actually does it one day, everyone else's efforts will become meaningless, someone smiled and replied. Now that Bai Luli's saint potential had been publicized, everyone knew the purpose of this marriage. Although Bai Luli has the potential to become a saint, there are many geniuses among the younger generation. The future is unknown. Nobody knows who will lead the Barren State in the future. The sovereign family's Huangshi said nonchalantly. As 5th on the Barren Sky ranking, he was longtime rivals with the White Cloud City Lord, so he naturally did not feel that his sovereign family's descendants would be weaker than Bai Luli. For example, Huang Jioga had exceptional potential and an enduring mindset. Time will tell. The White Cloud City Lord looked at Huang Shi and replied. When two elite figures met, they also opposed each other without giving way. The sovereign family's Huangjiaga is also a genius of the generation. However, he was unable to come in first in the Holy Ji Palace's admission examination. The White Cloud City's Yun clan leader had also arrived and said flippantly, intentionally targeting Huang Shi. He was hinting that Huang Jiaga could not even obtain first in the palace's admission examination. Thus, how would he be qualified to command the barren state? Before the White Cloud City's Baizé participated in the admission examination, I had also heard that he had a reputation as the second Bai Luli. Now, he has vanished among the masses. Time is indeed the best judge. Huang Shi said calmly, multiple incomparable talents can appear in their generation. There are some people who were born prodigies. There's no need to compare. Back then, Bai Luli crushed his generation and Yi Futian similarly dominated his generation. If Yi Futian is more outstanding, then those who were dominated by Yi Futian might end up becoming peerless in the future, Su Shang said lazily. Many people looked at Yi Futian, some with admiration, others with hatred. Among the geniuses here today, there were too many who had been defeated by Yi Futian, the most famous among them being the Shiman clan Shiman Hanjiang and Di Kai's descendant, Di Gang from Alchemy City. As for Yinjiao, Nanhao, Bingyi and the rest, Yi Futian had probably left them far behind now. Was Su Shang trying to incite a conflict between the two prodigies by flattering Yi Futian like this? Everyone knew that Yi Futian was extremely unhappy with this marriage. He had publicly said that Bai Luli was not worthy of his second sister. No matter who is more outstanding, they are both the palace's disciples. Suke is also the same. I have high hopes for them, Lu Chan said. Immediately, Su Shang smiled and shut up. Lu Chan's words still held much weight. It's time. Lu Chan looked at the sky, and a glint appeared in Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and nodded, saying, "They're here." The White Cloud City Lord stood up and said, "Bring up the betrothal gifts." His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the area. In an instant, many figures at the foot of Crouching Dragon Mountain made their way up the mountain. These figures made their way up all the way until the feast and handed the betrothal gifts over. There were exotic treasures, elite sage ritual implements, valuable pills, and strong secret methods indexes. There were 99 betrothal gifts, and they were all priceless treasures. When the Zhuge family's people saw the scene, they all nodded delightedly. The White Cloud City had come with sincerity. This way, even if they took the Zhuge family's treasure, the Zhuge family would not feel that shortchanged. Countless people sent their congratulations, and it was a sight to behold. However, Yi Futian's expression was exceptionally grim. Zhuge Mingyue looked at him nonchalantly, maintaining her expression as she occasionally glanced in the distance. Brother Zhuge family, I am here to officially propose marriage to the Zhuge family on behalf of my son, the White Cloud City Lord said. Although both parties had already come to a consensus, he still needed to display the White Cloud City's sincerity. For one, to highlight the White Cloud City's magnanimity, and secondly, to give the Zhuge family due respect. At the feast, countless people looked at Zhuge Qingfeng. As long as he accepted the betrothal gifts, the engagement would be considered complete. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at the betrothal gifts and surprisingly fell silent for a moment. Wait a minute. At that moment, an abrupt voice sounded. A figure stood up from within the feast, and everyone's gazes landed on him. Yi Futian clenched his fists and was actually shivering. Sit down. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and said in an imposing voice. Upon hearing Lu Chan's voice, Yi Futian felt his entire body shiver, but he continued to stand firmly and raised his head, staring at Lu Chan with a determined expression, saying, I object. What insolence! Many people from the Zhuge family raged at him. The White Cloud City Lord looked at Yi Futian with a frigid expression. In an instant, a terrifying pressure landed on Yi Futian. We object as well. Shui Yi and Luo Fan stood up, striving to make their objections heard. You too, sit down. Yu Qi chided them lightly. The current scenario would not care for a few young teens' objections. A repressed aura started to spread throughout the grand feast. At that moment, an aura appeared at the foot of the mountain, as though a fight had broken out. Zhuge Qingfeng's gaze moved towards the foot of the mountain, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate space itself. Over there, he saw a figure in white robes climbing up with resolution. In the end, he had still come. Gu Donglu has come to the Zhuge family to propose marriage. The voice sounded through the air and throughout all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Chapter 665. When the voice sounded on the Crouching Dragon Mountain, countless people looked in the same direction. When the voice sounded on the Crouching Dragon Mountain, countless people looked in the same direction. Gu Donglu had come to the Zhuge family to ask for her hand in marriage. Today was the engagement between the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. The Zhuge family had prepared the Crouching Dragon feast. The entire barren state had come forth to congratulate them, and the White Cloud City lord had already given the betrothal gifts. However, there was someone who had come to ask for her hand in marriage now. Coming at this kind of time, they didn't even need to think to know whose hand he was asking in marriage. Many people in the barren state had heard that there was once a distinguished character that had challenged Bai Luli and left after being defeated. That battle was rumored to be for Zhuge Mingyue, and before this, Yi Futian and Shui Yi had stood up to oppose the marriage. It must have been for this person. Pairs of curious eyes looked across the air and saw a handsome white-robed scholar walking up step by step. His footsteps were not fast, but each step of his had a mysterious tempo and was exceptionally steadfast. Soon, he had appeared at the feast and raised his head, looking forward. Everyone looked at the figure that had appeared. He had a face like a piece of jade and eyes that looked like stars. With his demeanor, he was already a remarkable figure. Facing countless geniuses from the barren state, he had walked up to the Zhuge family to propose marriage. His courage and boldness caused many people to secretly compliment him. Third brother, Yi Futian and Shui Yi called out softly with smiles on their face. However, they did not know whether to be happy or sad. Under the current circumstance, although their third brother had come, could he really change anything? Zhuge Mingyue looked at the familiar face. Although 5 to 6 years had passed, he was still as dull as before but cute in its own way. He had finally come to the Zhuge family and kept his promise. As long as he came, it was enough. At that moment, the glint in Zhuge Mingyue's eyes appeared exceptionally brilliant. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at the figure. It was no wonder his daughter Zhuge Mingyue liked him. Such a dignified person. After being with him for years, it was only natural to fall in love with him. However, the White Cloud City lord's expression was grim, a frosty intent appearing within his deep black eyes. Asking for trouble. Bai Zhe looked on indifferently. He had spread the news to lure Yi Futian to the Zhuge family. He wanted to see how he would be embroiled in this storm and how he would get out unscathed. He was jealous of Yi Futian and also hated him. That was why he was excited to see Gu Donglu come. It was the only way for Yi Futian to really sink. In today's situation, whoever wanted to ruin the wedding ceremony was looking for trouble. Even if Yi Futian was the first on the law rank, he could not get away with it. Today's marriage represented the Holy Ji Palace's will. Whoever took part in its ruin would pay the price. "Step down and I will not bother with you," Lu Chan said in an overbearing tone as his gaze landed on Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu raised his head and looked at Lu Chan. Those days in the barren state, while he was on the run, he had also heard about the Zhuge family, so he naturally knew the purpose of the joint marriage. The Holy Ji Palace wanted to create a saint, and the person who had been chosen was Bai Luli. The entire barren state supported the marriage except for his little brothers. However, it was to no avail. Zhuge Mingyue was naturally going to end up as a sacrifice. Master once told me a story. He told me that there was once a Buddhist cultivator. He had reached a certain cultivation level and needed to experience more human emotions and experiences. He felt that if he cultivated step by step, he would need to travel too far and experience too many things. If he had that time, he would be able to give more people redemption and do more beneficial things. Gu Donglu looked at Lu Chan and said. The crowd looked confused and did not know what Gu Donglu meant by his words. So, he took a shortcut and robbed others of their memories, using them to experience the lives of others. He successfully broke through his cultivation level, but the other person became a lifeless shell. Many people's gazes lit up, seemingly knowing what Gu Donglu wanted to say. After he broke through his cultivation level, his state of mind faced obstacles again. He needed insight over more mortal affairs. Only by traveling a longer path could he strengthen his enlightenment. He felt that it was still a waste of time. At his current cultivation level, he could help more people with his abilities, So he plundered the memories of 100 people to put his righteousness to practice. As his cultivation level got higher, he started to dedicate himself to the plundering of others. He was respected by people and used Buddhist teachings to give others enlightenment. He felt that this was his righteousness. In the end, those who followed him in the cultivation of Buddhism all had their memories plundered and became puppets. I would like to ask the elders present, is he a Buddha or a demon? Gu Donglu looked at Lu Chan and the rest. Even the influential figures were slightly moved by the story. They naturally understood the moral of the story. It was referring to today's marriage. He's naturally a demon. Lu Chan stared at Gu Donglu and replied, the barren state has no saints. Bai Luli has the potential to become a saint and succeed the divine path and protect the legacy of the barren state. He has exceptional potential and is a match made in heaven with Zhuge Mingyue, congratulated by the entire barren state. Who has been plundered here? Cultivation is about cultivating one's mind. If you lie to even yourself, it is no wonder that the barren state has no saints. Gu Donglu said emotionlessly, if Mingyue and I die here today, then will you all be Buddhas or demons? Such insolence! An elder from the Zhuge family berated him. Many people stood up and an oppressive aura was released towards Gu Donglu, surrounding him. If it is for righteousness, you should be able to sacrifice yourself and not others. If the Zhuge family wants the barren state to create a saint, they can offer up the treasure. If the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City want to create a saint, they can snatch it. Gu Donglu continued, perhaps to you, that is evil and this is righteousness. As he said that, he laughed mockingly at himself. He was a reasonable person, but he also understood that today, these people would not reason with him. After all, reason was not as strong as the fist. As his gaze turned, he looked towards Zhuge Mingyue and a smile appeared in his star-like eyes as he said, sorry for making you wait 6 years. It's fine, Zhuge Mingyue smiled brilliantly and replied, are you willing to leave with me? Gu Donglu asked. You still owe me something, Zhuge Mingyue said. Gu Donglu looked at her, then smiled and said, I like you. Zhuge Mingyue's smile became even more brilliant. Her wedding robes appeared to have been worn just for this moment. Me too, blockhead. Zhuge Mingyue stood up and the sunlight reflected off her face. At that moment, she was unbelievably beautiful. At the feast, there was only silence apart from their conversation. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, even the influential figures. They were also feeling uneasy. They felt as though they were looking at a sad yet beautiful love story. This time, the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City seemed to be the evil ones. Yi Futian watched all this unfold and felt his eyes become watery. Beside him, Hua Jieyu had tears in her eyes, while Beitang Xinger had already started to cry. Second sister had waited for this moment for very long, and third brother was finally willing to say the words. However, what were they to do in today's situation? Good, very good indeed. In one of the seats in the feast, a monk's palms closed together as he said. His appearance was solemn and had traces of divine will, and he had a look of admiration and praise when he looked towards Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue's skirt reached the floor as she elegantly walked step by step towards Gu Donglu. The White Cloud City Lord's expression was extremely grim. Mingyue, an elder from the Zhuge family, shouted. Zhuge Mingyue's footsteps stopped, and she heard him call out, do you know what you're doing? Of course I do. I've known clearly what I want to do, Zhuge Mingyue smiled and replied. You have agreed to the marriage and the entire barren state has come forth to congratulate you. Now, you're doing this, what do you think the Zhuge family and the White Cloud City's reputations will become? The elder had a cold tone, and there was a pressure emanating from him. Have I ever objected? Zhuge Mingyue looked at him and replied, if I objected, would you all disagree to the marriage? The other party's expression froze. Zhuge Mingyue had objected before indeed. In fact, she had done so many years ago, and even left home to prove it. Have you all given me any choice? Zhuge Mingyue continued asking, since none of you have cared about how I feel, then why should I care what happens to all of you? The members of the Zhuge family stared at Zhuge family, then turned their cold gazes to Gu Donglu and said, take him down. A few elders from the Zhuge family released horrifying auras and stepped forward. At that moment, Yi Futian moved in a flash beside Gu Donglu. Yu Shang, Hua Jieyu, Shui Yi, and the others also stood up and moved beside Gu Donglu. Even Yu Shi also walked out. Go back? Yu Qi's expression was sour. What were these fellows doing? Father-in-law, there is no compromise for this issue, Shui Yi replied. He turned to Yu Shi and said, you go back. Yu Shi was still pregnant. Isn't your third brother my third brother as well? Yu Shi smiled at Shui Yi and replied. Shui Yi felt warm inside and grabbed his wife's hand. Although she was the daughter of the Alchemy City Lord and nobody dared to touch her, she was willing to step out with him under these circumstances. How could he not be touched? Today, I'm the one proposing marriage. Why are you all adding on to the trouble? Gu Donglu looked at the people standing beside him and asked. Yi Futian smiled brilliantly and asked him, third brother, do you think we're considered the groom's family or the bride's family? Gu Donglu was taken aback and replied, smiling, such a glib tongue. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Hua Jieyu, do you all understand what you are doing? The Tianqing Palace Lord looked at Yi Futian's group and asked. This matter was the palace's will. Now, these palace disciples were standing on the opposing side of the Holy Ji Palace. Before I came, I asked my master. My master also agreed to my being here. Although I am a disciple of the palace, before that, I am a cultivator, so I naturally need to follow my heart. The palace's will can be wrong sometimes as well. Yi Futian looked at Sage Tianqing and replied. I have said that later, you and Yu Shang can enter the Sage Hall to cultivate. What the two of you should be doing now is cultivating. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and Yu Shang and said, then I will not enter the Sage Hall. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan and replied, on the divine path, I do not require any external help. Chapter 666. Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian. If it was any other palace disciple who dared to rebel against his will, he would not care. However, he was Yi Futian, the first on the law rank. He had personally organized a discussion by the 6 palaces to permit him into the Sage Hall to cultivate. Evidently, he had high hopes for Yi Futian. He had hoped that Yi Futian would be able to become like Bai Luli in the future, or even stand side by side with Bai Luli. Now, he was a little disappointed in Yi Futian. Although it was not wrong for Yi Futian to have his own stance, compared to the barren state having a saint, all personal opinions were insignificant. Lu Chan stared at Yi Futian. If it was any other palace disciple who dared to rebel against his will, he would not care. However, he was Yi Futian, the first on the law rank. He had personally organized a discussion by the 6 palaces to permit him into the Sage Hall to cultivate. Evidently, he had high hopes for Yi Futian. He had hoped that Yi Futian would be able to become like Bai Luli in the future, or even stand side by side with Bai Luli. Now, he was a little disappointed in Yi Futian. Although it was not wrong for Yi Futian to have his own stance, compared to the barren state having a saint, all personal opinions were insignificant. The Holy Ji Palace is the barren state's holy land of cultivation. Cultivating in the palace, there are no rules to abide by. You can do whatever you want, and the palace will not interfere. Sage Tianqing's gaze landed on Yi Futian as he continued, however, that is just one rule that all Holy Ji Palace disciples must follow. The will of the palace is absolute. All personal wills must make way in front of the palace's will. Not just the disciples, but even the elders and the palace lords must abide by it. In today's matter, you have already violated the palace's will. What if the palace's will is wrong? Yi Futian looked at Sage Tianqing and asked, every personal will in the palace may be wrong, but the palace's will never be wrong, Sage Tianqing said decisively. Yi Futian looked at Sage Tianqing, then looked at his third brother and second sister, then said with resolution, however, this time, I firmly believe that the palace's will is wrong. Sage Tianqing looked towards Lu Chan. Lu Chan asked, I'll ask you one last time. Will you step down? No. Yi Futian's tone was still certain with no hesitation. All right. Lu Chan replied, Tianqing Palace Lord is in charge of the punishments in the palace. What is the punishment for violating the palace's will and confronting one's elders? Expulsion, the Tianqing Palace Lord replied. Since you are so arrogant, from now on, you are no longer a disciple of the palace. Lu Chan looked at Yi Futian and said calmly, but there was a tinge of anguish in his heart. Even so, his will was exceptionally resolute. The barren state needed a saint, and Bai Luli had already obtained the Sage Hall's teachings in the Sage Hall. Now, the Holy Ji Palace had placed supporting Bai Luli to the saint level as its top priority. This was also his brother's final wish for the barren state to have a saint. For this, all sacrifices were necessary. At the feast, the influential figures stared at Lu Chan with uneasy hearts. The law rank first, Yi Futian, had been expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. Lu Chan was probably agonizing over doing this. However, in the current situation, Yi Futian had resolved to be on Gu Donglio's side. This also meant that he would be opposing the palace's will. Similarly, he was opposing Bai Luli. This was a fact that could not be changed, so Lu Chan had to make a choice. Lu Chan must have been extremely unwilling to make such a choice. After all, prodigies like Yi Futian, including Bai Luli's generation, had only appeared twice to thrice. The Holy Ji Palace had never expelled any of its law rank firsts. Yi Futian had created an unprecedented feat sitting at the side. Bai Zhe had a smirk on his face. Yi Futian had been expelled by the palace and was now a forsaken disciple. Uncle Master, the wedding can be discussed. Be prudent about this, Zhuge Qingfeng said. He had personally witnessed Yi Futian revealing his potential, but the progression of matters was outside his control. Everything was already in place, and it could not be stopped simply by him. He also knew how firm the palace's will was this time. He had thought that after this matter was over, he would look for Lu Chan to have a good chat. At least, he wanted them to wait for Yi Futian for another year. However, Yi Futian was now on opposing sides with Lu Chan. The two of them were equally obstinate and firmly held their own stance. They were both unable to convince the other, so today's scenario had been created. Yi Futian had been expelled. Zhuge Qingfeng naturally understood what it meant. I have already asked him 3 times, Lu Chan replied. He had expelled Yi Futian not just because Yi Futian had violated the palace's will, but also because today's incident meant that he would be on opposing ends with Bai Luli. The Holy Ji Palace needed to be accountable to Bai Luli. Who was hurt the hardest when all this happened? Without a doubt, Bai Luli. He was a genius, 10th of the Barren Sky ranking, but today, Gu Donglu had stepped onto the crouching dragon mountain to ruin his marriage. Zhuge Mingyue had agreed to leave with him in front of everyone without a shred of hesitation. What about you all? Lu Chan looked at Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Shaoshi. We will stand where he stands, Yu Sheng replied. Hua Jieyu looked at Lu Chan and held Yi Futian's hand, walking side by side. She did not need to say anything more. Very well. Lu Chan took a deep breath and said, from today onwards, all of you are no longer disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. At that moment, the crouching dragon feast appeared to be exceptionally quiet and repressed. The law rank first and second, as well as a divine spiritual sorcerer, had all been expelled. From this, they could see how deep Lu Chan's obsession with the barren state having a saint was. Yi Futian looked at Lu Chan, then bowed towards him. He then raised his head and said, I have learned much in my 3 years of cultivating in the palace. If this matter can be resolved, I will definitely not treat the palace as my enemy. In the 3 years of cultivation, the palace had left lasting memories on him. Even if he was expelled, he had no grudge against the palace apart from this incident. He only felt that the palace was wrong this time, and he maintained his stand. The crowd heard Yi Futian's words and was moved. However, this matter could not be resolved that easily. Su Ke and Huang Jiaoge looked at the figure and could not help it. Su Ke had already reminded Yi Futian in fear that he might be rash. However, there was no way for him to persuade him, for he was already embroiled within. The Zhuge family's experts stepped forward. Since Yi Futian's group had already been expelled from the palace, they no longer had any reservations. Step down, a commanding voice sounded, causing many people to be astonished. As their gazes turned, they stared dumbfounded at the person who had spoken. It was the Zhuge family lord, Zhuge Qingfeng. The Zhuge family's experts had confused expressions. Their family lord had ordered them to step down. At the feast, many people had confused expressions. Could it be that Zhuge Qingfeng was still in distress over his daughter? Qingfeng, An elder in the Zhuge family called out to him. He had more seniority than Zhuge Qingfeng. Little brother, what do you mean by doing this? The white cloud city lord stood there, the robes on his body shaking in the wind and his body emanating a terrifying aura. He did not look at Zhuge Qingfeng, but before that, when Zhuge Qingfeng had tried persuading Lu Chan to be prudent, he could already feel Zhuge Qingfeng's attitude. It had seemed different from what he had expected. Lu Chan's gaze also looked towards Zhuge Qingfeng. He naturally felt it as well. Zhuge Qingfeng was wavering. Since it's a matter between the youngsters, let them settle it themselves. Zhuge Qingfeng's expression was calm and did not show much emotion, as though he had already thought about it clearly. Since the matter had already come to this, he naturally had to have his own stance. Under such a scenario, any decision of his would change the lives of many people. His daughter Zhuge Mingyue, Yi Futian, Gu Donglu. Every one of these people's lives were now in his hands. He was the only one who could cause a change in the situation. This was Crouching Dragon Mountain, and he was the owner of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Perhaps this was the reason why Yi Futian had looked for him yesterday. He had understood, and so had Yi Futian. After Yi Futian had said what he wanted to say yesterday, he had left. The final decision was still left up to him. Luli, what do you think about this matter? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Bai Luli, who had been sitting there all the while. At that moment, countless gazes landed on Bai Luli. He was the star of today. Zhuge Mingyue should have been engaged to him, but Gu Donglu coming to Crouching Dragon Mountain and the conversation between the two of them had caused Bai Luli to lose all his reputation. At that moment, Bai Luli stood up and slowly walked forward. Under everyone's gazes, Bai Luli looked at Zhuge Mingyue. If you were not willing, you could have disagreed previously. Why did you have to do this? Bai Luli asked. His master, father, the Holy Ji Palace, and the White Cloud City all hoped that he would end up with Zhuge Mingyue. He understood the responsibility that he had, and he also liked Zhuge Mingyue. That was why he naturally agreed to the marriage. Did you ever ask me if I agreed? Zhuge Mingyue looked at Bai Luli and asked. Bai Luli shook his head. He had never asked the question. You are the barren state's genius of the generation. Everyone has high hopes for you. You are 10th on the barren sky ranking and are unrivaled in the state. So everyone feels that this marriage is only natural. You are too perfect, but everything in existence has its flaws, so I don't like you. Even if the entire barren state feels that I should marry you, I dislike you. Even if he did not come, I would not marry you, she continued saying. Bai Luli quietly listened to Zhuge Mingyue's words, then silently replied, I understand now. As he said that, he had a self-mocking smile. The marriage that the entire barren state supported was nothing but a farce from the beginning. You're right, everything in existence has its flaws. I am also not a perfect person. Bai Luli looked at Zhuge Mingyue and continued, so, even though I can understand you, I cannot forgive you. As he said that, he started walking forward. As he took a step forward, he said, that is why I, Bai Luli, insist on taking you as my wife. As his voice landed, he looked towards Gu Donglu and said, as for the person who ruined my marriage, I naturally cannot forgive him. A tyrannical aura emitted from Bai Luli as he stepped in Gu Donglu's direction. The Zhuge family's elders all gave way as they saw this scene and created a path for him. Feeling the pressure from Bai Luli, Yi Futian's group all had stern expressions. At that moment, Gu Donglu stepped forward and shielded them. He faced Bai Luli's gaze head-on and replied, let's go up. As his voice landed, his body flew through the clouds and landed in the area above Crouching Dragon Mountain. Bai Luli raised his head and looked, then moved in a flash and flew into the air. Chapter 667. The two figures flew into the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain. They were both in the Sage Plain, so the impact of their battle would be extremely terrifying. If they battled on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the destruction caused would be too great. The two figures flew into the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain. They were both in the Sage Plain, so the impact of their battle would be extremely terrifying. If they battled on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the destruction caused would be too great. Countless people raised their heads and looked into the air. They saw an invisible current flowing around both their bodies. The spiritual chi in the air started to rampage, and the winds bellowed. Imposing currents flowed down from the heavens, and a sage plane might crush down from the air, seeking death. The White Cloud City Lord's expression was ruthless. Disregarding their potential, there was already a difference in cultivation level between Gu Donglu and Bai Luli. What kind of battle would it be? If it had not been for Bai Luli stepping out, he would not have let Bai Luli fight with Gu Donglu, and would have executed Gu Donglu immediately. After today's incident, what would be left of White Cloud City's reputation? Why go to such an extent? Many influential figures looked into the air and sighed. A few years ago, Gu Donglu had challenged Bai Luli when he had entered the Sage Plain and lost, but Bai Luli had not pursued the matter. This time, even with Bai Luli's refinement, he was evidently enraged. Today was his engagement. He had been watched by the entire world, and the entire barren state had sent their congratulations. However, he was now a laughingstock. Just like he said, he could understand Zhuge Mingyue, but he could not forgive her. Thus, he had walked out. Third brother. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the battle in the air. Bai Luli was famous throughout the land. Even with his third brother's exceptional potential, he still had no confidence in this battle. Yesterday, he had gone to look for Zhuge Qingfeng. Evidently, Zhuge Qingfeng had been moved and was willing to help him, but he could not stop Bai Luli from stepping in unless he wanted to start a war with White Cloud City. Moreover, there were people from the palace around as well. Bai Luli is already a high-level sage, while Gu Donglu is only a mid-level sage. The outcome of this battle is quite obvious, the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi said. He looked at Shui Yi, seemingly trying to hint for them not to have too high hopes. Yi Futian clenched his fists. The Sage Plane was split into 3 levels: Sage, Magi, Archmage. Every level was then split into low, mid, and high level. Bai Luli was a high-level sage while his third brother was only a mid-level sage, so there was already a divide in cultivation level. Back then in the Eastern Barren Territory, Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian, a Grade 1 noble when he was only a Grade 2 noble. However, although his opponent was also one of the Eastern Barren Territory's geniuses, his opponent this time was much stronger, the Barren State's Bai Luli. In the air, Bai Luli's eyes turned gray. In an instant, the vast area was enveloped by an invisible rule power. Everything in the heavens appeared to be controlled by Bai Luli. The Eye of Devastation. Yi Futian recalled the time when he had battled Bai Zhe in the palace's admission examination. Bai Zhe's life spirit was the Eye of Devastation and the spell scroll. Bai Luli was evidently much stronger than Bai Zhe. At that moment, an invisible gray hand lashed out towards Gu Donglu, attempting to invade his spiritual will and take control of his body. However, at that moment, Gu Donglu's eyes also became especially brilliant. An overbearing eye sorcery light gleamed. The light actually created a divine spiritual will that blocked off Gu Donglu's spiritual will attack. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli were both spirit elemental cultivators, and both excelled in eye sorcery. Back in the Eastern Barren Territory, when he descended on the Qin dynasty, he had rendered the Qin dynasty's experts immobile with just a glance. In the air, the two of them created a terrifying force field around them. The winds billowed as their spiritual wills formed force fields, and the entire crouching dragon mountain could feel the might of the force field. The invisible gray hand appeared to become corporeal and smashed towards Gu Donglu's body, covering the skies in an unstoppable fashion. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared behind Gu Donglu. It was an ancient character, Lin. The giant ancient character had a sacred glow, like a celestial light. It shone on Gu Donglu's body, causing his spiritual will to become even more powerful. Rays of spiritual light clashed with the giant hand, and it finally exploded into nothingness. However, the overbearing pressure was still permeating the air. Under the Eye of Devastation, it had become a deathly space. Back then, when Bai Zhe released his life spirit, his opponents could not even cast spells. Bai Luli's would only be scarier. However, at that moment, Bai Luli stretched out both his hands and divine lightning struck down from the skies. Countless lightning rays scattered down and Bai Luli bathed within. Then the lightning started to move in 8 directions. Instantly, the lightning rays gathered like snakes in the skies toward 8 locations, sealing off the 8 directions. Then, they turned into a shadow of the thunder god, standing in the air, as though the real thunder god had descended. Bailuli's outstretched arms had lightning intent on them, flowing through the air, guiding the 8 thunder gods to seal off the area, with Gu Donglu in the center of the area. Feeling the destructive power in the skies, Yi Futian's heart pounded vigorously. Was this the strength of a sage plane expert? Their spells were too powerful. Hua Jieyu and Zhuge Mingyue also looked at the air, worrying for Gu Donglu. Bailuli was simply too strong. Even the influential figures from the elite factions looked into the air. Bailuli, the most prodigious person in the barren state, had the potential to become a saint. His talent had overshadowed the entire state. Digang, Li Futu, and the others of the younger generation figures all looked into the air as well. Bailuli was the benchmark for all of the barren state's teens. He was the symbol of their generation, so they naturally wanted to watch him in action. This gentle and refined genius. How imposing would he be when he was angered? The terrifying lightning sealed off the air, and the moving lightning rays had even turned pure white like light. However, there was a dark color hidden within them. It was the power of destruction. It was evidently not a simple lightning element spell, but one that had strong rule power fused into its offense. Gu Donglio's gaze was as calm as always. Although he knew how strong Bailuli was in his heart, he had already experienced it in their battle a few years ago. Otherwise, he would not have left the barren state and gone to the other states, crossing countless regions. It was only until a few years later that he had wanted to return and secretly check on Zhuge Mingyue. However, the news that awaited him upon his return was the marriage that the entire barren state was anticipating. Gu Donglu released his life spirit behind himself, and a celestial shadow appeared, surrounded by 9 words: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhang, Lai, Qian, Xing. Each ancient character released a divine glow and had its own unique, powerful aura. Gu Donglu raised his head and looked into the air. Around his body, figures of war gods appeared. The 9 war gods were summoned and surrounded his body. Standing in 9 locations, each war god had one of the 9 words on them. Next, the 9 war gods actually resonated, and a devastating force emanated from them. The 9 war gods resonating created an absolutely divine sight, surrounding the entire area with countless ancient characters surrounding a light screen. Divine, strong, absolute. 1,000 direction strike, Bailuli said in a cold voice. The 8 thunder gods struck out with strong attacks, and at that moment, unlimited destructive light rushed towards a single direction towards Gu Donglio's body. However, Gu Donglio's body had resonated with the 9 war gods that he had summoned, and the protective light screen created by the 9 words released a blinding light. Then, the ancient characters flew into the air towards the destructive lightning spell in an endless wave. Rays of destructive light were emitted, and in an instant, countless ancient characters were reduced to dust. However, when the spell landed on the light screen, it only caused a crack to appear on it and could not break through. What a strong defense! Many people could feel the offensive strength and were shocked. With Bailuli's strength, they could imagine how forceful the 1,000 direction strike he cast was. Even those in the same cultivation level as him would probably be defeated in one hit. But Gu Donglu had blocked his attack with only the cultivation level of a mid-level sage. His potential was also among the barren state's elite geniuses. Many people thought about Yi Futian, Zhuge Mingyue, and Shui Yi. They were all disciples from the same master and were all prodigies. Back then, the Eastern Barren Territory's cottage was indeed a mysterious place. The cottage's master was probably also a prodigious figure, otherwise, the great emperor's men would not have personally descended to bring him away. In the air, a terrifying glow lit up all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. At that moment, there were countless figures outside the Crouching Dragon Mountain who had all wanted to witness the barren state's most anticipated marriage, but did not have the right to enter the Zhuge family. However, at this moment, countless people outside Crouching Dragon Mountain were watching the scene in the distance in awe. In the air, a shocking battle had erupted, and they could feel the dominant aura clearly even from an extremely far distance. "That's Bailuli," someone said, astounded. "What happened on Crouching Dragon Mountain?" Today was Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's engagement, but he was actually battling someone. It was evidently not a simple spar. Who was Bai Luli's opponent? Many people looked at Gu Donglu, the handsome white-robed scholar with glaring light around his body. He was also a prodigy, or he would not be able to battle with Bai Luli. Gu Donglu, someone replied. Previously, someone had heard a voice at the foot of the mountain. Gu Donglu entered the Zhuge family to propose marriage. Who is Gu Donglu? Someone asked. There was someone trying to ruin the marriage at this juncture? Back then, he had challenged Bai Luli for Zhuge Mingyue. Moreover, he is also the brother of the Holy Ji Palace's law rank first, Yi Futian. Somebody who knew the details explained. The news spread at a breakneck pace. Not long ago, Xuanwu City had a rumor that Yi Futian did not approve of the marriage. It seemed like it was because of his brother. Now that such a conflict had erupted, what was the law rank first Yi Futian going to do? More and more people rushed towards the Zhuge family on Crouching Dragon Mountain, watching the battle in the air. Over there, thunder gods stood tall among the heavens, and Gu Donglu had summoned 9 war gods and was surrounded by 9 ancient characters. What a breathtaking sight! Most people would hardly come by a battle of this level in their lifetime. Chapter 668. In the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bai Luli and Gu Donglu fought. The 1,000-direction strike fell straight down and cracks became more and more apparent. The light of 9 words carried intense mystical powers, so much so that it was capable of repairing the cracks. More and more spiritual chi flowed into the light of 9 words from the surroundings, enabling it to shine with undying light. In the air above Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bai Luli and Gu Donglu fought. The 1,000-direction strike fell straight down and cracks became more and more apparent. The light of 9 words carried intense mystical powers, so much so that it was capable of repairing the cracks. More and more spiritual chi flowed into the light of 9 words from the surroundings, enabling it to shine with undying light. Bai Luli remained unfazed. While he knew that Gu Donglu was an extraordinary figure possessing exceptional talents, Bai Luli nonetheless possessed the edge in plain difference. As such, there was little to be left to the imagination with that battle. It was not that Bai Luli was being reckless. It was that he was the most notable figure of his generation in barren state, one possessing the potential to become a saint and a symbol of an era. As such, he needed to have that much confidence. Unending godly thunder coursed throughout Bai Luli's body. He glanced at the airspace above Gu Donglu for a bit. The Eye of Devastation controlled unlimited power in their surroundings, enabling the coalescence of appalling power right above Gu Donglu. The light from the 9 shadows of thunder gods stopped attacking Gu Donglu and was instead focused on locking down the battlefield. Unending powers flowed to one low point. At that very moment, the shadow of a giant like a true ancient god appeared, just like a saint. Godly creation of all things. Sparkles were seen in the eyes of many great figures from the Holy Ji Palace. It was a super powerful ability of the Holy Ji Palace, one passed down in Sage Hall. Bai Luli entered the Sage Hall long ago, and it was said that he attained the acknowledgement and lineage of the Sage Hall, which was why the Holy Ji Palace saw him to be the successor and the next palace lord. Every single will of the Holy Ji Palace had Bai Luli becoming a saint in mind, paving the way for him to do so. Godly creation of all things was a super powerful offensive technique, but it was also a frightening defensive technique packed with tremendous power. The shadow, which looked like an ancient god, stood tall in the air, holding a heaven-shaking divine hammer. Devastating light rained downward. A terrifying gravitational pressure bore down on everything below. Even in their banquet seat of Crouching Dragon Mountain, everyone was still able to sense the terrifying power of the pressure. Third brother. Shuiye's expression changed. The pressure was simply too powerful. Luofan turned rather pale as well. Yi Futian felt a shudder within. When Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian fought, Shuiyi and Luofan were incredibly confident, not worrying that their third brother might end up losing it all. Right here and now, however, neither of them had any of that confidence. There might have been many who bore great titles yet had little to show for it, but when a person was able to become a true master of something, to make it to the pinnacle and become a symbol of his generation, that person would definitely not be one with a great name but little to show for it. Such a person would truly possess immeasurably terrifying solid skills and powers. and Bai Luli indeed possessed the power of the lineage of a saint. Gu Donglu felt the terrifying might. Light of the 9 words coalesced in a crazed manner around him. Fearsome sword will burst from within his body. Endless sword will coalesce as if the energies between the heavens and the earth gushed at him. A terrifying sword image appeared around him, which looked like a great sword. Streaks of sword will whipped about, circling his body. A giant sword appeared right before Gu Donglu. The light of the 9 words flowed in a crazed manner at the giant sword. The rules of its surroundings resonated with it. The giant sword was 100 meters long. It pierced through the air and shot for the heavens. Gu Donglu was also one who was versed in multiple disciplines: spiritual arts, summons, sword, madra, and speed. He was versed in all of them. The sword can easily cut through a common mid-level sage. The great figures below all felt the terrifying energies within the sword as they commented. Gu Donglu was a figure like no other at the moment. However, it was unfortunate that he met Bai Luli on that day. Bai Luli, who attained the lineage of the Sage Hall, was peerless throughout the barren state. Among the younger generations, only Yi Futian possessed the potential to fight toe-to-toe with him. While Bai Luli was just in the sage plane, his combat capacity at the moment allowed him to fight some magi. The power of the heaven-shaking divine hammer felt frightening in the skies. The ancient, godlike shadow moved and brought the hammer down. At that very moment, everyone felt as if they were being put under lockdown by some unbearable pressure, and it seemed that even speed would not have helped much in escaping that pressure. A rainbow pierced the heavens and the giant sword was brought to bear with endless divine might. The weapon was brought down in an instant without any regard for the distance between it and the target. The air around the sword seemed as if it was being split apart. The strike brought appalling might with it. However, when the hammer of that ancient god struck, blinding halos burst in the air. Everyone kept their eyes on the scene in the air. They saw the giant sword literally falling apart. The divine hammer continued to be brought down to bear on its surroundings with unstoppable force. There was little to nothing to be seen from the changes in Gu Donglu's expression. Covered with holy light, the 9 gods of war surrounded the ancient word while lashing out with palm prints. The Junlin Madra, Jingang Madra, Patian Madra, Dojan Madra. 9 madras were lashed out at the air before them, taking the form of 9 incredibly huge palm prints. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven-shaking divine hammer destroyed everything in its path. All madras fell apart. The hammer was then brought down on the screen of the 9 words, and multiple cracks formed on it under that tremendous pressure. It was soon completely shattered. The hands of the 9 gods met the hammer itself eventually, stopping its advances. However, Gu Donglu fell down like a bolt of lightning. Bam! A loud rumble was heard and Gu Donglu stepped on the middle of the banquet at Crouching Dragon Mountain. Everything around him was destroyed that very second. Many great figures set up defenses of light, stopping the shockwave of the move from spreading too far. Many were able to see that the ground that Gu Donglu stepped on shattered. His body was slightly bent and blood was seen from the corner of his mouth. Third brother, Yi Futian, and the rest of his party were stunned as they looked at figure dressed in white before them. That is just too powerful. Many turned their heads up to look at Bai Luli in the air. That silhouette stood proud in the air for all to see, be it inside or out of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It exuded the air of an absolute champion, a sight to behold for all in barren state. He would have pummeled anyone from the same plane as he. It went without saying that he was not going to lose that fight, as he was fighting Gu Donglu, someone of a lower plane. Bringing the massive offensive capacity afforded by the lineage of the saint to bear was the greatest acknowledgement he demonstrated for Gu Donglu's abilities. How is that bastard so powerful? Even Long Linger looked rather unwell. Gu Donglu was Yi Futian's senior, and it was a given whose side she was on. Long Ao and his wife glanced at the girl before turning their attention back at that figure standing proud in the air. Bai Luli ranked 10th on Barren Sky ranking as a sage, and he managed to do so with his extraordinary talents and incredible frightening potential. How could he not be so powerful? While both had only attacked each other several times in that battle, it was more than enough for everyone around them to see how immensely talented those two were. It was a pity that their stance meant that they were on opposite sides with no chance for reconciliation. "Stop fighting already," Zhuge Mingyue looked at Gu Donglu and said. She had never asked for Gu Donglu to beat Bai Luli anyway. Gu Donglu glanced at her and replied, "It is not that I do not know what you are thinking. It is just that there are things that I have to do." He took to the air as soon as he finished talking, shooting up like a bolt of lightning, standing before Bai Luli once again. The 9 words surrounded him, and this time, they turned even more dazzling. Undying light shone on his body, and with him at the center, a tornado whipped up. He looked like a being of light as he gradually turned to resemble a sword. "Sword traversing the heavens," Gu Donglu mumbled, and a terrifying heaven-slaying sword matrix formed with him at the center. He closed his eyes, and it seemed as if countless shadows flew out of his body. Every single shadow seemed to resemble him, and yet look like a sword. They circled around the vicinity, and they howled about. Every sword resonated with the heavens and the earth as they headed for Bai Luli. Bai Luli unleashed his eye of devastation life spirit. His eyes looking incredibly eerie, demonic, and dark, grayish dimensional storms appeared. Those swords, which came with full intentions of killing him, were surprisingly unable to get near him. They simply bent and moved aside as they got close. However, those swords did not truly leave. They reversed instead. Both controlled their own spells with an insanely powerful spiritual will. More and more swords appeared as they blocked out the skies and occupied all space possible in the vicinity. Bai Luli stood at the center of everything, yet he looked incredibly calm and composed. There was no fluctuation to be seen from his expression. He went to simply watch everything around him in silence. Undying lights flowed about his body, and yet another shadow of an ancient godlike being appeared. It was an incredibly imposing god clad in gold. It brought its sword down on its target's defenses. There was no way to stop it. "This is just too powerful," everyone on Crouching Dragon Mountain mumbled to themselves. The super spell, godly creation of all things, was mastered to the utmost perfection at the hands of Bai Luli. That is truly the #1 genius in all of the Barren State, members of the Zhuge family thought to themselves. Their eyes on Gu Donglu turned even colder still. The marriage arrangement that had the entire Barren State hyped up was being destroyed by him. What is that Bai Luli is using? People from outside the Crouching Dragon Mountain thought as they were still feeling the shock. They knew little about the power he inherited from the Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace. They simply felt that Bai Luli truly had no match in all of the Barren State. Lu Chan was very calm. As Bai Luli's teacher, he knew his student better than anyone else. Due to such understanding, he came to know well of Bai Luli's potential and went to pave his student's path. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was a unanimous one, so much so that even a top-notch genius like Futian was unable to stop Bai Luli's journey to sainthood. Gu Donglu, however, maintained his stance. He continued to bring his sword aura to bear. The number of sword aura increased over time, gushing forth like a torrent and went on to cover the space around them. He extended his right hand, unleashing pinching sword techniques. His eyes remained closed, yet his spiritual will was never used to such an extent. He stepped forward and uttered, "My will is the will of the sword." He vanished as soon as he finished. The gushing downward torrent of sword will resonated all of a sudden, as every single shadow that flew out manifested at will. Endless sword wills and the rushing torrent of swords coalesced in that very moment. The river of swords melded into one sword. An incredibly refined sword flash appeared in the sky, piercing the golden god shadow encasing Bai Luli. At that very instant, sword aura rampaged in the air as the shadow of the golden god cracked, bursting with blinding golden light. Bai Luli extended his hand, and an incredibly huge palm of the ancient god was brought to bear. With a loud boom, everyone saw Gu Donglio's body being sent flying through the air as he spat out blood. The golden brilliance around Bai Luli shattered as well, as he was sent gliding backward. Chapter 669. The battle atop Crouching Dragon Mountain stopped as both sides were thrown off. Gu Donglu was injured while Bai Luli was thrown aside. The battle atop Crouching Dragon Mountain stopped as both sides were thrown off. Gu Donglu was injured while Bai Luli was thrown aside. It was apparent that Bai Luli had an absolute advantage. Even so, however, Gu Donglu was surprisingly capable of fending Bai Luli off under the powers of the godly creation of all things still. It was nonetheless a feat that impressed many. Such a pity. Many looked at Gu Donglu and sighed. Such a person would have become a legend among their peers. While he had only appeared in the barren state twice and was nowhere near as renowned as Bai Luli, that battle on Crouching Dragon Mountain would have made him famous throughout the barren state overnight. The battle that made Bai Luli a figure renowned far and wide all those years ago was one that was fought when he was at the pinnacle of the noble plane. He, as a noble at his pinnacle, defeated a mighty one who had broken into the sage plane. It was indeed a battle that made him something akin to a god. As such, he quickly rose to be ranked 10th as soon as he broke into sage plane. It was a prestige like no other, and Gu Donglio's current plane level would have meant being swiftly crushed. It was totally unexpected that he was able to hold out for so long. That alone served as a testament to his immense talent, and that he would have been a god among his peers as well. Regardless of that impressive feat, however, Gu Donglu was deemed to be at his limit, and fending off Bai Luli was the most he was able to do. Even if Gu Donglu had talent on par with Bai Luli, the difference in plane levels meant that he would still have eventually ended up as the loser. Many felt it a pity for two of figures of such godlike talent and capability to be on totally opposite sides. The current generation to have emerged in the barren state seemed to be one where legends would have been made once again. Bai Luli glanced at Gu Donglu calmly, and there was little to be made out from his eyes. He extended his hands once again, unleashing his eye of devastation life spirit. A powerful aura field was conjured as violet lightning bolts and golden flashes struck from the heavens. Streaks of dazzling lights filled the air like lines of spell runes. The runes quickly flowed to seal the space around Gu Donglio's body. Many turned their heads up from below. Huge matrices that sealed off the air appeared around Gu Donglu. The countless runes were practically all over him. 8 shadows emerged from every direction around him to control the huge matrix in the air. Endless lights permeated the air in the matrix as if countless threads were thrown all across the space Gu Donglu occupied. In that very instant, that space seemed to be locked down by absolute sealing powers. No spiritual chi was able to be gathered as the space was put under lockdown. Caught in the middle of all that, Gu Donglu remained calm as he unleashed his spiritual will. However, in the very next moment, his will felt thousands of threads all around him, and every thread felt like the sharpest blade that ever existed, tearing at his will. He was astonished to find that he had absolutely no control over the powers around him. An incredibly huge symbol saying seal appeared in the air. Gu Donglu was caught in it, and he seemed to have been rendered completely imprisoned within. What kind of sealing technique is this? Many found their jaws gaping as they felt the terrifying sealing power infused within it. The sealing of all creations. It was a derivative skill that Luli created from the powers of godly creation of all things, Sage Zhu explained. Be it godly creation of all things or sealing of all creations, there was no doubt that both were godlike skills, and such powers were derived from spiritual will like no other. When a cultivator reached the sage plane, the cultivator would have developed the power to communicate with their surroundings using their spiritual will alone, enabling the use of powers of rules. When the spiritual willpower was put under lockdown, however, it became a devastating blow like no other. The one to be subjected to such a predicament would have their combat capacity decimated. That battle was practically over. With Gu Donglio's spiritual will being put under lockdown, he was only capable of communicating with the limited amount of space immediately around him. Light of the 9 words circled around him, and 9 shadows of the gods of war stood by. Sword aura permeated the air, attempting to unravel the seal. At that very moment, a purplish gold shadow of an ancient god appeared before Gu Donglu, standing tall in the sky, looking like some insurmountable god. His godly creation of all things allows him to summon ancient gods of varying abilities. Many watched the ongoing battle with stunned looks. Bai Luli was simply too powerful. So much so that he seemed to be the manifestation of the concept of invincibility. The summoned purplish gold ancient god held a heavenly halberd in its hand, as if it was the enforcer god charged with enforcing the laws between the earth and the heavens. A devastating, punishing power was unleashed from the weapon it held, striking down like purplish gold lightning bolts. The power of the Tianqing Pavilion. The hearts of many great figures shook. Such combat capacity was practically invincible if the one wielding it were to reach the pinnacle of Sage Plane. It was truly the potential of one destined to become a saint and the champion of barren sky ranking in the future. Endless punishing lights rained down Gu Donglu, hitting hard on the 9 words, but still unable to destroy them. The ancient god was then seen striking down with the heavenly halberd in hand. The air rumbled with thunderous might, creating a sonic boom like no other. Boom! When the heavenly halberd hit its intended target, sparkling lights danced in the air, spreading out in all directions. The ancient runes around Gu Donglu shattered one after another, and his defensive screen of light cracked, threatening to shatter at any given second. However, terrifying beams shot out from Gu Donglu's eyes. He unleashed his will to his very limit, keeping the screen of light together. Despite his efforts, the punishing lights seeped through the cracks and hit Gu Donglu, making him spit more blood as his body trembled. That's the end of it. Many quipped to themselves how short the battle had been at the sight of Gu Donglu being bombarded. It was, however, a spectacular battle. Despite Gu Donglu's strategies and tricks, none of them proved to be of much use when he was being severely limited by Luli's overpowering abilities. The air meant for sainthood crushed his opponent through sheer difference in plane levels. Third brother. Futian watched the battle above as he trembled within. So that is what Luli, the #1 genius of the barren state, is capable of. Despite his third brother's unparalleled talents, he was being suppressed all the same. Geniuses were all capable of fighting people of planes higher than theirs, and his third brother was one with such talent. It was a pity that the one who stood before him was another with such talent. It was near impossible to make up for the difference in plane level when fighting someone like Luli and come out on top. Ants trying to shake a tree. Futility like none other indeed. Zhe glanced at the air with cold eyes. His expression was a cold one, yet his mind was elated beyond measure. What makes Gu Donglu think he can just come over to Crouching Dragon Mountain and steal the bride like that? Futian had already been expelled from the Holy Ji Palace. If he dared kick up a fuss over Gu Donglu's death, he would have ended up dying next, and there was simply nothing anyone could do to save his skin. The punishing lights headed for Gu Donglu without rest, penetrating the screen of light. Gu Donglu remained adamant in resisting the onslaught. His white garb was stained red with blood, and it was a harrowing sight to behold. Shuiyi, Luofan, and all the others clenched their fists as they trembled. They, however, were unable to do anything to help. That battle was one that they did not even so much have the capacity to intervene in. Worse still, there were many great figures around them, and none of those great figures would have tolerated any attempts to ruin the battle. Enough, Zhuge Mingyue said coldly. She leaped into the air armed and ready, but Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud, City glanced at her casually. Terrifying eye sorcery was unleashed from his eyes, making Zhuge Mingyue feel herself going stiff all over and utterly incapable of moving. The difference in plane between her and the city lord was simply too great. You are the future lady of White Cloud City. Know your place, the city lord said coldly with a deadpan expression. If it was not for that treasure of the Zhuge family and the desire to provide further assurance for his son, Bai Luli, on his way to sainthood, the city lord would not have lowered himself to propose such a marriage arrangement. He was the city lord of White Cloud City, ranked 4th on the barren sky ranking, while his son, Bai Luli, ranked 10th and was seen to be a future saint. No other force throughout the barren state other than the Holy Ji Palace, where both of them trained, was deemed qualified enough to have him take such measures. Despite this, however, Zhuge Mingyue dared do something so outrageous. It was seen as an unparalleled display of insolence. Zhuge Mingyue glared at the city lord coldly before turning her eyes back at the battlefield in the air. Gu Donglu's current predicament seemed to have reddened her eyes somewhat. She had once thought that so long as he was there, she would fear nothing and would give anything to be with him. She came to realize that that had been little more than an assumption. She was still afraid, and at the moment, Her heart ached. She felt herself to have gained some understanding about that breakup letter that Gu Donglu sent. Sometimes it was not so much something done out of worry for oneself, but out of concern for what the other party would do. Zhuge Mingyue turned her eyes at Zhuge Qingfeng. The only one capable of stopping the battle was none other than her father. Zhuge Qingfeng took notice of Zhuge Mingyue's eyes and knew her intentions. He knew her daughter well. If something were to happen to Gu Donglu, all her inhibitions would be thrown out of the window. He knew that while his daughter seemed to be the calm and quiet sort, she was incredibly stubborn within. Bai Luli looked at Gu Donglu in the air and asked, "Don't you want to say something?" Gu Donglu glanced at Bai Luli before closing his eyes, letting all that punishing power penetrate his body. What was that Bai Luli wanted me to say? Whatever one deems to be the right thing to do, then one should persevere with one's undertaking no matter what. What else is there to be said? At that very moment, Gu Donglu recalled a lot of things. The cottage, the old man sitting in there, him standing behind the old man, asking, "Teacher, what does it mean to be a sage?" "Your plane, your breadth of mind, and your bearing," the old man answered. "How is one able to become a sage?" he asked again. "Keep an open mind, and the world will open up before you. Know your destiny, and you will know how to become a sage." What is above the sage? The saint. What does it mean to be the saint? According to my understanding of the saint, it means to be free of shortcomings, the old man said. What would that actually be? He asked again. What the hell is wrong with you, kid? I don't do cultivation. Can't you go find answers yourself? But would I be able to do so? So long as you have the world in your heart and are free of yearning in your mind, there is no way you can't do that. Are you doubting my judgment of character now? I should have left you to your own devices back then. The old man yapped away in anger. Gu Donglu thought, and there seemed to be a holy shadow welling up in his mind. Formless power flowed into his body, and his will seemed to grow stronger, spreading outside his body. The power of the ceiling of all creations was still in place, blocking his willpower. However, the life spirit behind him glittered with dazzling light, becoming increasingly holy as if it was imbued with terrifying divinity. Everyone was dumbfounded at the changes to Gu Donglio's body. The life spirit behind him seemed to have metamorphosed, becoming some holy being. The light of holiness flowed into his body, making him shining inside out with holy glitter. Chapter 670. What is happening? Many turned to look at Gu Donglu. Some mysterious latent power within him seemed to have been awakened. His life spirit gradually metamorphosed, as if he was becoming even more powerful. What is happening? Many turned to look at Gu Donglu. Some mysterious latent power within him seemed to have been awakened. His life spirit gradually metamorphosed, as if he was becoming even more powerful. Is he harnessing the power of the secret arts? The punishing force continued to reign on him. Gu Donglu had no time to slowly comprehend the changes occurring in his body. His spiritual will seemed to have broken through the power of sealing of all creations, spreading out to the greater surroundings about him. The light of the 9 words grew intensely dazzling as they resonated with the heavens and the earth. Voom! At that very second, the 9 words surrounding his life spirit went to bombard the 8 gods of war. Limitless power gushed into the ancient words, making every word seemingly infused with some mystical power as they rained down below. 8 earth-shaking rumbles were heard as the shadows of those gods of war were being torn apart. The power of sealing of all creations disintegrated, but that terrifying shadow of the ancient god attacked with its halberd still. The shadow of the life spirit behind Gu Donglu grew increasingly huge, becoming a true holy shadow. It lashed out with its giant palm at that ancient god. 9 mudras emerged as the palm continued on its path, with the powers of the world gushing into the mudra in the hand. The ancient god shadow's heavenly halberd continued to be brought down with the might of divine wrath. The mudra shattered violently, but that halberd was unable to survive the clash as well. The holy shadow was thrown back with a huge rumble, and the body of that great ancient god broke apart. He became stronger. Countless were shocked to see what Gu Donglu had become. Mystical powers seemed to have emerged from within him, bringing the limitless power of the world in and fusing it with his body. However, Gu Donglio's eyes remained closed all that while. Having the world in his heart and being free of yearning in his mind, the greater world had indeed opened up to him, enabling him to sense the heavens and the earth at a vastly greater capacity. The power of the heavens rushed at him. One shadow after another was seen leaving his body at that very moment, and all of them were illusory shadows of Gu Donglu himself. The shadows morphed into blinding lights and powerful flashes as they traversed the air, appearing before Bai Luli and went straight into his body. They were the manifestations of Gu Donglio's will, and the manifestations were so real that they looked tangible. Bai Luli remained standing proud in the air with his eyes looking forward. Countless shadows of Gu Donglu appeared between Gu Donglu and Bai Luli, heading for the latter, bringing the might of the world to bear. Such powerful spiritual will. Everyone watching from below was able to feel the power permeating the air above. Gu Donglu was fighting a battle of wills with Bai Luli. Such battles were even more perilous, as any missteps would leave the wielders while crumbling, turning them into beings little more than vegetables. Despite the mystical nature of the power welling up from within Gu Donglu, the man himself was still of a lower plane compared to Bai Luli, and his crazed antics were deemed unthinkable. A pair of gigantic eyes seemed to have appeared behind Bai Luli. The eye of devastation unleashed tremendously terrifying light. Bai Luli's eyes themselves turned demonic. Everything in the world seemed to have been put under his will before, yet at that very moment, the will that was heading his way was something totally out of his control. A shadow of will of intense holiness walked out of Gu Donglio's body as if his very own will had left his body. All life signs in his body ceased as all that holy brilliance gathered about the shadow of the spiritual will walking out. Thousands of others like it walked at the same time, bringing with them the resonance with the powers of the heavens and the earth. They seemed like the sharpest blades to ever be made in the world as they walked towards Bai Luli. This guy is insane. Everyone watched Gu Donglu with stunned expressions. The consequences of that very move he pulled could have very probably led to utter destruction. Once one's own was completely destroyed, the person in question would be rendered a useless cripple, if they were able to even survive. Watching Gu Donglu walking towards him, Bai Luli was able to tell without a doubt that his opponent carried incredible willpower. At that very moment, he felt like there were endless sword wills hanging in the air, ready to penetrate his body. Fearsome will emerged from within Bai Luli as well. A great will of an ancient god appeared, encasing his body. At that moment, Bai Luli looked like a god himself. My spiritual will has already been made flawless when I trained in the Sage Hall. Your plane is lower than mine. Do you think you have a chance at winning this? Bai Luli looked at Gu Donglu and continued, Have you ever thought about what will happen to you if you lose? With my mind flawless and my will steeled, I do not see how I will end up losing, Gu Donglu replied. That is your idea of flawless, Bai Luli said. If you fight, you will definitely lose. What is victory and what is defeat? Gu Donglio's gaze was locked onto Bai Luli. The lights of the 9 words shimmered around his body as the endless shadows melded into one and moved forward. He extended his finger and pointed forward. Power gushed at the extended finger in a frenzy, as a devastating storm whipped about where the finger pointed at, penetrating everything as the mighty finger remained extended. The eyes of the shadow of the ancient god turned completely gray. A devastating will out to tear everything apart invaded Gu Donglio's mystical, divine body, yet he was totally unfazed as he continued to move forward. He headed straight for that devastating storm, and with his finger lowered, the powers of the heavens and earth seemed to have melded at the tip of his finger before raining down on the body of that ancient god. At that very instant, countless streaks of light appeared on that body, resembling an ancient god, forming like cracks. I walk the great path alone, and my mind remains adamant. So long as I remain firm in the righteousness of my actions, I will not be defeated. Gu Donglio's voice penetrated everything. The hearts of many trembled below, yet Bai Luli remained standing where he was, looking at Gu Donglu. The ancient god shadow formed by Bai Luli's spiritual will looked increasingly cracked. Streaks of devastating light leaked from within, as if the construct itself would shatter soon. The expressions of Luchan and the city lord of White Cloud City turned somewhat in response. A moment was stretched to feel like an eternity. Bai Luli stared at Gu Donglu. While Gu Donglu seemed to be at the verge of destruction, it seemed, at the same time, that he was not going to be destroyed. Gu Donglio's eyes remained forward as he said, "My mind is flawless." His divine body clashed with the shadow of the ancient god shortly after. Appalling might encompassed the air above. Everyone below and outside Crouching Dragon Mountain watched in astonishment, the battle raging on. They had no words to describe what they were seeing, and the appalling nature of the battle was felt only in their hearts. A powerful beam of light shot out, and the body of the ancient god seemed to have been penetrated. The holy shadow dissipated and withdrew into Gu Donglu in an instant. Blood spouted from his mouth, as the seemingly lifeless body of Gu Donglu opened his eyes, falling down onto Crouching Dragon Mountain below. "Third brother!" Yi Futian and the others shouted. Zhuge Mingyue leaped into the air as well. The city lord did not bother with her actions this time. He had no time for her, turning his eyes on Bai Luli instead. Zhuge Mingyue held Gu Donglio's body as she fell together with him. She ended up sitting on the ground. Her skirt trailed as she cradled the bloodied body in her arms. Streaks of tears poured out from her eyes. "You cried." Gu Donglu smiled as he looked at Zhuge Mingyue. "You smiled." Zhuge Mingyue gazed at Gu Donglu. "The idiot can smile too. You look beautiful today." Gu Donglu was still smiling. "I knew you would show up," Zhuge Mingyue replied. Yi Futian and the others dared not interfere with the conversation between the two, and simply went to stand beside them. On the other side, Bai Luli's eyes were shut as his body fell straight down from the air, hitting the ground hard. The life signs of his body were intact, but they turned weak at frightening speed as if Bai Luli was incredibly exhausted. Cultivators were always filled with vigor, and exhaustion was something that was deemed impossible. It became apparent that Bai Luli was severely injured as well. Gu Donglu, as a mid-level sage, had actually managed to damage Bai Luli. What did he do that enabled him to awaken that mystical power within? Bai Luli's eyes opened soon. "Are you all right?" Luchan asked Bai Luli. Bai Luli shook his head lightly as he turned his eyes at Gu Donglu. A streak of murderous intent was seen in the eyes of Bai Gu, the city lord of White Cloud City, as Zhuge Mingyue cradled Gu Donglu. He said coldly, "This is Crouching Dragon Mountain. Are you trying to force my hand here?" Some members of the Zhuge family wanted to move against him, but halted as they turned to look at Zhuge Qingfeng, who ordered everyone to stand down. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Gu, as he remained at the side of Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu, staring at the city lord coldly. Many great figures looked at Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu. Their sentiments for each other were something to be empathized on, yet those same sentiments were apparently seen to be unforgivable to White Cloud City. Their predicament remained intact and difficult. "City Lord Bai, the events have turned. There is no need to cling to it." A clear, enlightened, and composed voice was heard. Many turned around and saw the one who spoke the words. It was an old monk. Monk Qingdeng of Qingdeng Temple, a powerful monk who ranked 11th on the Barren Sky ranking. His cultivation was performed in line with the Buddhist way. "Master, the Buddhist way is said to be the way void of vanities. What made you come here today?" The city lord asked the monk. "My student requested me to visit an acquaintance of his." Monk Qingdeng put his hands together. "You take students too, master? Is that person here? How are they doing?" The city lord asked. "He is right before you." Monk Qingdeng continued, "And he is doing well." Many sported peculiar looks on their faces as they turned to look at those before the city lord. It was Gu Donglu and the rest around him. Who would that person be? "I suggest you best have that acquaintance of your student leave my sight, master," Bai Gu said. "City Lord Bai, why cling to something that doesn't belong to you?" Monk Qingdeng put his hands together and asked. "Give it a rest, Bai Gu." Another voice was heard somewhere else. Bai Gu turned his eyes and found himself looking at Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City. He said coldly, "I suggest you get your son-in-law out of the way. Please, just let it end here." Many were shocked to hear those words, and their eyes were soon frozen at the one who said them. The city lord of White Cloud City himself was stunned as he looked at the one who spoke, Luli. Bai Luli walked forward and looked at Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue before saying, "You were right." Your mind remained adamant, and so long as one remains firm in the righteousness of one's actions, one will not be defeated. You were not defeated, and I was not defeated in today's battle as well, for what I did was righteous too. He then turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "You were right too. If one has the talent of a saint and the potential to achieve sainthood, there is no need for borrowing help from external forces. I also think that I can achieve sainthood within resorting to using help from external forces. However, the Holy Ji Palace has high hopes for me. If it is something that enables me to reach such a goal in a more assured manner, I see no reason to deny it." He then turned to look at Zhuge Mingyue and said, "I'm not a perfect person, and there is no perfect person in this world. I would not have needed to explain anything, but in this battle, if he had not earned respect for himself, I would have killed him without hesitation. I need to do something for myself for what happened today." Finally, he turned around and said to Lu Chan, "Teacher, let's go." Lu Chan looked at Bai Luli with eyes of admiration. This is indeed Bai Luli, the genius of his generation like none other. Indeed. Lu Chan nodded. He did not say anything further and did nothing to blame anyone. If Bai Luli himself wanted to end things that way, then so be it. Bai Luli nodded and leaped into the air. His silhouette was high in the air as he said, "I walk the great path alone, and while I'm not perfect, my mind is flawless." Chapter 671. In the venue of the banquet, the eyes of many saw Bai Luli off. In the venue of the banquet, the eyes of many saw Bai Luli off. As he said it himself, he was no saint and, therefore, was imperfect. As such, he would have been angered and would have resented people and things. As he put it himself, he was unable to forgive Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu. Yet that battle changed his mind and he calmed down. It was probably done out of respect and acknowledgement for Gu Donglio's prowess and belief, but Bai Luli looked even more human for doing so. Bai Luli was, after all, the #1 genius in all of Baron State and the heir chosen by the Holy Ji Palace. As such, his temperament would have been that with a comprehensive moral compass. Bai Luli was a person worthy of respect, and so was Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu would probably be yet another Bai Luli, and everyone in the Baron State would learn his name after that battle. I walk the great path alone, and my mind remains adamant. So long as I remain firm in the righteousness of my actions, I will not be defeated. Many turned their eyes at Gu Donglu. They were able to feel the same vibe from him being together with Zhuge Mingyue as they did with her and Bai Luli. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue were a good match. At the very least, the love between them was flawless. Lu Chan gazed at Gu Donglu for a bit, before turning around to address Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and the others, attaining sainthood without the use of external help. I look forward to your way of the divine path. Take care. He then left the scene to follow Bai Luli. Sage Tianqing and Sage Zhu followed and disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain in mere moments. Yi Futian finally felt his nerves wind down, seeing Bai Luli and Lu Chan gone. He had never expected the one to eventually give up to be Bai Luli. If Bai Luli had not made his stance clear, the Holy Ji Palace would have still sided adamantly with him, and their predicament would have remained. He knew clearly that both Bai Luli and Lu Chan were adamant in their stances, and none felt themselves to have done the wrong thing. Cultivators also trained to cultivate their minds. After all, if they thought something to be wrong, they would not have done so in the first place. The entire Baron State looked forward to the marriage between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. The Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City both hoped Bai Luli to do so, and did all they were able to prepare everything for him. Bai Luli said it himself as well. He liked Zhuge Mingyue's temperament. As such, he did nothing to resist the arrangement. If it had not been for Gu Donglio's emergence, the wedding that everyone in Baron State looked forward to would have probably been flawless. However, there were few who cared what Zhuge Mingyue thought about the arrangement. The pressure from the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City was intense. This pressure had been shouldered by Zhuge Mingyue. As such, she agreed to it, and everything unfolded as it had today. As for Lu Chan, he probably knew Zhuge Mingyue's attitude and stance on the whole arrangement, yet he did not see himself to be doing the wrong thing. In Lu Chan's eyes, The priority of having a saint emerge from the barren state superseded everything else. It was a great endeavor, and Zhuge Mingyue's personal wishes were insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, Lu Chan may have thought it to be a good thing for Zhuge Mingyue to be able to marry Bai Luli. As such, that further reinforced his beliefs of him doing nothing wrong. However, Yi Futian was the junior of both Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue, and he was just as entangled in the predicament as those two. He too had his own stance and stuck to it. As such, in his eyes, both Lu Chan and Bai Luli were, without a doubt, wrong. Anyone who arranged and encouraged for the wedding to happen was all wrong. That was because he knew that if there were to be even some slight changes to how the events unfolded today, his second sister and third brother might have been eternally doomed. Lu Chan's position was a flawless one. He had nothing to rebuke Yi Futian and even allowed the young man entrance to the Sage Hall, free of all selfish thoughts. Even when Yi Futian ended up being expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, he had nothing to say about it and held no grudges. The wedding was the only thing that Yi Futian did not agree to. It was fortunate that the ending was not an irredeemable, sour one. The one to have felt most displeased was the city lord of White Cloud City. He remained where he was with a cold expression and said, Luli devoted himself to the great endeavor. Yet despite having agreed to the marriage arrangement, something like this happened with the Zhuge family. Don't you think you owe me reparations in some form, Junior? Many were able to tell right there, and then that the city lord of White Cloud City was still immensely displeased with the whole thing. Senior, if Luli is able to let go and wish them both happiness, don't you think you should let go of the matter as well? I will find a suitable time after this to apologize personally at your place, Zhuge Qingfeng said. Bai Gu's expression remained cold. It became apparent to him that Zhuge Qingfeng had decided to simply let the matter slide. If that is the case, save your efforts. Bai Gu then said plainly, farewell. He waved his hands aside and leaped into the air. The people of White Cloud City began to leave one after another. Bai Zai's expression was an utterly disgusted one. He glared at Yi Futian coldly, finding it puzzling as to why his brother decided to give up at the very last minute. If his brother had insisted, Gu Donglu would have been dead. If Yi Futian dared stand in his brother's way, Yi Futian would have died as well. However, everything had come to nothing. He stood and left with the people of White Cloud City. Many great figures of the barren state looked at the scene and thought that the relations between White Cloud City and the Zhuge family had just taken a turn for the worse. The city lord of White Cloud City had always been a very overbearing person. His talents were peerless, and he had made quite notable achievements when he was young. He was probably even the most exceptional figure of his time, and he had never been caught in such an awkward predicament. What the Zhuge family did today had no doubt offended White Cloud City direly. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Qingfeng. The stance of the clan leader of the Zhuge family had definitely budged. He would not have prevented the mighty ones from the Zhuge family from acting otherwise, as his daughter was still the main focus of the day. There was little to be read from Zhuge Qingfeng's expression. He looked composed as he saw Bai Gu off. Zhuge Qingfeng knew his senior well. Bai Gu was immensely overbearing, wanting to be the number one and the most prestigious one no matter where he went. Bai Gu was also incredibly stubborn. Such a combination of personality traits coupled with his talents got him to where he was today. The city lord of White Cloud City enjoyed a status that was just as prestigious as the city lord of Alchemy City, and both figures were seen as the most renowned figures in the western regions. It was such that he and the city lord of Alchemy City were two of the most powerful figures in the barren state, right behind the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple. As Zhuge Qingfeng knew Bai Gu very well, he also knew that he had offended Bai Gu in ways unthinkable. However, he did not feel guilty about it all. Lu Chan did what he did for the sake of the great endeavor, yet that senior of his had selfish agendas. Bai Gu would not have pressured him continuously otherwise. As such, Zhuge Qingfeng cared little about what Bai Gu thought. What happened happened, and there was little point in having regrets about it. Furthermore, despite having lost quite a bit, Zhuge Qingfeng had a lot to gain that day. What there was for the taking needed to be taken. At the very least, that was the action befitting his status as the clan leader. Master Zhuge, I see that the case has ended, and I bid you farewell, the head of the sovereign family, Huang Shi, said. There is no need to hurry, Brother Huangxi. Zhuge Qingfeng continued. We, the Zhuge family, have thrown the banquet here in Crouching Dragon Mountain to celebrate the engagement of my daughter. While there have been some untoward incidents, the event will continue. Many were shocked to hear Zhuge Qingfeng's words. They all turned their eyes at Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu and came to realize right there and then what he meant. Huangxi looked rather funny at the response. Zhuge Qingfeng does know how to get things done quickly, and he sure has no qualms about offending by Gu further. He obviously sees himself guilty as charged now, so he can at least take what is there to take. The battle between Gu Donglu and Bai Luli demonstrated Gu Donglio's talents and prowess in ways that could not have been done any better. Having him replaced by Luli was seen to be a sound option for the Zhuge family. Furthermore, they did not forget all those people of the younger generation standing behind Gu Donglu. The former number 1 and number 2 on the law rank, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, as well as the son-in-law of Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, all stood by Gu Donglu. It was apparent that they respected that senior of theirs very much. If Gu Donglu were to become a son-in-law of the Zhuge family, rallying behind Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue meant that Yi Futian and the rest of them were made their family as well. Zhuge Qingfeng literally wasted no time with his new decision. Even those old farts from the Zhuge family would have been rendered speechless at that point. Zhuge Mingyue lifted her head to look at her father, then lowered her head to look at Gu Donglu and smiled. Yi Futian and the others smiled as well, looking forward to it all. However, Gu Donglio's expression changed somewhat, and he said, "No." The smiles of many were, as expected, frozen in place. Zhuge Mingyue's smile disappeared as she looked at Gu Donglu. "Father actually wanted us to get engaged, and you, Gu Donglu, object instead? What the hell are you thinking?" "Mingyue, we'll talk about this later. I need to leave." Gu Donglu struggled to get up as he seemed to have recalled something. His expression was of the utmost seriousness. The expressions of everyone in Zhuge family turned ice cold. That bastard ruined Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's wedding just to bail right afterward? "We are visitors from Yu State, here to pay our respects to the Zhuge family." A voice was heard from outside Crouching Dragon Mountain. Countless eyes turned in the direction of that voice in an instant. Many felt the occurrence peculiar. Visitors from Yu State? Yu State was one of the orthodoxy states led by Emperor Xia, situated right next to Barren State, with their borders being near the Barren State's western regions. Visitors from Yu State? What are they doing here in Crouching Dragon Mountain? Gu Donglio's expression changed drastically. Such changes in expression had not appeared on him even when he was fighting Bai Luli just moments ago. He knew that one battle would, at least, have not gotten many in trouble, and that was also the reason he refused to show up and had written that breakup letter instead. However, he was unable to hold himself back, seeing that line written in blood. Zhuge Qingfeng looked outside. The group outside the mountain flew in before he gave his permission. Their auras were powerful, and the guards of Crouching Dragon Mountain did not bother stopping them. They knew there was no way they could have stopped those visitors. There were even several among the group who possessed the aura of sages. The group landed before them from the air. The young man standing in the middle exuded an air of exceptionality. His body was a slender one, and his eyes were filled with pride. He swept his glance at Gu Donglu and thought that he had to praise Gu Donglu for his prowess in running away. Gu Donglu kept his trail well hidden, and that made him very difficult to find. Even when the group had a lock on his aura, they were only capable of tracking him to a possible area, not an exact one. If he had stayed hidden all the time, they would have had a more difficult time tracking him down. It was unfortunate that Gu Donglu sparked a battle himself, which enabled the group to track him. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue lifted their head and looked at the visitors in the air, suddenly recalling that breakup letter Gu Donglu wrote and why he was in such a hurry to leave before. They came to realize something at that very moment. Those visitors were the true reason why that letter was written in the first place. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.